Can't come down 'cause we're turning up. Love the sound, we can't get enough. We're here to shine, we keep showing up. The volume's high, we keep turning up. Keep turning up.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Hello and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Today we are back with day 2 of the EU and MENA Brawl. I am Trav, joined once again by the wonderful Ark and the wonderful Teddy down the bottom. How are you doing today, Ark?
Doing very well, thank you, Trev, for asking. Yeah, what an eventful day it was yesterday. I'm thoroughly expecting more fireworks today. It was very unexpected, but the underdogs, they are thriving right now.
They really are. And Teddy, how do you feel about what went down yesterday?
It was crazy all around, honestly. We had some phenomenal matches and upsets, and I'm hoping to see some more of that today. If not, maybe come back to our senses a little bit too, you know, and stay grounded. But I want to see all the chaos again that we had yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. You've kind of talked us through a little bit of it. We should take a quick look at the bracket and see what kind of did actually happen. You know, we've spoke about some upsets. We spoke about some of these underdog teams really rising through. But let's knuckle down and actually go through what happened if you want to talk us through it, Ark.
Yeah, very hectic day. It was the start, wasn't it, with those first matches with Zeta Division versus FA Mr. Dosar, and knocking Zeta Division in the process down to that lower bracket early on. It was the same story for A&R versus Navi, and Navi then went on to face that very team, Zeta Division. 5, you know, open qualifier positions that they had coming into the tournament, and they were knocked out at the earliest possible stage. It did mean on the lower side of that upper bracket that Esports as well found themselves in that lower bracket, as well as Kazaki. One Trick Ponies, though, looking really good at the moment. They have also knocked out Now or Never down to that lower bracket as well, leaving A&R versus FA One Trick Ponies today still in the upper bracket. But Navi versus Now or Never, Foot Esports versus FA Mr. Dosar in that lower stage. So they've still got, you know, that only that one life remaining. But FA One Trick Ponies or A&R, they still have that one life remaining in that upper bracket. And today we're going to find out which 2 teams are going to be going into that later stage next week to fight out for a all expenses paid chance to go to Tokyo, Japan for the Masters of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Really is some exciting stuff, and obviously A&R and One Trick Ponies, as you said, still have that life. So let's take a quick look at the schedule and see what we've kind of got going on before that and how we're going to get to that phase. If you want to talk us through what games we've got going on today, Teddy.
Yes, we'll be kicking things off with Now or Never versus Navi for the lower bracket, followed right after by FA Mr. Doza versus Foot Esports, still in that lower bracket. And then finally we will have the upper bracket finals. That's A&R versus One Trick Ponies, and later on we'll get towards the lower bracket semifinals and lower bracket finals.
So yeah, some really exciting stuff. Ark, I'll come back to you. I'm just going to ask you straight up, what do you think is the most exciting game, especially out of these first 2, and who do you think is going to kind of progress forward to face each other in that lower bracket finals?
Personally, I'm still really looking forward to seeing how Foot Esports fare, because as we were saying yesterday, you know, we haven't really necessarily seen too much from them this year, and the roster is exceptional. You know, it should be not, in my opinion, down in the lower brackets at the moment. So, you know, if they are to be knocked out, then that's going to be quite a big storyline. We didn't see them in the BSC monthly finals. We haven't really seen too much of them since. And obviously, they would very much like to go to Tokyo, Japan, because Semantic did qualify with SK Gaming last year. So now taking away from that roster, they'd very much like to be there. So I think my eyes are on that match personally.
Yeah, and I think you've got an extremely warranted opinion there. I think FUT, they really do need to show something against a very, very strong team, because we saw them be knocked down straight away by Now or Never 3-0, and then they did kind of rise up a little bit further against Kazaki, but not sure if Kazaki were really a team who can test them to their full abilities. Before we get into any of the games, though, we are going to give a few shout-outs to a few of our partners. We'll start off with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. As always, just an absolutely incredible partner that we have here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. As you can see, it's kind of in the name, so it goes without saying, Teddy.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. You know, they are part of the name here because they have been so important in making sure that this event is possible in the first place, supporting the Brawl Stars scene, but mobile as a whole. So we're very thankful for that.
Yeah, and with Snapdragon out of the way, we do kind of have to go towards Samsung Galaxy as well, as their second named partner, powered by Samsung Galaxy. I'd usually throw this one around to Teddy, but I'll give Ark a chance today to talk us through a little bit about Samsung.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Teddy always likes to take the limelight on this one, but obviously the best players in Brawl require the best devices, and that is why we have Samsung, you know, tablets available at the events, because it means that the players are able to be as competitive as possible, and you know, we wouldn't be necessarily anywhere without them for that same reason.
Exactly. Now we've got those out of the way, we kind of have to knuckle down and get towards talking about this first game that we have got going on, Now or Never versus Navi. It's definitely a bit of a close one. I think both of these teams are really, really strong. We'll take a quick look at the Now or Never roster. If you have forgotten about it, there are some very, very recognizable names they have renamed from what they were last year of Dogs to Lobster, if you want to talk us through this one, Teddy.
Absolutely. Kanan, Xiaoku, and Tomzi, the more familiar names here, but as Trav mentioned yesterday, Luki is one of those star players that has joined very recently, not quite as familiar with the competitive scene, but really looking to prove himself straight on the field, and well, this season is really the opportunity to do just that.
Exactly, and you know, he's kind of looking for that breakthrough, but so are Now and Ever as well. So if they can do it together, that's really going to be a great thing for this roster. Let's take a look at their opponents now with the Navi roster. We kind of know them, we love them, we know the community loves them as well. Big fans of them. MMA, Cube, and Angel Boy. What are your thoughts on how they're really playing at the moment, Ark?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, yesterday we saw some kind of like out there kind of drafts that they were kind of questioning, and then those drafts kind of came and worked. Very frantic kind of play style. It's not necessarily the most methodical, is it, this year from Navi? It's just a bit all over the place, but nonetheless, if it gets results, that's what matters. The Navi were playing really, really well yesterday. Obviously, you know, now in the lower bracket, they've got to, you know, keep that up, and they no time for second chances anymore. But it has been a bit of a strange thing to observe from my opinion.
Yeah, we have kind of been questioning some of the compositions and questioning the playstyles and whether or not they're stuck quite heavily in the past. Do you think that's something that's going to hinder them quite heavily, Teddy, or do you think they're going to be able to take down a tough opponent like Now or Never?
I think it's going to be challenging right now. I would argue that Now or Never might be better rated, or just have had better results overall, played a little bit better, but it's Navi. I feel like it's one of those teams that you can just never count them out. If you look at Worlds 2 years ago, no one expected them to really do anything, and yet they made it all the way to second place, only to lose to Zeta Division. So I don't know. I feel like Navi, even though they didn't necessarily look fantastic all day long yesterday, and in general this year has been interesting so far, you really just can't count them out, because they always come back with a crazy comp or some crazy ideas, and somehow they made them work.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of going to have to force a solid prediction out of you guys, I think. I'm personally going to side with Navi. Ark will go down the line. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Navi for me. I think, you know, yesterday Angel Boy was playing phenomenally well. I think everyone in the chat was saying the same thing, and you know, it's going to be a question of whether Now or Never can really take them by surprise, get in there early, get that first set under their pocket. They are a very frantic team. They're like a lot of speedy brawlers in that respect, but Navi have got that experience. They have got a lot of synergy as a team as well from having that roster for quite a while now, so I kind of have to side with Navi here.
Yeah, and Teddy, what are you thinking? Well, you kind of glazed a little bit over it, so what's your definitive opinion?
I'm gonna go Now or Never. As much as I feel like Navi always like to prove me wrong with predictions. When I go Navi, they lose. When I don't go Navi, they win. But I'm gonna go Now or Never. I just feel like they looked a little bit more solid and a bit more versatile, whereas Navi still feels a little bit more one-dimensional at times. And I don't know if that is gonna be enough to take the Now or Never today.
Yeah, no, I can definitely get behind that. I think now or never is definitely a close one. I'd give it a 55-45 in my eyes, towards Navi. But I do think that now or never have what it takes to be able to take a fierce opponent, like them down. And we've seen it in the past. They took down Foot yesterday in such a convincing fashion that it did almost kind of sway my opinion coming into today. But Navi, they took a bit of a loss, but then they bounced back against the monthly final champions and took down Zeta Division Arc.
Yeah, exactly that. And it was a very, very close game for their loss. I believe it went to match point. So, that is something of a consideration. Despite me kind of looking at their play style and their drafts and a little bit of a, uncertain nature, they have proved themselves. They have got themselves some great results. And I feel like coming in today, it's just a question of whether they're coming in cold or whether they're coming in warmed up, really, for me. Because now or never, they are very, very speedy. They do like to take their opposition by surprise. So let's see going into Sneaky Fields, our first map for today, in the mode, of course, being Brawl Ball, how they're going to fare. Second game will be in Safe Zone for Heist, and then Gem Grab, Double Swoosh, Hot Zone, Open Zone, and then Bounty Shooting Star for the fifth and final if we get that far.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Sneaky Field starting things off, it's going to be a definite kind of favor towards Navi as those more aggressive modes, and going into Safe Zone actually after that as well with Heist, definitely more aggressive one. It does kind of side with Navi that little bit more, but I am intrigued to see if now and ever going to slot Lukey into this roster and have him play some of that max that he's so famous for at the moment, as it can make the world of difference, Teddy.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because yesterday I believe we didn't see Lukey play whatsoever, as far as my memory serves me. So it would be nice to actually kind of see that secret weapon and play. Now, to be fair, they may not have needed it as much yesterday, but I feel like Navi is a very tough opponent, and they need every single card of their deck in play here if they really want to, make a show out of this one.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. Definitely need to just kind of knuckle down and maybe pull out that wonder kid, as a lot of people are kind of referring it to him over there. So, it's just a question of whether they want to do that because of how well they performed yesterday, even without him. Obviously, this is the kind of knockout stage now, and if they go a couple down, we might see him coming in and making that change to the roster. As it's just something that they might need to be able to get this done against a fierce opponent like Navi.
Yeah, you got to be prepared for Navi. That's what a lot of teams forget, is that when Navi look weak, they are very, very good at coming together and actually resolving their internal issues and stuff. Their communication starts to sort of pick itself up a little bit, and they go back to what they know best. And we can kind of fully expect them to be bringing in a lot of poker, a lot of tanky ideas, bringing that to Capo Star Power, bringing in Sam, bringing in Nita a lot. Was one that we saw yesterday coming in. Crow also seems to be very, very high on their pick rates. So I think now or never have got a lot of comps that do go against those very ideas. Bringing in a lot of max and having those ideas to really try to evade what Navi can bring to the table here today. But I feel like in Sneaky Fields, this is very much for me a Navi map. I mean, this is going to be the sort of thing where they can really knuckle down with those Poco ideas and those tankier ideas. So now or never have got to be on their bands for me here. I think that's what's really quite important, is to make sure that they're going to be eradicating the heavy hitters that Navi would like to bring to the table. Probably as a greater priority over what they'd like to pick actually themselves here, Teddy. But when the draft comes in, we'll be able to see a little bit more as to what those ideas might be. But any thoughts regarding what we saw from yesterday, Teddy, with like both the drafts for Navi and now or never?
Yeah, I feel like Navi, they kind of have their own like brawler pool, right? They have a little bit of their own meta at times, as you mentioned, quite Poco heavy. Stuff like Sam, I would say, is quite meta across the board, and Navi are making sure to utilize that. But they're always happy to bring some interesting ideas to the table, some that sometimes work, sometimes not quite as much. But I think a big part of that for now or never is going to be how much they actually prepared for it, because it's not enough when you're facing Navi to just know the meta extensively. You also need to know, specifically what Navi are willing to bring to the table, because it can be so different than what we're used to see most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, they always can take these teams by surprise, and it does seem like, I'm throwing it all the way back to 2021 Worlds here, where people kind of knew what they played, what was coming, and they still don't counteract what their ideas are. Getting rid of these tanks in the ban phase, getting rid of the Poco and stuff like that, and it does come back to haunt them. Maybe getting them out, as Ark said, in that ban phase, and just completely banning 3 tanks or banning the Poco out and pretty much just eradicating all idea of it is the smart thing to do before that draft even starts. Because even when teams are aware of it, even when they know what they're going to do, they still seem to kind of lose against it. They're going to get rid of the Primo, and I kind of like it. It is that tank that is kind of bursting through into the Brawl Ball scene at the moment. Janet and Nita along with it. Nita was another one of those brawls that you mentioned Navi likes to play. but they have banned it out themselves as well. And also Surge being one of their main brawlers, especially we've seen Cube slot onto that a lot recently. So surprising to see them ban that out. M's going to be the first pick, and that is a real breakthrough at the moment, Ark.
Yeah, I love it from Navi, actually. It's one that we see a lot in the APAC region, actually, on this particular map, but one that I think works really, really well. And we kind of underestimated how well, actually, a little bit yesterday, seeing that particular brawler rise up a little bit in terms of the meta. Interesting that both sides are banning Nita here as well, but I think it is the right call. Ultimately, bear with me as a star power. Creating those heals can really force a strong push upon your opposition. So I think that there's still a great opening here for Ashe and potentially the counter of Lou. I think, M's a good start, realistically, to counter the Ashe, and B coming in now for Now and Ever, just in the eventuality that Navi do want to double down with some tankier ideas. We haven't seen anything yet from the Poco, but let's see whether that might be a consideration. If it's not for Now and Ever, it could be one for Navi to wonder about. But I think Otis is a good shout here. Ultimately, the Fat Splatter can really show up a lot of your enemies within the bush, so it can also block off a lot of the channeling of this particular map too. So I think pretty good so far for me, Teddy.
Yeah, I would have said, if we looked at this a couple months back, that this is a fairly standard way of dealing with Navi, right? Pick some versatile anti-tanks like Otis and B, but it's been more of an undergoing trend in general lately to just go early in your draft for those more versatile tank counters. So the Bs, even M's to a certain extent, I still don't think it's as good as what most teams have been willing to. It's just been brought so much to the table lately, much more than it used to be, with varying results, not necessarily bad though. And Navi have been one of those teams that have been super excited to bring it back to the table. It was already a brawler that they enjoyed a lot, so the fact that it's doing a little bit better now with the unbreakable walls does mean that they're making sure to utilize that as much as possible. Crow, another brawler that is still in a very good place in Navi love, and I mean, talking about the Sam earlier, there he is, and that's not really that big of a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, take a tank where they can. If Primo's out the way, they're going to take the next big brute in Sam. So quite a smart one, but still, it's against an Otis, it's against a B. So they've got to be feeling quite confident in themselves to be able to play this brawler exceptionally, because against two pretty hard counters, it's going to be extremely difficult. And I'm sure Now and Ever might even knuckle down and make it a third. There's some brawlers that are good against those medium range brawlers like Ems and good against Sam, but they're going to go with the Ashe. I do quite like it. A lot of the time, it's going to require a pinch to be able to deal with the Sam if it's not fully raged up going into that interaction. So not really what I would have gone to, but kind of sometimes you do kind of need a tank.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Two of the three brawlers that I mentioned that Navi would really want to bring, considering to bring in on this particular map, and they've gone for two of them and banned the third. But yeah, we saw a lot of the Sam Ashe interaction yesterday, and it does feel like Sam is in a better place for me. So Now and Ever must be feeling pretty confident with the Ashe pick. I don't think it's a bad pick at all on this particular map. Obviously, the robotic rats can bring in a great deal of value as well, and the Crow will struggle a little bit to take care of some of those. So let's see as they go in now. Angel Boy already starting off, and this worries me a bit because we know how well Angel Boy plays on this Sam. We saw it yesterday in Hard Rock Mine, and it's actually going to be Lukey that wins the lane, and great to see actually Lukey playing today as well. And pass through here should avail to a goal from Ziaku very, very early on. Literally 16 seconds, Teddy, and we're already seeing Now or Never get one on the board.
What a smooth start here from Now or Never. Angel Boy aggressive this time around, should be able to win that fight out as he gets some very low HP, but actually never mind. Lukey survives with 350 HP, and on the other side of the map, Shaco and Kanan was a team wipe of their own to make sure that they lock in this first game. And I was kind of shocked, to be honest, to see the Ashe being picked into the Sam, because traditionally it feels like Sam wins that matchup more often than not. And he won it twice out of 2 times. So let's be honest here, Lukey seems to be doing something right on the Ashe here, as Now or Never. They kick things off with the first set in their hands.
Yeah, this is what we were saying coming into this one, is that Now or Never have a very fast, frantic kind of playstyle that just seems a bit more methodical than that of Navi's. They're actually quite similar teams when you look at them in that respect, but this time round, just starting to play it a little bit slower. Cube going to take the left lane now and trying to force his way through, but it's Angel Boy and Lukey that I'm looking at the right-hand side. Yeah, Angel Boy will win that matchup now, and the push through is strong. MMA with the pass. This should avail to a goal as well. I didn't see any knockback potential at all, so good stuff from Navi. A good return, but they've got to keep this up. They are definitely behind. That was a very, very strong starting game there from Now or Never.
Yeah, this is a nice comeback though. A chance maybe to even things out, but they need another goal. And Jabal gets muted early on. Another kill there as Luki finds Cube. The poison is a problem for Luki, but he's able to heal up. He will go down to the poison now, but that's not enough to stop Kanan. He's gonna walk it in, and with a minute and 25 seconds left, we're all even in this second game of Brawl.
Just flown by so quickly. Cube now going to pop super, and Luki will win though on that side as well. And it's going to put a lot of pressure here on MMA. One pass from Xiaku, and this could be all over. This first set is dwindling for Navi, and there it is. Done, dusted, and on to the next. What a starting set for Now or Never.
Wow. I mean, you know, we said that this one it can be quite a close, but honestly, I was not expecting this level of aggressivity, aggression, I guess is a better word in English, from Now or Never, because we kind of do see it coming, right? When it's Na'Vi, we expect it. But Now or Never kind of caught me off guard here by how able they were to not just deal with the aggression that Na'Vi brought, but actually just kind of overwhelm it and be even more aggressive, take up so much early map control. And again, Luki winning those fights against the Sam. He forced him to swap lanes, which is not really what you usually see when it comes to the Sam versus Ashe matchup, where Ashe usually tends to have the upper hand.
Well, that was honestly very impressive. A lot of the things that we were witnessing during the draft, just to me, felt like Navi had a bit more of the edge there, but it was not the case. And, you know, we saw, didn't we, just how well Angel Boy was playing that Sam, and it just didn't seem like it was doing what was needed necessarily. I mean, it was probably the best of the three, in my opinion, but just the synergy is just a little bit off, it feels, for Navi at the moment. We were saying coming into this one, or at least I was, that they are a team which sometimes coming in cold can struggle, and it definitely felt like they were very cold under the thumbs. But going into the safe zone for Heist, let's see whether they can try to rekindle this one before, you know, Now or Never get too far ahead of themselves here. A map which obviously the Unbreakable Walls, I think, have shifted a little bit on. We had some tweaks and changes with the balancings, I think, overnight. I'm not sure the safe zone was touched in that respect. I know that Canal Grande definitely was, but nonetheless, definitely going to make a big difference. I think that I saw Bobby tweet out saying that safe zone was kind of in a bit of a tough spot for him, at least with the side lanes being completely now unbreakable. But definitely a map that caters to a lot of, like, you know, 8-bit. I think that is pretty much the go-to idea in this region. Has been for a while now as well. Brock, obviously a very strong contender also, but definitely those side lanes being blocked off does make teams have to consider the prospect of how they're going to be getting additional access to the safe.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe this is a chance for brawlers like Eve to maybe shine a little bit more, as well, as they don't really care as much about the wolves blocking the right lane off. I don't know. We'll see how they actually decide to approach things. But what I do like about Saison is that it is quite a different sort of mood than Sneaky Fields. It's going to be quite a bit more about the longer range. You can still have plenty of mid-range though, right? You can go for something of a max-based comp or anything along those lines, but you can always bring some sharpshooters into the mix. You mentioned Brock, but I think in many situations Bell and Piper still are able to provide quite a bit of value, as much as we have seen some very different play styles occur as well. Yeah, we'll see the Eve double ban, so it does seem like Eve is highly valued by both sides, enough that it's going to be out of the mix. And Brock first pick from Na'Vi, as they banned out Max and Penny as well, and Now or Never they banned Bonnie and Daryl.
Yeah, nice stuff from both sides already. But the max ban, I think, is smart from Navi. It mightn't be the brawler which many, you know, come straight to mind for, but it is definitely one that Now or Never really like to utilize a lot. I just checked as well in game, and the walls are still the same on safe zones. So the left and right hand sides just completely untouchable now, unless you've got like a brawler which can jump effectively. You've got just that middle lane and side lane to be able to push your way through. Bell coming in for Now or Never, which I quite like here as well. And following up soon, I do kind of feel like it does cater to some tankier ideas now that there is a bit of side lane coverage. So I don't necessarily feel opposed to a B here. For me, they are banning the Daryl for Now or Never for that same reason, but probably my preferred tank out of the ones that are available. It has been still early days realistically since seeing safe zone with unbreakable walls, so it could be something which might be viable here. I just feel like with the long range affair, it's not really the tank of choice. Squeak going to come in as well, which I really like Now or Never, especially now with only 2 out of the 3 lanes to realistically be able to push your way through. The sticky residue can really just shut off most of the ideas and just, you know, put your opposition really back into their spawn early on.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, it means less areas that you need to focus on. And as you said, when you have a brawler like Squeak that can pretty much single-handedly lock down a lane and not even have to really attend it for like 10 seconds, that can be a very powerful tool. As much as Squeak traditionally is not necessarily the scariest brawler on safe zone, I can see the value that they might provide nowadays, as B and Buzz are going to be the follow-up to and final picks for Na'Vi. Obviously, you know, it's nice to have the B on your team if you're going to be rocking that Buzz, because it is a pretty strong counter. Just the damage output is unreal. But it's still a very, very solid brawler to have. Absolutely capable of laning either the Squeak at a mid to long range or the Bell in a 1v1 as well. So it should cover most of their bases. And Unbreakable Walls does mean that it's a perfect sort of area for the Buzz to play around and just get it supercharged.
I really like this, honestly, from Na'Vi, but every time that I like the Na'Vi draft, they tend to lose, and every time that I question their draft, they win with it. So this is my kind of like dilemma that I have now. But the 8-bit is a good follow-up pick from Now or Never, but I do like the strategy of having that Buzz and B being picked at the same time from Na'Vi. And Buzz can work tremendously well on this map. I think that actually now with the Unbreakable Walls, it's even in an even better spot. And we saw a great deal of Buzz being played towards the end of last year. I mean, Reply Totem really started to initiate that idea, and then many other teams looking upon that, and then, you know, went and followed suit. I feel like it's a brawler that on those side lanes can really just push their way up and just stay there realistically. So I'm looking to see how Na'Vi start this. They are behind still in the sets. Now or Never got that one already in the pocket, so they've got to be cautious. But you know, Na'Vi having that long range kind of affair, it's not necessarily what they're necessarily known for, but nonetheless making some good starts. But Now or Never playing it quite patient, quite cautiously as well, and I think that's kind of wise under the circumstances.
Yeah, I think the lack of 8-bit turret is really being felt so far by Now or Never. It's going to be hard for the 8-bit to challenge the B. Just the movement speed difference, it's too much for Xiaoku to handle for now. So he quite desperately wants to get towards that first super without feeding too much to his opponents. So far, both teams are playing very safe, not willing to overextend in any way, shape, or form, as they just want to take the safe approach. At last, we do have the damage booster, but it's placed down, immediately destroyed. Angel Boy will get traded out. It ends up in a one-on-one, but MMA gets a shot to connect on the safe and the follow-up super as well. Able to get an 11% lead now for Na'Vi, but it's still a very slim one.
Nice takedown there from Now or Never. Now Angel Boy goes in with the slam and does get Zeki, but a quick and swift takedown of both Lukey and Kanan onto him. Lovely stuff. Lukey just connects as well, keeping then MMA low. He's 441 HP and needs to heal up. Amplified shot is available to Cube, does connect it with Lukey. That will apply a lot of pressure if they want to push through now and start to make their way forwards to the safe. Oh, but there goes down Cube, and that's going to force things back into a different situation. But Angel Boy is not winning these trades at the moment, and that is a problem. It's allowing Now or Never to be able to get some damage in the safe, and at the moment, you have the lead here by just the 8%. Positioning power as well, and that's more of a concern.
Yeah, the range from the Squeak as well enables him to access the safe from a plethora of different positions. A nice pick up there from Cube to complete the team wipe here for Na'Vi. It's not the biggest lead, only 24%, but with 15 seconds left, Na'Vi need that damage on safe to connect really, really soon. A pull from Angel Boy is going to be a bit of a miss. The follow-up gadget will connect, but there's not enough time now to catch up, and no utility to do so either. A final gadget from Angel Boy, but it gets destroyed as soon as he connects to the target. And Now or Never pick up another game. That's 3 in a row already.
Yeah, it's looking very dominant, isn't it? And, you know, I don't think that Na'Vi have got a comp that's particularly bad here. I think they can absolutely make it work, but they do need to start working just a bit better as a team and coordinate those, you know, dashes in from Angel Boy, because he's honestly on his own when he does at the moment, and it's allowing a really swift takedown. He's going to try to get some value off the positioning of that, but then Now we're never going to be retreating back away from it. He would like to get that super as quickly as possible realistically here. MMA low though as well. It's going to allow Lukey to push forwards and get a couple of taps in the safe just to get early advantage. But again, Angel Boy going in there. I kind of see why he would do that, because he's so low, he's not going to come out on top there. It's actually MMA that's getting some really, really good damage early on there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that was an interesting situation because, as you said, I was kind of questioning that pull, but it did cause a bit of a distraction. And during that distraction, MMA was free to just connect shot after shot on the safe, giving now an 8% lead to Na'Vi. MMA now has free access to the safe as well. He's going to jump to the bottom side of the map using one of his rocket jumps, as Angel Boy is still very low, does have a super available. He's just gonna keep it as Cube is able to find a nice pickup onto Kanan. The pull from Angel Boy towards the safe, but not really able to get much damage. Was down a 10% lead in favor of Na'Vi, as MMA is gonna fall down, and mid control should be slightly favorable towards Now or Never until the jump in from Angel Boy that picks up Loki.
Kanan got so much value off the back of that squeak super onto the safe. I mean, it brought the scoreline far more in check. And now they've got to defend this from Navi. Great spray there from Zeka. Great pinch as well from Luki. Marks up there onto Angel Boy as well. And just this is what we saw in the previous game, wasn't it? Just Now or Never really getting themselves stuck into the mid and holding their trades really, really nicely. Swift takedown of the damage booster, but Luki with the pickup there onto Cube is very important to keep Zaku in play. Angel Boy's not going to get the slam on that. No potential stun to be had, and Navi are in a rut at the moment. They've got to get out of this positioning here, otherwise it's going to be another set going the way of Now or Never. The damage continuing to rain down. Navi have got to do something about this. Zaku needs to go down. Luki is still lingering there on the right-hand side as well, and just a 1%, and that is it. Now or Never are storming this, absolutely storming this. The second set now going their way, and Navi in a dangerous position now of exiting. They're in the lower bracket. No more second chances, Teddy.
Yeah, that was so well played by Now or Never as well. As you said, comp-wise, there were definitely some chances here for Navi. Like, don't get me wrong, the 8-bit does deal a ton of damage, but they played it out so perfectly. I want to appreciate Luki, especially on the bell on the right side. He was just dodging left and right. He was so close to the Brock as well, and he just didn't care. He wasn't even like shooting at him. He would just dodge his shots and keep shooting towards the safe. And that made the difference there towards the end, as they were just overwhelmed and had no way to really defend it at that point. And Angel Boy had some decent buzz plays here and there, but it just wasn't quite enough. And both the kills and the damage and the healing, they're all favoring Now or Never. And I mean, for the healing, it does make a little bit of sense. As a buzz, you're probably like, you know, you can't really disengage a fight very much. You commit, you either win the fight or you die. But still, Now or Never just playing better Brawl Stars all around.
Yeah, there's a really strong statistic there at the top for me, the number of takedowns, and it doesn't always reflect, does it, like in Heist, necessarily the outcome. We say very often that these stats, specifically in Heist, may tend to kind of initiate the idea that, you know, a team don't necessarily have to have got that many takedowns to have got the objective, but that is exactly what we saw from Now or Never. And I think it was very, you know, clear to see when we were watching the game play itself out that they really made the most of those moments when they were having that number advantage over Navi, and just getting themselves really affirmed in that mid and just getting the damage taken care of. Navi would have the moments, but they just weren't seemingly pushing as a group to me. Just kind of going in one by one sometimes, and just without the support that you really need to have under those circumstances. There were some moments, I think, like this one where Angel Boy was able to get some good value, but I mean, you kind of need to get those team wipes really much in play, otherwise you're going to be a sitting duck.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was quite a phenomenal set, to be honest, from Now or Never. Na'Vi, they are not looking awful by any means, but it's just not been good enough just yet. And Double Swoosh is a pretty decent map, I would say, for their playstyle. You can bring some very aggressive ideas. What scares me a little bit is that it was just as much the case for Sneaky Fields or even Safe Zone. They brought aggressive ideas, and Now or Never just did such a fantastic job at shutting them down. Na'Vi, they got to make something up, and they have so far. Whenever we needed them to, you know, provide us with a bit of a crazy comp, they've been able to deliver that to us. But they need to do it again here, and they're 2 sets behind, so it's not just in double swoosh that they need it. They need it for open zone and shooting star later on, so I'm wishing them the best of luck right now.
Well, I'm hoping for a really questionable Navi draft here, because that is when they tend to win. If I agree with their draft, they lose, and that's the way it goes. And coming into this, I fully agree with Trav on the numbers side being, in my opinion, a bit of a 55-45 in favor of Navi. It's not looking like that at all. I mean, this is pretty much 100-0 at the moment in favor of Now or Never. Bans are in, though, for Double Swoosh, and they are Gene, Ash, and Crow for Now or Never. The M's, the B, and the Poco for Navi. Let's see whether they've got a trick up their sleeve, because this could be now or never for Navi. Let's be honest. They one more set loss and they will be going home with no chance of going to Japan, Tokyo for the Masters. So not a great spot. They've got to basically reverse sweep this situation. Going with the early draft of Janet, which I don't mind, but it's the coin toss in their favor here technically. So they should be able to come out with a decent draft, but maybe now or never might prefer this position actually.
Yeah, and as I said, it's not like Navi have been playing outright terrible by any means. They're playing all right. It's just not quite good enough. And so far, they haven't given us that many signs either that, they're capable of this reverse sweep. They haven't won a single game yet. It's been 4-0 in games for now or never. So they need a full-on reverse sweep at this point. And I'm just worried. I really am. I do like the Janet first pick. It's one of my favorite brawlers on this map. Just very versatile, very safe, not really taking any risks just yet. But that's somewhat what a first pick is for. Penny is a similar perspective. Maybe not quite as versatile, but it still has a very diversified kit. And it brings a lot of value to the table, whether it's the mortar or the salty barrel. It's just an all-around solid brawler, and so is Max, really. So far, both teams not really wanting to show their cards and taking a safer approach in the draft, but 2 picks in a row now for Navi leaves them a lot of possibilities to go more on the aggressive side if they want to.
I just feel for Navi because they just don't seem to have the best of luck in any kind of ESL production. I remember back in 2021 or 22, or 2021 it was. Yeah, they had I think bottom place, and then last year as well, as we know in season 2 of Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, they had the one eventuality where they would have been able to exit, and that happened, didn't it? And they really could have been in that tiebreak, and they were ruled out of it simply because of the teams that were involved in it. Bringing the Lola in, though, I do like that particular brawler on this map. I think that is quite an underrated thing to have. And the Janet side lane, no doubt, for that same reason now, the Lola coming in for mid, I assume. But regardless if it is played on lane, the Ego is fantastic at scouting forwards in the bush ahead to realistically find where someone is. But there is no sign of Amber yet. Sam coming in might actually deter that very idea. I think that Sam is going to be a very, very strong thing for Navi to have here. And definitely the sort of thing that requires a hard counter, in my opinion, from now or never. Because, we've seen what Navi do with Sam. It didn't really work out for them in Sneaky Fields. That's my one reservation here. It seems like now or never really are the only team so far to really stop Navi in their tracks when it comes to that particular brawler.
Yeah, the question is, do they match it like they did last time in Sneaky Fields by going for an Ashe, or do they try to counter it with maybe an Otis, which we've seen before too? So it is going to be the Otis. I don't mind it. The reason I was thinking Otis is because there's nothing left, right? There's no M's, there's no B. There aren't exactly 10,000 options here to deal with the Sam, and I don't think that now or never are willing to go Shelly just yet. So I do like that Otis pick, but draft-wise, I prefer what I'm seeing on the side of Navi. The only thing that's a little bit quirky and weird to me is the... I'm struggling. Well, I feel like the Penny has a really good matchup against the Lola. I was looking for Lola's name. So that is a little bit weird that I picked the Lola into the Penny. But as you mentioned, if you do play it far enough, the ego far enough from yourself and your teammates, you should be fine. And it can be quite a nice tool to scout through those bushes or just go for some crossfires.
Well, I'm worried because I prefer the Navi draft. So I'm worried for Navi. It just feels like now and ever are playing so well today. Angel Boy winning that side lane is going to keep Zaku under a lot of scrutiny, and he's about to go down, I feel, here. Ooh, a big salty barrel as well as the knockback on the turret, but gems are dropped. It will mean that Kanan and Luki will be able to keep those gems away from the hands of now and ever by pushing through those lane sides, but definitely a consideration that the speed did not connect there from Luki and Zaku either, so a few little mistakes starting to show as Angel Boy now, pushing through, going to waste that phase shift on for him. He's able to survive on, but ultimately it's one less for later. And so far, so good for Navi. 5 gems in the pocket, but it's actually still quite close on the scoreboard. Only to 4 of now or never. But the positioning, the takedowns have been very much in Navi's favor.
Yeah, so far things are looking good for Navi, and I think that the fact that no one ever got 4 gems in the first place is somewhat surprising. Because I feel like draft-wise, Navi should have quite the upper hand. Angel Boy going to be looking to go more aggressive here. Shaku knows that if he gets too close up, he always has a salty barrel, but that won't help tank his super, so he needs to be careful still. That would deal a decent amount of damage to him. Angel Boy just trying to buy some time and he'll back up with his super. So far, able to do so quite successfully.
Problem is, Angel Boy has gems, and you don't realistically want that as a Sam. And you can see Zaku and Luki very much familiar with the idea that they can focus on him to get the countdown reset, and they're doing just that. But can they get the kill here? He's got to be seriously low, but now that the Janet has landed, some support now there, and Angel Boy has healed up really nicely under the circumstances. He was being scrutinized big time. Oh, but the reset, all the gems dropped. A big dash away from Luki on the cards here. If he can get past Cube, the mute there. Oh, but now he should be able to get away with that. Oh my goodness me, what a close scave that was. It's not over yet, 10 seconds on the clock, but definitely now with the respawns in play for now and ever, a tough push in. Big speed from Luki, much needed, but will he be able to get a takedown here? There's the magnetic force there from Angel Boy, able to suppress it for a little bit of time, and finally, Navi get a game.
It took a while. It took the 5th game for them to really get going on that scoreboard. But it is the signs of lives that the signs of life that we were hoping for. Still, I think it was far from flawless, all things considered, because I really feel like they got the comp here against Now or Never, and they still managed to somewhat struggle. But maybe now with a little bit more confidence, they'll be able to shine again.
Well, Luki's doing pretty well to keep Angel Boy at bay, but the heals off the back of the Fistbusters there as well, keeping him pretty nicely in play. Got the base there from MMA. Looking taken care of, but everyone is clustered. Zaku is low, and it's Luki there trying to help out, and the whole team goes down. Navi is starting to really look much, much better here. Seems like the draft is one that they're happier with, for sure. Getting better results with it as well, because we saw, didn't we, in Sneaky Fields, that they seem to have the comp there that I felt was going to be the winning one. Work out the same way. 8 gems now in the pocket. It's the 0 of Now or Never, and this could well be a Navi set.
It has to be. It has to be 9 gems now for Navi. 1 remaining for Countdown. MMA has a super as well. It's going to be gadget plays from Kanan, but that doesn't really provide any sort of value at this point. 12 seconds left in this countdown for Navi to take their first set. And Now or Never, they need a miracle if they want to stop it from happening. And I think they've given up on the idea, as MMA has taken it up to the skies to stay safe from everyone down there. And Navi will be taking their first set of the match, slowly but surely closing up the gap, and that very big early lead that Now or Never were able to build up in sets suddenly is starting to be a little bit challenged.
I was so worried for Navi, because honestly, if they lost with that comp, I was going to be throwing fists at my monitor. But good job from them. It's never too late, it seems, and the reverse sweep potentially now inbound. But again, far from out of the woods. Now or Never still have that 2-to-1 set advantage, and stats there as well, very much in Navi's favor, just dropping half as many realistically there as Now or Never, and definitely collecting more gems. But interesting to see the amount of damage that was dealt by Now or Never. Obviously the Sam can consistently heal realistically over the back, that hearty recovery star power, and that was why you can see just more damage being dealt by Now or Never, because Navi were able to heal so much with that Sam, and Angel Boy playing it perfectly. I was waiting to see that previously in that first set from Angel Boy. And as well with the Buzz, he's such an aggressive player, loves those up close and personal interactions. And that was the first one so far, though, in this series that has really started to pay off for the team. And going into our next map shortly, be interested to see whether Navi can take this to the 5th and final set, or whether that is the most they've got to bring to the table here today.
Yeah, I like what you're pointing out about Angel Boy on the Sam, because honestly, he didn't even deal that much damage in this set, but just the fact that he would stay alive forever and no one would be able to push him, because otherwise he would take them down, was enough to provide for some amazing pinches like this one right now. Angel Boy stayed up there for the longest time on the left side, that Now or Never were forced to commit multiple players to deal with him. And then suddenly Cube comes in with a flank, the Ego as well, to just get that extra 50% damage and beamed down the remaining players of Now or Never. That was a beautiful team play there from Navi.
Well, open zone coming in now for Hot Zone. And I need to see a Poco ban here from Now or Never, because if they don't ban Poco here, Navi surely would probably favor it even as a first pick brawler, but I want to see Meg banned here as well. actually, no, I prefer to see Meg played, if I'm honest. But I think for both teams' sake, it should be kind of high up on their list of priorities. The poker ban is there, and the Meg ban from now or never. So they are already on par with exactly what Navi would like. Bonnie as well would be one that would be high up on Navi's picks here. So they've got a firm understanding as to what Navi want to bring in. Navi going to be banning out the Lola, the Janet, and the Bell here. So I actually favor the now or never bans, but clearly Navi surely have the coin toss in their favor here. So this first brawler pick, it's got to be a strong one. It could be a stew even, because ultimately for me, I do like the aggressiveness that brings. And now with the unbreakable walls and the positions in which they are, your kind of turrets can survive a lot longer. Crow going to come in, but it can be easily countered by a Pam, which is a bit of a concern. We've seen a great deal amount of Crow picks from Navi. Very high up in the win rates, but I think on open zone, if they want to bring in a Pam now that they've banned out the poker as well, it's really hard to do anything with that particular brawler. I wouldn't value it as a first pick myself.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like it's a good brawler, don't get me wrong. I think it can provide really good value across the board, and it's still fairly versatile as well. So you have different paths you can kind of build up upon, but I don't know if it's as impactful of a first pick. It does okay against B, to be fair. B does have the potential to pretty much one-shot it with a supercharged shot, especially if damage gear is involved. But besides that, Crow should be able to dodge most of those projectiles. So it's not really that bad so far for Navi's draft. I do like the B here, of course, because it is going to be a deterrent of any sort of tanky ideas. Same as a good way to maybe deal with the Pam that you mentioned, if that will be brought out by Navi, which wouldn't be the most shocking to pair it with the Crow. The Gus as well from now or never. I don't mind. I just feel like, in a way, Gus is a bit of a plain pick at the moment. It still works fine, and it still has decent win rates and works well across the board. It's just not really, the idea was the most fluff to it.
Navi have gone on with the Pam themselves, and I love that. I feel like now I never missed a trick there, actually. It was a big card to play there to hope that they weren't going to be able to snap it up. And the Max as well. I mean, I feel like now or never may have missed a bit of a trick here, in all honesty. I think that Navi have got now the perfect kind of combination of ideas to go along with that Crow. I mean, an Otis could come in here for now or never. A Stu as well could do some things, but ultimately the speed and the aggressiveness and the tick over time with the Crow for Navi, I feel like this is a winning draft. And again, every time I've said it, Navi have lost with it. Lou going to come in from now or never. Probably the best brawler that they could have hoped to have under the circumstances. I'm not opposed, actually, to a bow here either, myself, just to have that bit of a extension of range to be able to keep your opposition at bay. But certainly with the Max now, it's going to be a tough thing for now and never to hold their own against it, and much more difficult now for the B to land the shots that it needs to have that effectiveness that they're going to have over the objective. But we shall see. I personally favor the Navi comp here. I'm with you, Teddy, with the Gus. I'm not really too convinced now on where it kind of sits meta-wise, but the shield for sure is going to allow for a bit more longevity and a bit more objective play. But the Navi comp, it's very hard-hitting. It's got a lot of speed. I love it.
Yeah, I prefer it as well. I feel like it's just a much more interesting. But that's kind of the thing when you have a B or a Gus in your comp, is as much as you might get countered or not have the easiest matchups, it will mainly come down to how many shots you can land, and if they're doing a better job at aiming them that Navi are at dodging them, they will be dealing massive amounts of damage. And so far in the early stages of this game, it's not looking half bad for now or never, as Navi are slowly able to solidify their position in the mid. They did have a little bit of a deficit to make up for, as now or never just simply had the better start.
Cube was juking wondrously there on that top left-hand corner, and it did allow Navi to bring back a bit more time, and Angel Boy even to be going in straight onto the loop freeze there just to gain more objective play. And I do like that, but it does mean for that very reason that, yeah, he's going to be very high up on that freeze meter, and you can see they're just getting away with it. But now, this is a really crucial moment as now I never look to retake, and it looks like they probably will do. But Cube low as well as Angel Boy as well, ever made frozen out here. Somehow Navi is still going, and I don't know how, because they're so low. Look at them all. How did they manage to do that? That was incredible.
They were all one shot away from going down, and yet they all managed to survive. So Navi are building up a nice lead here, almost in the final 10% there. The Arcane is going to go down, a 2v1 now, but MMA almost closes it out. It's going to be Cube to do it and Na'Vi now just a single game away from pushing things all the way to a 5th.
But I feel like Now or Never there did demonstrate that despite, in my opinion, having the weaker of the two drafts, they are able to give Navi a good run for their money. And if they start to land a couple of these shots onto Cube and really eradicate him, making that 2 versus 3, then I feel like Now or Never could absolutely bring back a game, maybe even a set here. But let's see. I mean, there was definitely a great deal of amount of... they were playing the objective really well for me on the side of Now or Never, but Navi was that unbreakable force that just kept standing. They just wouldn't go down. The healing station now going out for MMA, but there you go, team wipe. Pretty much, unless they get MMA taken care of, which they actually don't. That's going to keep him in play. That's actually really big for Navi.
Yeah, he is going to end up going down to Shaku. Shaku popping a shield now as well. He is still fairly low HP. Eventually ends up going down.
Wow.
And Angel Boy, that was a close goal, but the right one, it seems like, as they did win that lane. Kanan is able to find just the one. Will have his second super unlocked, but Na'Vi, they still managed to build up quite a healthy early lead. And that means that Now or Never, there's just not all that much room for mistakes now.
Angel Boy now has no more phase shift. That's going to be a great thing for Luki to be able to try to land some more of these shots and try to get some takedowns, because we do need to see that from him if they're going to be able to bring this one back a little bit. Obviously, there's less utility on the side of Navi from earlier, so surely as well, Ziaku going to be considering the cookie pop as well at times that require it. But look at that. It's already a 2 versus 3. There's one there from Ziaku, shield to himself there, but they can't quite find Cube, and that's the problem. I think this is going to be a Navi set. I think we're going to be going to the 5th final. The way this is going, unless we see a big turnaround from Now or Never, and it has to be Now or Never.
It genuinely has, and Shaku is struggling there. The poison will take him down. Surely this should be settling it here for Na'Vi, as Kanan is a bit of an awkward 1v1 against the Max. The freeze is there, only 1% though. A crow jump would settle it, or the Pam just running at it. The jump in from Cube, he does die as soon as he lands. MMA walks in and he's able to get that final tick required. Na'Vi go from being behind by 2 sets to evening things out to 2-2 now. That is quite the comeback, and that means they will be jumping into that 5th set with a decent amount of momentum.
Well, I hate to bring it back up again, but I don't know how much value the B was getting. I mean, it's definitely a solid brawler here to have, but if they've gone with the Pam to have that counter to the Crow, that it is a really hard counter. There's not really much you can do when it is in play, but it is what it is now. Navi, you're bringing it back, and this is a concern now, a big concern for Now or Never, because they started so well. I mean, I thought it was going to be a clear sweep. They just gave Navi no look in whatsoever. Now the tables have already started to turn, and statistically there, I mean, we're seeing very much the same story that we saw there as we saw in the 3rd set. I mean, more damage dealt by Now or Never, but it's just not bringing the results. So much more healing on the side of Navi, and it does always seem to be their saving grace, bringing in the various ideas like the Pam, like the Poker, which they actually banned in that instance. But there's always a healing quality with Navi, whether it's the Sam, the Poco, the Pam, whatever it is, and it just keeps them going, keeps them in the game. 14 takedowns to 12. But realistically, Navi played the objective there perfectly.
Yeah. I think here, for me, the draft was just not the right idea on the side of Now or Never. As soon as we saw that Crow, I think we were both kind of surprised to see it be and Gus as the reaction from Now or Never, as they don't really have like incredible matchups against him either. And I don't know, it felt like it didn't really cover much ground for themselves, and Navi were kind of just free to get away with a comp that you shouldn't allow your opponents to run, because it was just too strong and almost too easy. Now or Never, they were able to put up a little bit of a fight here and there, but at the end of the day, it was Navi in the driver's seat for the entirety of that set. And I believe that we went from 4 games in a row for Now or Never to 4 in a row now for Navi. What matters the most is going to be the next 2 or 3 games, because that is going to be the final set.
Well, Shooting Star up next, and I think the max ban for Navi needs to be there as well, because it's certainly up there, high up there for Now or Never. Poker ban actually for Now or Never, because Navi bring it in on Shooting Star and they get results with it. I remember seeing it for the first time thinking, surely not. And it just walked over everything. Well, let's see. It's going to be traditional bans from Navi of the Tick, the Nanny, and the Pipe, but pretty much the meta of 2022, realistically, there from Navi. Sprouts, Bonnie, and Fang ban from Now or Never. It's going to leave some big, heavy hitters open for me. I think the Brock is going to be high up as a pick, brawler to have. Definitely the unbreakable walls can have a bit more of a moment on this particular map in the middle, so it's a consideration now, but I still think Brock is very viable nonetheless. Max, certainly one of these brawlers that can really push you back into that spawn area, and it is therefore the reason why now I never want to pick it first. I don't mind that. I actually feel like it's quite a big threat under the circumstances because it's a brawler which they play really well.
Yeah, there's still a lot of ideas open for both sides, and maybe something along the lines of a Grom could still make an appearance, as we do have two of the most popular brawlers here, throwers that are banned, so not a ton of options if you want to go the thrower route. Otherwise, I wouldn't even mind it something like a Carl to try to get that blue star early on and then play more defensively. Jean is a very standard idea when it comes to shooting star. B is also, especially considering the Piper ban, you don't really have to worry as much about dealing with a sharpshooter that can just have a little bit of the edge in that one-on-one matchup. B is going to give that extra coverage when it comes to tankier brawlers and assassins, and make sure that everyone behaves and doesn't really overextend their welcome on the map. So I don't mind the ideas of Na'Vi so far, but I'm hoping that now or never have some crazy ideas lined up. The Grom is there now. It makes more sense on their side than on Na'Vi's, because it would struggle to really hit anyone that's under max speed. And they'll have the Bell as the final pick for now or never. I don't mind their draft. I'm curious to see what Na'Vi bring as their final pick.
Kind of for me with Brock, but maybe they got some other ideas to pair with this. I still think it's a very solid long-ranged idea, but you just never know with Na'Vi. They do like to kind of be a bit avant-garde, shall we say, when it comes to these kinds of things. And often the drafts make me turn my head, and I kind of wonder what they were thinking, and then they start to win with it. Greg and them come in. I mean, that's not a bad idea. Definitely did receive a bit of a nerf recently. You can no longer just bring your entire team in with you on the TP, so that is a consideration. It's been more of a lone wolf kind of aggressive idea now, but it can, bring in some really big healing qualities as well. That can't be denied, and certainly running those star powers got to be an idea far up there for Na'Vi here. But I do prefer now or never's comp. I think Grom here is incredibly hard to dodge, so I think that Na'Vi have got to be cautious to be able to do so against it with the Max and the Bell. When you're being forced back into spawn as a result of that aggression, the Bell shot's going to under so much scrutiny and pressure. So I think that now I never have got the comp to win this, but have never got the skill to outplay it.
Well, there's only one way to find out as we jump into set number 5. Angel Boy goes for the pull. Kanan obviously can't quite get through that wall, but he will still take the damage. Shaco is trying to get that blue star because right now we're all even, and Shaco is able to get out of there as well with only 300 HP, but that's 300 HP enough for now or never to take the early 1-star lead.
Big taps there from Lukey, and the Honey Molasses couldn't have come at a better time for Q, but now Angel Boy incredibly low as well. Grom bomb! Not going to connect though. Na'Vi trying to push back through. Great jukes there from Cube. Kanan will connect though. But this is what I'm worried about, is how they're going to get out of these positions. They're going to have to really get the jukes on and push their way back. Just a 1-star difference, so it's not that bad for now, but these are the maps and modes that can really turn quickly, especially with these comps in mind. So, big nest egg pop there from Cube, and the mark actually connects with the Honey Molasses yet again. Cubic is being very swift with his thumbs today.
Yeah, it certainly is, but doesn't have too many left available now. I think just the one, as Lukey still connecting a decent amount of shots. There is a lot of utility. A TP in from Angel Boy needs to be careful. He's low HP, gets punished. Another punishment is Lukey winning the left lane against Cube. That means only the Gene left alive at this point, forced to fall back for a final push now as we're heading towards the final 25 seconds of this game, and it's now 6 stars as well as the blue star in favor of Now or Never.
And the speed's still available. Angel Boy goes in now, but it's swiftly taken care of. Cromwell goes out as well. It's Cube, and now didn't quite connect with the Honey Molasses. A big star lead now, 10 stars in favor of Now or Never, and surely a match point looming in here. As honestly, it was all there. It was all them. From start to finish, they were so controlled. They didn't go aggressive. They just kind of sat back with the lead, and that's exactly what you need to do with that particular comp. Great stuff from them. Na'Vi are really in trouble now of going home.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy as well how that game started, as we had 2 kills before anyone picked up the blue star. Quite unusual to see, but Now or Never now at match point, and Na'Vi, they can contest it, but I think they need a little bit of a better start. They can't afford to be that far behind. That's some interesting ideas with the pairing of the Gray Super with the Gene Pool, but it's just not quite as unexpected as it once used to be, because now you can't instantly TP. It needs to be placed beforehand before your teammates can use it. Let's see though how this one unfolds, as Na'Vi this time around will be having that 1-star lead by picking up the blue star in the mid.
Yeah, I've been on the fence regarding Gray since the nerf, just to kind of see where it now sits within things, but it doesn't feel great to me. You know, now I'm kind of watching it go down because it just feels like, oh, that was a great use of gadget. I'll take it back immediately. My goodness me, the Walking Cane really causing a pain there for now or never, as the star lead goes in their favor. 3 and the blue now. Bismarck as well, Lukey vulnerable, and there's the takedown again. Now he just seems to turn things around. It's like they're listening to me today. They want to prove me wrong.
Yeah, the caster curse is real. But so far, I mean, Na'Vi and Na'Vi fans will be embracing it as they have a 5 stars lead. Cube is tagged heavily on the left-hand side. Shaku trying to close the gap as well on the right. Some nice connections there onto Cube. Surely they'll find the angle at some point, but he's able to dodge quite nicely so far. Gets a connection there as well. He's one shot. Lukey is going to go down to the Vengeful Spirits, and there's no trade. Cube is still standing, and Angel Boy is even looking for Kanan at this point. He will find him, and that's an awkward timing for him to go down. 20 seconds left, and now 11 in favor of Na'Vi.
What a turnaround this has been. I mean, this is a night and day difference. Big takedown there of Cube, but I just don't think the time is on now on either side whatsoever here. 7 to 15. I mean, Kanan now slowed as well and just tries to keep himself alive with the help of the gadget, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, Na'Vi have just turned this one on its head completely. And just as we started yesterday in day 1, we're starting day 2 with a match point.
That was impressive from Na'Vi, and you were noting the Gray, and that's the moment where you really start. Well, that's the thing. In the first game, you had every right to. He didn't really do anything, but in game 2, he was a key in Na'Vi's success. And don't get me wrong, the rest of the team did a lot of great stuff too. Especially looking at Cube, that managed to get so many connections left and right, so much value. Kanan is in trouble here, but he's able to pull out of that awkward position just about in time. That means that now the blue star is going to be on the side of Now or Never, whereas in the previous game it was Na'Vi that got it. So last time Now or Never were able to get the blue star was in game 1, and that was a game they ended up taking. The defensive positioning and their defensive setup was just too hard for Na'Vi to breach. Let's see if it's going to be the case this time again.
They've got to be so cautious, because I fully agree. Na'Vi did not respond well to this last time. Speed coming in now and a chance to reposition themselves. But it's still Na'Vi that are on the back foot here, and as time trickles down, so then does the need to want to push, and you've got to make sure that is methodical in its own right. Right-hand side there. Everyone's still pretty healthy on the side of Now or Never. HP-wise, nothing to really grumble at. Now the Nestek pop, and now look at Luke and Kanan. They can spell it on the right-hand side, but they can't quite secure it. And it does mean that just one singular takedown still for Na'Vi will be enough. If they can just do that and then try to defend off the push that follows on suit from it, then they will be in a good spot. But for the most part, Now or Never are doing very well to keep this push at bay.
Yeah, the problem is going to be MMA on that Gene. He has the pull, so as long as he does, they can't really be safe on the side of Now or Never. One pull at the right timing, and that's going to be Def Cube with a supercharged shot on the right side as well. And he finds a connection on Lukey. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and that means it's still 1 start, giving Now or Never the lead. Let's see if this final countdown is going to be enough for Now or Never to take it home, or if Na'Vi will complete the reverse sweep. A big connection onto Shaku. He's low. The pull from MMA connects onto Luke. He goes down. Shaku is next in line, and that's the full-on team wipe that sends Na'Vi to the next round.
Oh my word, what an insane couple of seconds towards the end that really was, because one misplay from Na'Vi and the whole house of cards comes crumbling down, and they just were able to stand their ground and push their way through. And oh my goodness me, sad times for Now or Never, because they played so well today. I mean, they would have deserved to get to the next round of this competition. Sadly, that is not the case. They are going home. This is the lower bracket, no more second chances, and of course then out of the running for that chance, that all expenses paid trip to Tokyo. But what a play from Navi. That's got to be what they want to have to hold on to going into this next round, because that could have gone wrong. That could have gone seriously wrong at any moment, but they played it to perfection, Teddy.
They absolutely did. I mean, everything was there, right? The teamwork, the team chemistry, but also the mechanics, making sure that gene pool landed, those B shots landed, even the Great, finding some very nice connections left and right. And that's what it took for Navi to move on to the next round. That was going all the way to double match point and getting that incredible final clutch to turn things around. And I mean, the nerves, you know, at the end must have been unbelievable. A little bit sad for Now or Never as well, as they did have a phenomenal match against Navi, but they made too many mistakes in sets number 3 and 4, kind of gave both of those away. And even though they fought back nicely here on Shooting Star, that wasn't quite enough anymore, as Navi were just able to take that one away from them in the last couple seconds.
It absolutely could have gone either way. I think with our predictions coming into this one, I wouldn't have been upset if Now or Never took that one, Trav. I mean, that was pretty intense.
Honestly, I was quite sad towards the end. You know, I predicted Navi off the start. I was feeling a little bit sketch for the first couple of sets, but then I was genuinely like, okay, Now or Never, I actually feel like they deserve to win this one. But I mean, they just let it go too much towards the end. It's sad for them. They don't have another chance when they've fought so hard and beaten Foot. They've come up, they've almost swept Navi and then been reverse swept themselves. So it is really, really sad to see, Teddy.
Yeah, it is. You know, I feel like, as much as Now or Never are now quite the established team in the Europe plus MENA region, they still feel like underdogs, because, you know, we've seen those guys, like, I don't want to use the word grow up, but it almost feels like it, right? We've seen them when they were at the bottom and getting into competitive, and we see them now with much more achievements, but they have yet to really get their breakthrough. And it seems like this season 2.5 is just not quite going to be it for them just yet.
Yeah, well, for once, the favourites have actually come out on top. But before we go to a break, we do have to give a big thank you to DHL for being one of our partners. Massive thank you to them, and always they deliver excellence, and so do our players as well here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. So a massive thank you to DHL once again for allowing us to put a production like this on. It really does mean an absolutely amazing amount. But we've got one game down, another 4 to go today to decide who is going to be going towards Tokyo with their expenses paid for trip. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by ESL. As I said before the break, we're 1 game down, another 4 to go, so still some absolutely incredible action coming up shortly. Ark, I'll go to you first. For the people just joining us, do you want to recap what we've just seen? Because it was absolutely incredible.
Madness, I think, is the one word that I can put to that. Just absolutely fantastic reverse sweep from Navi. Yeah, I mean, going into the match, it looked like now or never. We're just gonna breeze it. It looked unstoppable, and Navi just turned it around under immense pressure and deserved the win.
I will say a little bit sad for now or never, though, and I'm sure Teddy feels the same, but I'm quite pleased as well that Navi did come out on top. Teddy, I'll go down to you. We've got Mr. Dozer versus Foot up next. Who do you think is, going to be the underdog in this one? Let's go with.
It's a tough one because on paper, again, it's hard to call anyone the underdog. When you have something like Semantic or Drage in your team, you can't really call them underdogs, can you? But so far, result-wise, FA Mr. Doza, they've been looking a little bit better. So I'm not really sure which side to side with, because right now, in my opinion, I mean, FA Mr. Doza, they might just be the better team. Although, if I have to go for prediction, I would probably still go with Footballists, just because, that's where my heart lays.
It's a scary prospect when we start to think about things as like the possibility of Drage and Semantic, as you said, being an underdog. It's definitely not something that you'd have expected last year with their respective teams, or even this year coming into it when we've seen the roster. But let's not forget as well, that Mr. Dozer roster does have Linane added to it, which adds that little bit more oomph. And I know both of you are huge Linane fans as well, so I'll throw this one to Ark. Do you think having him as that addition is going to be enough to take down the big names of Drage, Semantic, and OPE?
It's the sort of thing that could absolutely get inside someone like Drage's mind. I mean, you got to remember last year they were teammates, so going up against each other today, it's going to bring a little bit of a dynamic there of rivalry, and that can always play a vital role. I mean, I tweeted out yesterday, why is no org looking to sign enough? Because he was a vital component to the success of Mr. Dosal yesterday. He was phenomenal yesterday. So if he plays anything like he was then today, I feel like Foot have got to be very, very cautious as to how they handle him in particular. But Semantic was outstanding yesterday for Foot. I think that if you put those two on lane, there's going to be some fireworks to see for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Before we get to that, though, let's take a quick look at one of our partners as well, Monster. We give a big shout out to them as well. Huge thank you for allowing us to put this production on, as always, with the rest of our partners as well. They've been a huge help in allowing this as well. And yes, the same as yesterday, the Monster's on my table. It helps me power through these long shows, and I absolutely love it. And I'm going to throw it to Teddy because he had one yesterday as well. Do you have one today?
Yes, sir. I am equipped. I am equipped.
You guys got the hookup after the stream. Just let me know. Get the push button and stuff. You go all the contacts clearly.
Exactly. But getting back to it as well, just before we spoke about Monster, then we were having a little bit of a talk about that Mr. Dozer roster, and Linane kind of strengthen it rather than weaken it, coming in as this kind of fill-in player. But I do want to mention as well, and I'll throw this one down to Teddy, those other two players that were on Mr. Dozer played incredibly well as well. I'm not sure if kind of like having Linane, strengthened their minds and gave them that little bit of oomph needed to be able to defeat these bigger teams.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I think it's always a challenge to bring a new player, no matter how strong he is, and especially when it is a little bit of a star player like that, right? Just like a Joker, you can't just bring him into any team. You need a proper setup to make him shine, and I feel like that's really what they did so well as well, is to make sure that he was in the best conditions to be that star player that he is and have the impact that he had yesterday. If they can do that again today, I can see them winning against Footballists.
Exactly, and another shout out I have to give out is Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Massive thank you to them as well for allowing us to put this on once more. Throw this one to Art because I know we love a bit of Snapdragon.
I mean, they are responsible for so much, aren't they? I mean, this whole entire process has been very, very grueling for all the teams, but that's the level, that's the standard which we look for here. And to be able to see this kind of level of competition, it doesn't happen in every game, that's for sure. And not only do we have a multitude of games, but a multitude of regions as well. Not just Europe and MENA, but also APAC, also North America, and also India.
Exactly. So, well, with that said, we'll take a quick look at that Mr. Dozer roster and see who is actually on this lineup. We mentioned that a couple of these players have been performing really well with Linane at the side. Emric, Salty, and Dorian. Dorian, I believe, is the one who's actually subbing out for Linane today, so we won't be seeing much of him. But, we've said it already. They're definitely probably the underdogs in terms of on paper coming into this one. But do you think there's any chance that they might be able to shine through, Teddy?
I think there are plenty of chances here. I mean, so far, if we look at the last month and a half or two, I think FA Mr. Doze have had phenomenal results, and yes, they are not monthly final champions. They couldn't quite make it all the way, but they have a decent amount of experience. And even though it's not the same level of experience that what Foot are bringing to the table, Semantic, OP, Rage, those guys are superstars in their own rights. So far, looking purely at 2023, FA Mr. Doze has looked better.
Yeah, definitely. I'll throw this one quickly to Arc. Foot Esports, take us through the roster.
Yeah, Semantic, OP, and Drage, of course. Little introduction at this point, but Drage and Semantic going way back to 2021 were teammates in Tribe Gaming, and now coming back together once again, bringing OP coming in as well. He's a fantastic player in his own right. I mean, very, very aggressive, brings a lot to the table. But they have struggled a little bit this year. The start, it is still early days, but let's see how they fare today. This is obviously still the lower bracket, so if they do lose this, they will not be coming back for another one. But regardless, the bans are in for Sneaky Fields. The bans of Surge, Janet, and Poker for Mr. Dosar. For Foot, it's going to be Ems, Spike, and Surge. Sad to see the Spike ban because Semantic played it fantastically well yesterday. And the picks coming in already. Otis was the first for Mr. Dosar, and then Crow and Nita in for Foot. Bonnie followed up by Mr. Dosar. Nice so far.
I think both of these kind of compositions that they've got so far are pretty valid on these maps. Sneaky Fields, I kind of do question Bonnie a little bit. There's always that kind of flare of range that you need through the mid, and I imagine we might be seeing Crow through that mid, and Bonnie will outrange it. But when it starts to get in that more nitty-gritty close range, it can struggle quite heavily because it doesn't have that ability to scout unless in that kind of like weaker, more close range form, and that's where you kind of want to be in the bushes, whereas that tankier form definitely going to be wanting to try and spray down this Crow through mid, but actually going to take Penny as well, so we might be seeing that down the lane. I'm not sure how I feel about this Mr. Dosa comp, Teddy.
I didn't necessarily mind it, but what was scaring me a little bit is how it covers brawlers like Ashe, and rather the lack of cover towards brawlers like Ashe, and that is exactly what footballists are going to be bringing to the table. And yes, it is possible to defend against it if you have a mute, if you are able to place a salty barrel whilst being incredibly up close. But those sort of specific conditions, they're not entirely in your own hands, right? You need to have that utility available, and the Ashe needs to make a placement mistakes against the Penny. Besides that, he can kind of just freely run through each of the lanes, and that's a scary prospect, in my opinion, here for FA Mr. Doza. Maybe a bit of a blunder in that draft. We'll see how Drage plays it out, though, as this is his chance to have a high impact game from the get-go.
Well, so far, that slow from Semantic is quite important to keep Lenan at bay, but he does manage to go on the aggressive still, and that's a team wipe for Mr. Dosar. What a start. I mean, that is saying something, isn't it? I mean, Foot were in good positioning power, but as soon as they were looking weak and weary, Dosar didn't hesitate to capitalize on it. Rage trying to push his way through to Salty, and has got the comp to realistically make that lane side, just a 2 versus 3, but big turret there, and yeah, Drage completely out of position really now. Rats go out. Salty, the help of the Salty barrel, got a little bit of a grace, but then goes down.
Emmerich does have a mute, but he gets caught by OP. Some nice wiggles around those walls. A minute and 25 seconds left on the clock, so plenty of time for Esports to start building up a push, and they're gonna opt for a safe approach so far, really overextending, and that means that the ball will be cornered. A reactive jump from Semantic, reacting to Lenan's jump. Man advantage now for footballists. A bear that does get melted through quite quickly. The mute is gonna be missed, I believe, as Lenan is gonna fall next to him as well. Salty is next in line, and that's gonna be the full-on team wipe that will result in a goal for Foot, tying things up 1-1 in this first game with only 45 seconds left.
That's a good response from Foot. Very methodical, very surgical under the situation, because they have been showing some good signs yesterday, but also some signs of weakness, and you've got to respond like that. Semantic can jump this, but Lenan comes in. Very nicely done there. The bait was big, and Lenan now is very low. The pass through from Drage could be huge here. Salty's going to go down. Surely here does eventually open with the pickup, and doesn't hesitate to score it. What a response there from Foot under pressure, but yet able to turn things around.
Yeah, it took a minute to really find their confidence, especially early on. I feel like than he should have on the left-hand side against the Penny. But after the first goal, he really caught up with that initial slack and made sure that wouldn't be the case again and started really popping off and applying the pressure we were expecting him to on that left-hand side. This time around, there will be a lane swap, so he's going to be facing Emmerich on the Otis, and Emmerich will find the kill in that first duel. Semantic overextends. That's going to be a second one, and this is the start that FA Mr. Doza were hoping for. The south pass from Lanai is going to get the ball away and go for the kill instead.
I still love that moment where Semantic just baits out Lanam, because it just goes to show, like, both those two players know that each other are so skilled. They're going to expect certain things. Not go back there was quite impressive, but now foot are on the back foot. Realistically here, the penny turret goes down again by Salty, and just going to keep the pressure on, isn't it? As Zosar starts to push forward, Trace goes down now. Semantic has got jump. Might be a bit of a saving grace, and Bear available to OPE, who does actually win the right-hand side lane as well, so that's going to help buy some valuable time. Allow Trace to come back into the mix. But realistically here, they've got to start to get a bit more of a strong foot in the mid. All three players needing to cover all sides, and this is looking better, but the ball's still in the pocket. Drage low. He's got to get out of this position here and survive, but thought we get the pickup. Now, pressure on foot to stay alive.
Semantic has super, so that could be quite useful. And the jump in now, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Still, not quite enough to either open or change the situation in any way. Strage is going to be the one trying to initiate things now with a bit of a push, and nicely done there. Lena will be able to get the trade. Lena has the ball, but it's an awkward position, and Drage is just not quite able to finish him off just yet. As a Bear now is placed down by Ope, and Lena will be able to take care of that kill. The Bear will push Emmerich back, creating still a decent amount of space for Foot. And at the end of the day, even though they haven't scored yet, they are slowly but surely taking map control, and their positioning just keeps improving on the side of Foot.
Yeah, slowly but surely, and going into overtime, they know they need to keep this high ground. Drage, though, no more chill pill on the gadget side as well for Emmerich, no more for him either, so that's a consideration. 10 seconds, I mean, Drage can just, oh, he's going to use it now. They want the team wipe, they don't even want the ball, they're going to be going in here very aggressively so, but I would like to have seen a bit more reservation, to be fair. Drage with a bit of a misclick big time here, and it's going to be, oh, that's Semantic, can he win this?
No way.
No way can he win this? Oh my goodness me, he does, and is able to score it. I did not expect that. I did not expect that resolve from Foot.
They needed to go all in. They knew it. That's why they were pushing so aggressively. As soon as that overtime was on the horizon, they knew they had to do something, and it seemed like everything was falling apart, leaving Semantic in a 1v3. But somehow he gets the triple with that super, and that may just have been the play of the day already. That was quite an impressive feat there from Semantic, showing off his crow skills, and it is a brawler that he has been able to excel with for the longest time, and he's showing us once again how he does it.
Well, I've got to bring things back around to kind of just question a little bit, like why there wasn't just a bit more perseverance with Foot there, just to kind of stay in their lanes and hold things, and then as soon as the boxes go down, super the ball. I mean, that tends to be what we see in those circumstances there, and I know there was some instances where Foot were kind of like, you know, using Mr. Dosar's knowledge of the game against them almost. You know, we saw it a lot when, you know, we expected Semantic to self-pass, and then Lenam would try to jump in and waste super in the process, because actually Semantic didn't go in for the self-jump and knew that Lenam would be thinking that he was. So in that same respect, by pushing, it was probably not what Mr. Dosar were expecting. So they were kind of probably more expecting the ball to be shot towards the goal. It just was a bit risky. I mean, if Semantic wasn't able to survive that scenario, then there would have been such a strong counter push coming in, and that battle for mid would have continued. And I know, a bit risky, but then again, those risky players seem to be paying off so far for Foot, and that's what matters most at the end of the day, the results.
Dude, the highlights are insane. Just that play as well from the now jumping in pretty much max range with his bunny shots there towards the end, able to grab a cheeky double. That was quite a play. Unfortunately, just not quite enough for FA Mr. Doza, rather. As Foot Esports were able to just consistently find some openings here and there, and some beautiful goals as well in the process. And that final jump in from Semantic is really where I want to see that highlight going.
My word, so much drama, shall we say, for the first set here, but I genuinely felt like it could have gone either way. If I'm honest, I felt like Mr. Dostar didn't play badly, but just kind of created a bit more of an opportunity for themselves. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, how did he come out alive? There's so much there that could have gone a different path, and my word. Going in, though, to safe zone next for Heist. The ban's already in for Daryl, Penny, Max for Mr. Dostar, for Max, Bonnie, and Eve for Foot. Piper, the Colette coming in for Foot, as well as the Nanny and the Brock on the side of Mr. Dostar. I think Nanny's actually quite an underrated pick here. We see it from time to time, but against the Piper especially, it's a hard counter. So I want to make sure that I see that Foot are able to juke around that effectively, but they've got to have a good answer for defense. There could be a spike even, because we saw Semantic gravitate so heavily towards that, and it is a very good, strong pair of hands, despite there being no tank on the side of Mr. Dostar, but the Grom now as well. It's looking quite a solid comp for Mr. Dostar, if I'm honest, but Sam can push up for sure. You're just going to struggle a little bit to break through. There's no 3-lane necessarily now available on safe zone, just those 2 lanes. But what are your thoughts so far in this draft, Teddy?
Yeah, it's exactly what I was going to be pointing out. As much as I feel like Sam can be a bit of a powerhouse on this map, with the unbreakable walls, it is going to be a challenge for him to really get in those aggressive positions, because there's just not really that easy of an access where you'd usually kind of want to flank on the left side. You can't really do that quite as much anymore, so I'm curious to see how they plan on playing this one out. Let's jump in for set number 2, as with Esports surely are looking to extend that lead furthermore. Drage aggressive, but he goes down before he can pick up his super again, and that means that control of the mid is slowly shifting in FA Mr. Doza's favor, although for the Esports we're able to grab a cheeky 4% damage on that blue save.
Big taps from Semantic already. Nice homemade recipe there as well. Ladan goes down, and now the attention can be placed upon the safe. OP can't really super in, but we'll get some shots nonetheless, and already it's 17% damage dealt. Drage can just sit back here and wait, and nice takedown there in the process from OP. The magnetic force there as well from Drage will keep Emmerich at bay, and this is starting to look so much more convincing actually than Brawl Ball was so far for Foot. And at the moment, Mr. Dostar just can't get out of this spawn.
Yeah, I think with the Grom, they're just not really gonna, are they? It's gonna be such a nightmare for Salty to deal with Drage. See if they're able to do something now. They're gonna get some damage off him, as Ope is just chaining supers, finding so much value, but Emmerich with some nice connections himself, able to at least prevent an absolute disaster here. But with a minute left, it's still 62% favoring with Esports, and with a Colette super in hand as well for Ope. He's going to be utilizing that right now. Gets a double connection on Salty as well, and even though he goes down, he's only going to be 2 hits away from his next super. Drage is going for a pull, somehow survives for longer than I would have expected him to, but Emmerich is low, and Semantic eventually finds the connection. Surely they'll be closing things out now, as the Colette super will be what does it here for Foot Esports. Was a very convincing game, and from the looks of it, just a much better draft. I think Grom is just so tough to play when you're facing something like a Sam.
Yeah, I agree as well. Drage surviving on there towards the end, far longer than I expected also, and just enough time to get the gadget taken care of on the Grom side. But I'd like to see Salty try to use that more on the safe. I mean, radio check is very, very strong, can get a lot of damage, but you also need your teammates to push with you to get that positioning power first. And here we're seeing that exactly happen before our very eyes. OP goes down as well. A much better start now. Mr. Dostar can keep cycling this very idea on the safe, but I think there was a missed gadget there from Salty actually, because I didn't see the safe damage go down. But as quickly as that, we're seeing some resolve from Foot. What a pair of knuckle busters that almost was for Drage, but now Mr. Dostar back in that spawn, and that brings Semantic into the equation. He's been on form all day long, and I worry for that very reason.
Drage just playing it out in the open, but he's taking a decent amount of damage, and eventually the shots connect and he ends up going down. Much better start so far, but that's the thing as well, right? We already knew that the fight in the mid would be a bit awkward for Drage. What really made a difference in the previous game is as soon as he was able to get in the back line, and right now he has the positioning to do so, but he does end up going down. Even then, Foot are able to find 20% damage just off that push, and that's without him even getting remotely as close to the backline as he would have liked. Lenan gonna get pulled and taken care of by Drage. That's his ticket straight towards that safe. Emmerich is low, he goes down. Beautiful play as Lenan will be there for the trade, but the lead now is in favor of Foot Esports, and FA Mr. Doza, they need to address this very carefully.
Yeah, there's been a big shift up of gear, isn't there, between the last game and this one. Mr. Dosa showing far better signs of life. And now going out with the peep again, and OP might have been a target there, but it wasn't. Return to center as well. Gets, I think it was Semantic taken care of. OP needs to get some shots off here, but needs to also allow his teammates to come back into play. No gotcha gadget available, but somehow staying alive, shooting for his life at the same time. Drake needs to get on this safe. Semantic needs to push forwards. Needs to bring back this deficit. 25 seconds remaining. Not much time to do so either.
Yeah, it is a very slim lead, however, so if they manage to get just a kill or two, that could be enough. Some potential chances even for connections from here as OP goes for a super, and that is going to be enough to turn around the lead. That should be the victory, as there's simply no time for FA Mr. Doza to go for a final push of their own. Foot Esports will be taking this game and set. That means 2-0 now in their favor, and FA Mr. Doza, I mean, it's looking like the end is closer and closer unless they manage to find a change they need.
Well, I've got to be honest, I'm very impressed by Foot so far today, because we didn't see this necessarily as much yesterday off the outset. Let's remind ourselves, Mr. Dosol put Zeta Division down to the lower bracket in the 5th and final set yesterday. You know, a team which had 5 open qualifying grand final positions. I mean, they were, in my opinion, the favorites. They were the #1 seed, and this doesn't seem like the same team today. They seem to be a little bit rusty around the edges, and Foot are absolutely capitalizing down on that very fact. They've had, obviously, a bit of a team talk, it seems. They are in the team house, remember, as well. We can't forget that. So there is going to be a much better dynamic in the group, and obviously real-time communication, face-to-face, goes a long, long way, and definitely having a big team around you goes as well to say quite a lot. And so far, it's been a good night's sleep for Foot, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I agree, because right now, being completely honest, besides maybe here the ground pick being a little bit questionable in my opinion, I feel like FA Mr. Doza are really not playing bad. They really aren't. In Brawl either, they were playing very well, but Foot Esports were able to just outshine them, and that's a different picture from some of the stuff that we've seen before from Foot, where even though they weren't necessarily losing everything, they still weren't looking too good whilst winning either. So I like the Foot team that we're seeing at the moment, and I'm hoping to see some more of that here as we're moving on to double swoosh for some gem grab action in set 3. And our bans on the side of Foot Esports are going to be Penny, Janet, and Jean, as FA Mr. Doza will be banning out Bo, Surge, and Poco, and their first pick will be Crow. Maybe as a gem carry, that is something we've seen a decent amount in the past on double swoosh. Still not necessarily the biggest fan of it, but it can work. The fast movement speed is quite nice as well, and you know, the free jump out in case you need it, but it does limit the assassin role that usually Crow is meant to be carrying on.
Well, Stu mid, I imagine there for Foot. Otis is a great lane, and I'm sure Mr. Dosa would love to get Sam, but it does leave things a bit open to a counter. I mean, Foot, I've already got Otis, which is already a pretty decent one at that, let's be honest. But a reminder for anyone that may be just joining the stream, this is the lower bracket quarterfinals stage 2. So if we do see Foot get another win here, then it will be Mr. Dosal that will be going home. No more second chances. Sandy coming in, actually quite an underrated brawler, to be honest, on double swoosh. And because of the lack of tank and amber, could be a good pick now, actually, for Foot. It's kind of drops off a little bit on double swoosh with a lot of tankier options now. A bit more of a threat, but there is none to be seen, and it is going to come through. I really rate that. I really do, but they do have to be cautious. I mean, on the side of Foot, I think this is still a decent comp for Mr. Dosar. Max can do a great deal on double switch to just really push back, and one player goes down on lane and the whole thing comes down to crumble. So, but again, the pressure really is on Mr. Dosar to perform, and that's where Foot have got a big advantage in this respect, because one more step for them, they'll be going through to the next round, and Mr. Dosar could be going home here.
Yeah, I feel like on paper, Foot have a better comp. It just looks much more familiar to the meta in the last couple months on double swoosh. But to be fair, I do like the ideas from FA Mr. Doze. As you said, Sandy is in the best place it's been in a long time, and I feel like it can still find some good value. It's going to be played out as a mid, actually. So the Max and the Crow will both be played on lane. More common gem carriers than Sandy, but Sandy is not new as a gem carrier on Double Swoosh either. It's been played here before, but it's been a minute since those days.
One thing as well we've got to remember is that, you know, the Amber player for Tribe last year was Tom, so Drake didn't really play the Amber role, so there is that to consider here as well. Already a pretty decent start so far for Mr. Dostar, 4 gems in the pocket. OP just dashing around the situation, but Semantic is able to get the takedown there, and that will push things through, and the fast splatter for good measure just to ensure that there's no place to hide. Great mute there onto Lenan as well, so just protecting himself to be able to keep the pressure on whilst healing up. But the phase shift is strong from Lenan and is going to keep the speed rolling for Emmerich to push forwards now. Very evenly matched, but Salt on the left-hand side does clear up the lane of Drage, so now OP is going to be very, very cautious.
Yeah, I like the lane swap as well, and that is a part of the power of this comp ID from FA Mr. Doza, is that they have multiple potential gem carriers. And yes, it is going to be a bit more fragile than, you know, if you're just dedicated to one. But if you need a lane swap with your mid, you have that option. Most comps don't allow that. You have a dedicated mid, no matter what. And it's something we've been seeing more and more often. And so far, it is working wonders, as a countdown is near enough secured now by FA Mr. Doza. All they need is one more gem. That one spawns quite far away, so Lena is not going to be committing for it. But the next one might be what's get that countdown secured, and it will do just that as Lena picks it up. And now FA Mr. Doza have a countdown locked in.
Not much time, but if they can get Emmerich here, it will help to reset. It hasn't got to be Lena. It's just Semantic, and now everyone goes down. Great resolve there for Mr. Dostar. It's not too late, but it has been a long time coming. A singular game can turn things around, and that could be the start of it. They've needed that win for a long, long time, and this could be a set now if they just keep that same kind of approach to the game, the same lanes. I think, to be honest, in my opinion, that we need to see a bit more from Foot to kind of like try to change the matchups just a little bit in that respect, because they didn't seem like they were very comfortable there.
No, I agree. I love the idea of the lane swap as well. Emmerich does get completely melted down in the mid this time around. Salty going for an interesting one-on-one there. Dre just face tanking it and able to get him quite low HP, but not quite low enough. And that was a perfectly timed burn there onto Emmerich. Love to see it, as he is gonna have to wait for so long to just reset. And now it seems like he will be committed to the right lane, as Lena might be swapping over to mid, or maybe not even. Either way, for the Esports, they have a fantastic start so far, as Lena goes in the back line, but I think he'll get caught, and he certainly will. Emmerich taking a lot of damage, and Foot still was a pretty commanding lead. 4 gems, 5 gems now in their favor.
Yeah, Drake really got a much better start, didn't he? Look how much of the left-hand side is completely burnt out now, and it's forcing the hand of Mr. Dostar to have to push forwards far up the map, and that might go against Foot if they don't try to control the situation. But they have got the gem lead, and that does count for something. Fast Splatter from Semantic will force everything to the right-hand side as Nan tries to aggress the situation, but will be potentially the mute was missed by Semantic there. But the pressure is still on, and Eric could go down here. He does, and the gems now for the countdown. Foot could be moving on to a match point here.
Yeah, it's looking good. A jump in from Salty. There is a slow. Lenan trying his best to catch him, but Ope is able to escape him and take him down in the process as well. That is going to be match point locked in by Fun Esports. One more game is all it takes to move on to the next round.
This is the most pressure that have been placed under so far, so it's down to Mr. Dostar now to keep their tournament lives still alive here. They've proven already on this map that this comp has the legs to work, and you know, for that same reason that they can bring this forwards just a little bit longer. Can't feed into Drage too much. That was what they made. It was a bit of a mistake in the last round, and Salty now being more cautious because, yeah, Drage is holding down fire. Let's be honest, and it is working out. Great pinch, beautifully done. I mean, Drake goes down, but the rest of the team are still standing, allowing OP to get the 3 gems in the pocket. Also, going to be coming back now to readjust themselves, but that is the perfect start for Foot.
All right, let's see if Foot are able to close this one out. So far, things are lining up very nicely for them. It's going to be Lana back in the mid with that Max instead of Emmerich. Does have speed now as well. Nice kill from Lana to Drage, helping out Salty on the left lane as Semantic has the mute. So if anyone really shows too much presence on the right side or even mid, that could be quite detrimental as they commit to a fight there against Lina. Get him quite low HP, but it is traded health, enough for Obey to pick up a gem, and wants the other one too. There's two now as well. He's being a little bit greedy there, but he's able to pick them up as Semantic steals the gems away from Lina that just fell on the right-hand side. That is going to be a countdown. Locked in by Foot Esports. 8 seconds left. Is it going to be enough? It seems like it should be, as Emmerich is low HP, Salting coming in late there as well as he was respawning. And that is gonna be it. Foot Esports are moving on to the next round as FA Mr. Doza are out.
A big win there for Foot. Massive stuff from them because, again, we did have a few concerns yesterday regarding them, but that looked convincing. A little bit of a glimmer for a moment there for Mr. Dosar to bring back a set, but it wasn't to be. And again, this was the same team which knocked Zeta Division down to the lower bracket in the first match yesterday. Today, it wasn't enough. Mr. Dosar will go home and not have an opportunity then to gain that all-expensive paid trip to Tokyo, but still in the running, and that is huge for them. See there the stats as well. 17 gems dropped there by Mr. Dosar, and Foot Esports were just in the position to capitalize on those moments and gain back the advantage. I did like the draft. I did feel like it was the one that was going to be potentially the one to win it. But nonetheless, Mr. Dosar played really, really well. I mean, they've done things that I think many of us didn't expect them to do in this competition, and it's always the tough thing, you know, when you're bringing in a substitution, even one as good as Lenan, let's be honest. I mean, that is about as better substitution that you could ever hope to ask for. But nonetheless, Foot played it perfect. You cannot deny it.
Oh, absolutely. Foot was a fantastic performance in this one. And it kind of comes back to what we were talking about just before this third set even started. That I think they're not playing bad. They really aren't. And this draft, to me, wasn't necessarily the strongest either from FA Mr. Doza, but it wasn't terrible. And they had some chances and some opportunities here and there. Picked up a game too, but it just wasn't quite enough. As Foot Esports were able to just synergize a little bit better with that comp and play more as a team, really shining through this set as they did throughout the entirety of the match. Really, I'm impressed by the level of play they've been able to provide to us, especially since the rough start of the competitive season they've had.
Well, I will say, Foot, I still think they yet to be fully tested since that loss against Now or Never. I will say, I just don't know if they were able to bring that same level as might as I never did on the opposing side, and it's just a little bit difficult. But Foot, you know, they come out on top, they move on, they've got some tougher opponents ahead now, so we'll be able to see if they're able to take down some of those more experienced teams out.
Yeah, absolutely so. This is where it gets down to the nitty-gritty, doesn't it, really? And I kind of, for one, agree with you. I wonder how much they've been tested, but that was definitely a better start to the day than yesterday. They looked far more convincing for me, and, you know, again, for Mr. Dosar to take down Zeta, it does speak volumes to me, and that's going to speak for something. I felt like yesterday's matchup maybe wasn't as testing as today's, but the next one is going to definitely be one to watch, and that will be a testament to how they perform.
Definitely so. Well, before we go to a break, some more shout outs to our partners. DHL has been an absolute help in making these events happen, and all of these players would not be here playing for this massive prize of an all expenses paid trip to Tokyo DreamHack for the Masters Finals if it wasn't for them. Along with those, we also do have Samsung Galaxy, who just assist us massive amounts, and this time I'll actually give it to Teddy as he's got some first-hand experience.
I have actually only switched to Samsung devices very recently, and I've been loving it so far. Very, very smooth experience, and especially for gaming, it's been quite a blast. So my personal recommendation here as well, sponsors aside, it's been very, very solid as an experience overall, and I'm very thankful that they help us put together massive shows like these.
Definitely so. To make sure to pick up a Samsung if you're looking to compete at the top level of Brawl Stars. We've got 2 games down. We've still got 3 more to go, so more exciting Brawl Stars action after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
La 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 la, la 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 la, la la la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermisst dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dodo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht.
On a rhythm and I'm up the beat. When it all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the dope.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, where today we're approaching the halfway mark of Stage 2. It has been a very, very eventful day so far, with some tears as teams have been exiting the competition. There's definitely some cheers on the other side of things as well, as we've had Navi and Foot Esports currently so far getting some dubs, but now moving down from the lower bracket into the upper bracket, as we're going to be looking at our next matchup for the day. Trav, give us your thoughts so far on what you've seen and what the viewers at home can expect more to come today.
Well, I mean, we've had some absolutely incredible games so far, and I don't think this one will disappoint either. With a couple of little underdog teams as well. They've made it so far through that upper bracket, and there's still obviously some strong teams left in the lower as well. So, I mean, both of these games are just going to be so good, and I'm intrigued to see who's going to go further down the line and make it towards Japan with that expenses paid for trip.
that is what the prize is on the line, and it's a huge prize at that. But speaking of disappointments, one of our sponsors who never fails to disappoint is always Monster Energy, giving us everything that we need to get through long tournaments like this. Let's be honest, and I've got to be honest, I'm missing the fridge that we had down in Katowice. That was a huge help for me. But yeah, absolutely so. It keeps everyone energized as far as we're concerned, and that's always a big plus when it comes to competitive integrity at this level, Teddy.
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, players that can't afford to really have all that much of a day off. If they're feeling a little bit tired, you can't be competing at the highest level in those sort of conditions, and Monster always got us hooked.
Exactly that. Well, let's take a look at our next matchup for today. It's going to be A&R versus One Trick Ponies. Let's take a look at the A&R roster as well, because some may not be familiar with this, and we're going to be having Cyclone in today as well for Alex. So it's going to be Cyclone, Mavius, and Ramatrav. Tell us about this roster.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit of a throw together. We've got Cyclone obviously coming in for Alex, and it was somewhat of a throw together team already with Alex, and that was their solidified roster, and now it's become even more of a bit of a throw together with Cyclone coming in. But he's an extremely capable player. Everybody's seen him, everybody's heard of him in the European scene. Mebius and Rama, the other two members, and you know, that's another sub as well. We've gone from A&R to now CMR, and this roster's changed quite drastically, so I'm not sure what to expect, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, so far in the competition, A&R have done fantastic work. I mean, they made light work of Navi and then Zeta Division as well. So they've earned their spot here. But one team that we didn't see too much of yesterday was One Trick Ponies. We saw just the one match, but that was a phenomenal match to see in all honesty, Teddy. Talk us through this roster and what we can expect.
Well, they are somewhat familiar names here to the Snapdragon Pro Series. That's Lars, Hammy, and Filippo. And honestly, they've had some really good performances here and there. It did also feel in the beginning of the year that they kind of just came up together to, you know, see if it works out. And honestly, so far, they have been quite impressive. Again, we did mention it yesterday as well. They looked really good in the scrims before the BSC season, then kind of choked and messed up in the BSC qualifiers. But it seems like now they're back at it. And yesterday, they looked pretty good. And I'm really excited to watch some more from them.
Yeah, I mean, they faced off against Now or Never, didn't they? And it was a great match to watch. Not an easy team to face by any means. And I've got to be honest, I feel like this is the team to beat at the moment. So they looked so comfortable yesterday. I mean, their match against Kazaki was, you know, for me, probably one of their lesser testing moments, let's be honest. But nonetheless, I do feel like they've got a phenomenal chance here. Their drafts just seem to be very much on point, and their gameplay to match as well as we get into the nitty-gritty of things. But I mean, Trav, give me your thoughts. I mean, I mentioned that I think One Trick Ponies are the team to beat. I think, you know, it would be the right thing looking at their seed as well. But who do you think is going to take this one?
I mean, I think you've kind of got to give it to One Trick Ponies, even with Alex and, you know, their main roster. I think it would have been the same prediction for me. But with Cyclone coming in, I'm not saying he's not a capable player. He's got great skill and maybe even very similar to Alex as well. But you've kind of just got to put it down to that synergy that they're not going to have. And it's definitely worrying in comparison to One Trick Ponies, who have been looking great mechanically and synergy and beating a lot of teams who, you know, are very solid and knocking them down to the lower bracket. They've got to be the favorites coming into this one.
Well, I'll throw my little thoughts into that one as well, because we had Lonan come in yesterday and do incredible things as a last-minute substitution. So I'm going to throw it back to you, so with that in mind, you know, do you kind of agree with Trav, or can you know, sort of differ in that situation as well? And could you put a number on it as to what you think is going to be happening in this next game?
Well, to be fair, you're stealing the words straight out of my mouth. I was about to say, you know, we've had outstanding subs like Lena, but that didn't really work out at the end of the day either. To be completely honest. And in this case, Cyclone, he is a phenomenal player. He really is. But as it does feel like A&R are kind of like losing player after player, at this point, there's only just the R left, to be completely honest. And I feel like that's just not quite enough to take down One Trick Ponies. I would go for a 70-30 in favor of OTP.
Wow. That's quite convincing, to be fair, but I kind of agree. I feel like this should be a bunch of ponies that kind of go all the way and take this one. I think that's from what we saw yesterday. It would make a lot of sense for them to do so, and having, you know, a solid roster and one that has been consistent as well is definitely going to be something which will help them out tremendously. Golem Gulch will be the map for knockout. Next up would be Ring of Fire for Hot Zone, Pinhole Punt for Brawl Ball, Bridge Too Far if you get to the full set for Heist, and Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab if you get to the fifth and final. The bands being Penny, Pam, and Gus, and for One Trick Ponies, Janet, Bonnie, and Jean. And the first early draft coming in of A&R would be the Max, and the response being the Nanny, which is quite a decent one that is not necessarily, though, too common to be seeing drafted out here, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, very different responses to the map, obviously, as well. Max is not common, and I will say, you know, Nanny, I feel like it's coming in a little bit more to Golden Gulch being played, but not really getting massive amounts of value. Fang, on the other hand, we've seen it time and time again on Golden Gulch with different teams, but I mean, at the moment, they're just kind of taking different avenues, because Max, they're just going to be coming with this explosive plays over and over and just trying to get them down and kind of maybe not even play for that late game or even play for it in that sense. But still, Fang is kind of a very different approach to what a Nanny is, so it kind of seems like they kind of pivoted, even though they've had 2 picks in a row, and maybe that's just a little bit weird in my eyes.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, I think, that they actually decided to go Fang this early, and I don't mind it, because the thing with Fang is, sure, if you have it as a last pick and you're countering the entire enemy team, you're gonna have a fantastic time, but you don't even need that to do quite well in game modes like Knockout, because if you just manage to isolate one player, go for your super, stun him, he's a kill. You might just be able to get out of there, and your team has the man advantage. So I like the idea here from OTP. Eve and Daryl, however, are some pretty interesting ideas to bring to the table. Didn't really expect to see an Eve on Golden Gulch, even though the reload gear makes her more and more viable. I don't know how that's going to be panning out, and the Daryl I do like more, but I feel like, in my opinion, the draft is a little bit more both fun and strong on the side of OTP.
Well, it's interesting to be, selecting the Nanny with the Max in sight, because Max is also a really good tank of the Peep. So A&R clearly feel comfortable with their comp, and I do kind of worry a little bit, actually, for one-trick ponies. I mean, the Otis will do a lot of work, but if they can get this taken care of, then some of these tankier ideas with the Max on top could prove a problem for one-trick ponies, in my opinion. Let's see as they go into game trap, but I think I actually kind of like both comps, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty evenly matched, to be honest with you. They've definitely taken some kind of different approaches to it, and then kind of come round to a very similar thing at the end with a tank, a bit more aggression, and then that kind of more long-range kind of pokey down brawler with both the Nanny and Eve. But looks like we're seeing a bit more of a passive approach from Rama off the start, whereas Lars is really taking this right-hand side matchup head-on and trying to push it down. Fast splatter being placed. Maybe it's been forced to gadget out as Jaime gadgeted in, and now we're kind of seeing them just hunt down the side of A&R and just trying to pinch them into this left-hand corner.
Cyclone taking a little bit of damage, gonna fall back to heal back up as Lars has taken a decent amount of control on the bottom right side, but playing it humble and safe so far for OTP, as Mabius is dangerously close to Jaime. That is a dangerous position to be in, and a placement mistake that he can't afford to make at this level of play. OTP making sure to punish him for that. Rama going in, he will get taken care of. The mute on Cyclone should more than settle it here for one-trick ponies to pick up the first round.
Yeah, I mean, that was really solid stuff from one-trick ponies there. 1 round in, still another one to guarantee themselves this this game of knockout, but it's definitely the start that they desired, I will say, for one-trick ponies there. Getting into the next one, Lars just has his super off the start, same as Rama though, so can kind of cancel it out if Lars does choose to come in. Filippo has the super as well, and this is a dangerous place for A&R to be in, especially after such a disappointing first round. They're not going to be feeling the best about the competition, I don't feel.
So far, things are going well for OTP. Max Super is going to be popped. Daryl has a roll as well. And so far, not really deciding to use it. And that Max Super just not really providing any sort of value. Did scare OTP off a little bit, but they're just back in the same position as they were just before.
In comes that peep now. Not going to hit Mebius, but Rama's going to take that straight to the face. Now Lars looking for this super, trying to make the most of this position that he's in with some good control, and pretty much all of them pushed out this mid zone. But now those babies are going to be coming in from even one of them taken swiftly down, the other two heading towards Jaime up top, but now Lars is trying to take some cover. In he goes, but it's not going to work out. Rama's going to fall down. Jaime in a 1v2, and there's no chance he wins that. A&R are going to even things out, and one-trick ponies need to kind of up their game a little bit there. Seemed like they had some positioning errors towards the end, and they were definitely taken advantage of by Rama.
Yeah, a bit of a questionable super from Lars as well. Using it with 800 HP is a big risk, especially when your opponent has no one else to shoot at but you. So that means he does kick off this round without a super. They have 2 still on their side, so that's some decent value. But as you mentioned earlier, the peeps can't really do all that much. Jaime is low, needs to be careful because they might have to shoot out the Eve hatchlings as well. And they'll be able to manage that so far. However, they did lose the Nani in the process, so a 2-on-3 now, which is looking suddenly very good for ANR.
Yeah, Lars falling low now, and Cyclone looking to try and take him down. Need to bring down these babies before anything big happens. But Jaime caught himself in an awful position once again, and it seems like they're just stepping out of line and being punished because of it, and rightly so. If you're going to mess up, then you're going to be punished. ANR are going to be taking the first game now, and One Trick Pony started so well, but then it all just fell apart, and the positioning just became terrible.
Yeah, I feel like One Trick Ponies kind of gave that one away, to be honest. They looked better for the most part, and they just gave away some really good positions and some really good situations due to some placement mistakes or just taking the wrong decision. That's super from the Fang earlier as well. Could have resulted in an early kill, followed up with a stun. He had a stun left over there as well in that final 1v3 in the final round. And all that value, if it was just applied a little bit better, would be more interesting. Mebius was isolated, but I don't think they were able to catch him here. He is in a tricky position, and Lars narrowly takes him down, but they still lose a player as well, as Jaime kind of left the pack and ended up against a 1v2 of his own.
Yeah, Lars needs to be kind of reaching for a super here, but doesn't want to be ending up on the Daryl, so maybe just needs to go towards him first and then bounce onto Cyclone as a reverse, but Filippo has his super as well. Not in a position to use it though, as they're just going to get instantly aggressed if he does. So just a stalemate waiting out towards the end and just playing this one slow. And I feel, to be honest, that ANR have got the better endgame comp.
Yeah, right now ANR are doing quite well. Lars goes in, but is not able to get the kill. I don't know if he actually missed his gadget or outright didn't even pump it, but that's going to be the first round for ANR, and One Trick Ponies must be starting to really feel the pressure now.
Yeah, but One Trick Ponies need to kind of have this response. They've got Jaime with this mute as well, Filippo with a super. Finds a bit of time to use it now. Cyclone's still got one of these phase shifters, and it's actually going to hit nobody. No use of it out of it whatsoever. No damage or anything, but Cyclone's going to fall low. Mebius is low as well. Fat Splatter's going to connect, but they've just got no one to pinch them now because Rama's position is so good. He's just keeping them away. If they come close, he's going to roll in, but another mute available from Jaime, I will say. So Filippo now just trying to work for another super. Lars gets his, Jaime's got his as well, but there's just no chance to regress. Mebius one-shot, Cyclone doing some nice tanks, keeping them alive. Roll comes in and just walk back out as he's just trying to deflate a bit of that pressure.
So far, it does feel like this fight has been slightly favoring OTP, but they can't afford to lose it either, so they need to make sure they close this one out. Let's see a Cyclone pump speed. Rama is rolling in. Surely they'll take care of him. It's only Mebius left alive in a 1v3. A winnable one, perhaps, actually, HP-wise. But he's going to peek in front of his Ashling, so they're not really going to be tanking anything there. That was a close call, but One Trick Ponies will take the round, and this is their chance to even things out. But keep into account that ANR, they have a game advantage now as well, so if they do manage to take this one, they'll take the entire set with it.
Cyclone gets brought very, very low. Thanks to that peak, but now just backing off. Rama not in a good position, having to roll out instead of in, not the position he wants to be with that. Super comes from Lars. Cyclone gets that phase shifter through it. Really nice for him. Did get stunned by the roundhouse kick, but no follow-up there. Mebius gonna have to jump out and try and survive. Finding the angle though is Jaime, but Mebius just survives on 286. Peep coming in now, gonna be searching for him with no gadgets left. Misses it and hits the wall. They're gonna stay alive as 2v2, and it's not a bad one either.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting one, right? Because if the Rama manages to get his super a lot earlier than Jaime does, he might be able to catch him, but Mebius ran away and he separated himself from Rama. Oh, Rama, that is not the role he was hoping for, was it? Surely he should be going down in this one. And that means that One Trick Ponies managed to turn things around quite a bit by evening things out 1-1 in this opening set and save themselves from dropping it early on.
Yeah, I think it's nice to see them turn around, bring this one a little bit close, because I feel like that first game, they did have a few mistakes in that couple of rounds and did throw it out the window a little bit, so need to see if they're going to be able to come back with that same mentality and take this third game and therefore the set along with it, or ANR are going to come back out swinging and kind of take advantage of those mistakes that One Trick Ponies were making once again. Have a bit of a fast start this time. Fat Splatter going to get some connections, Cyclone with the speed, and now all of One Trick Ponies pinned into this top corner, but they're actually going to take advantage of the aggression that ANR are bringing in. Take one of them down. Lars looking for the stun and the kill. He gets it, but Rama's got super. He fails the super as well, and that is absolutely devastating for A&R. Such a good position has just fallen apart.
That is devastating for A&R. It really felt like something could have happened there, but everything just went so wrong. You know, in the next round, they have 0 supers on their side. One Trick Ponies carrying 3 supers over to the next round. Yeah, this is a rough one to watch. It really is, especially considering how close A&R were from taking this whole set just seconds ago.
Yeah, speed there now though. Rama looking for the aggression, goes towards Lars, but gets roundhouse kick super into him, but can't get anything out of it. Return sender goes towards Mebius and actually gets one of the hits, but it's just not going to be enough to really sway this game, I don't feel. Jaime's got this mute, but as long as nobody really aggresses into him and they keep on playing this as a 3v2, then they should be fine to take this one down.
Feeding some supers there as well. Mebius not going to be using his just yet. He is going in for a bit of a flank on the right side. Trying to take some different angles, and he'll be able to find that kill. Now Jaime going in, trying to not feed the Max supers, and that also means ending the round as quickly as possible, as by just running around. Max will get her super anyways. Now, both teams are a round away from taking this first set, and a peep is heading towards A&R's side, and it's actually gonna break open the wall, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one really. It kind of seemed like he just veered away from everybody, and it's really hard to navigate that kind of gap when you are obviously quite late on into the Super and Annie, and even at the start it's a difficult task as well. Jaime looking to his bottom side down against Rama here, where he knows he's got that favorable matchup with the mute. Put himself in a wonderful position, I will say, unable to really be pinched here, and Fat Splatter not going to make the connection onto Mebius or Rama, but the pinch is there, and he's managing to heal up regardless, and Cyclone getting hit very hard by that nanny shot, forced to phase shift out, still got some in the locker though. Great shots as Jaime turns around to take some towards him. The tar barrel up top now from Rama going to stop them from aggressing, as that slow would have been quite devastating, but now soup down from the bottom of Lars, gadget away and roll in from Rama. Everybody's missing supers, everybody's missing gadgets, but at the moment, it's A&R coming out on top.
My goodness, the mute on Cyclone now as well. This should be around for A&R, as Jaime and Filippo both getting pinched out, and all 3 members from A&R will be able to survive that round as well. That means set picked up by A&R, and what a back and forth that one was. It really looked like A&R were going to be able to close it in 2 games, and One Trick Ponies kind of clutched up, kind of started pumping off as well in the 3rd game, but yet A&R were able to shut them down before things got out of hand, and so far they'll be leading the match with that first set.
Yeah, you know, I will say it was very, very close, pretty much 50-50 in terms of rounds and sets won. Damage, though, all goes to One Trick Ponies. Heals pretty much goes to A&R, so a little bit of a flip side on that, and a lot, well, not a lot more, 6 more supers for A&R, but 6 supers can make the world of difference when it comes down to a game mode like Knockout, where those supers are just so, so useful. Getting those kills and making sure that it's at least in your favor. So really nice stuff from A&R there to be able to take this one down. And, you know, a lot of the time it's just about being patient. They might have taken quite a bit more damage, but they heal so much more, and that's what you kind of need to do. Just make sure you're picking the right instances to go in aggressive and take the win down.
Absolutely so, and I have to say, it was a bit of a messy set on both ends, but I think the mess is something that A&R will be thriving in more. opportunity to, build up a strong comp, trying to get that advantage early on. As we've seen ton of different metas on that map.
Yeah, I mean, Ring of Fire, you're kind of leaning towards the Meg or the Lu or something like that to really get that mid lockdown, and it's really difficult to really do anything except from that, and it's just very, very difficult to really get much done. But at the end of the day, they're probably going to be banned out of the way, and you're looking for those more aggressive brawls with some people reaching for Carl and stuff like that at the moment. And it's dangerous to be able to get something like that in your hands and play that kind of aggressive tendency, and therefore allow your mid to have a little bit more time on the zone when locking down that front grass.
Is it seems like there might be some technical issues, so we're not actually able to watch the draft as of right now, but hopefully we will soon enough. The thing with Ring of Fire, however, is that you're never safe from a Meg making an appearance or the return of something like Poco Max. As much as we don't see it nearly as often nowadays, those can be some very strong ideas, and if you make some mistakes in the draft and leave those sort of ideas open, it can pretty much be a checkmate as early as the draft stage.
Yeah, I mean, you've always got to pretty much keep this draft in line, and especially against a team who you're going to know and you're going to have scrimmed against, you've got to make sure that you're pretty much locking down those bans and ensuring that you've got what their main brawlers are out of the way, even if it's something that you enjoy playing yourself, and that kind of amplifies itself when they have that first pick as well. You might have the last pick, but at that point, those top brawlers may have just been really, really strong and already been taken off the mark.
What they actually decide to commit towards. I'm going to check his one game to make. Done by one-trick ponies. It's a difficult task shutting down a Buzz or a Meg, but shutting both of them down at the same time can be even more challenging, as they are really brawlers that can just single-handedly be a big problem for any sort of team composition. So I like this safe and composed approach from One Trick Ponies, making sure they just, have their basics, their fundamentals down, and getting some nice work done in the mid there. Let's see if game number 2 is going to be a different story, or if One Trick Ponies can bring things back to one set each.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they backed off when they needed to, and they went aggressive when they needed to as well. Great stuff coming out of One Trick Ponies in that first game, but this time, all the controls in hands of A&R early on, and they're the ones taking a bit of a percentage lead. Another mech available from Cyclone now, and he does use it on this aggressive side. Lars trying to get some push back, but Rama's position is really solid at the moment. Salty Barrel should follow up to tank a lot of these crow shots, and Mortar going to be placed up high as well. Just trying to stay alive, but not able to avoid too many of those shots from Jaime anymore. On the other side of things, Mebius dominating, Cyclone dominating, and now the Crow's going to go down. Nice stuff from them. And Rama carries on surviving.
Yeah, he's been alive forever. Just such a critical piece as well in A&R's plan, but a trade there resulting in only Filippo being left alive, and that does mean that One Trick Ponies have a chance at catching up just a little bit. They have an ego as well on Lars, so that will deal a decent amount of damage, but a nice swing from Cyclone on the left-hand side to pick up that kill, and he will be dropping out of the mech for now, as Mebius has a super and is in a good position to get a lot of value from it as well. He will get the 1 kill, but an immediate trade from Lars is there. However, percentage-wise, there's still so much catching up to do for One Trick Ponies. With Rama in the back line, nice Salty Barrel, the Mortar as well to tank it as Mebius comes in to close out the kill on Lars. Filippo can spin all he wants. He's not going to be able to keep A&R off the zone.
Yeah, I mean, this is a night and day difference for A&R here. They're looking so much better. Ego placed over the right-hand side for Lars, and it's not going to do anything at all. He knows that. He gives up, and A&R bring it back to 1-1 in this set now. Just one game away from one, and if they'd maybe played better in that first set and got that positioning down, they'd be in a position of dreams right now, but only 1-1, and as I said, it seems very back and forward, very 50-50, so I can see this going pretty much all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on paper, I did give a 70-30, but I think I was wrong. A&R are playing out of their minds, and One Trick Pony so far struggling a little bit. Now, this was quite a lot better So we are seeing some improvements here from OTP, but I still have higher expectations from them because we've known those players for a long time now, and we know what they are capable of, and we're just not really seeing those results so far in this particular map. But A&R, they're making sure that every time they can exploit some of the mistakes that one-trick ponies do, they make sure of it, and they will be punishing them and taking what's theirs. So right now, we're all even 1-1, and one-trick ponies, even though they bite back, I still felt like A&R had some really good shots at taking that set.
Definitely so. I mean, A&R, if they iron some stuff out, and obviously we didn't see the start of the first game, which kind of had one-trick ponies with some great positioning. As you can see, they had pretty good lead early on, and then we saw a bit of fight back from A&R, but it was just that start that was really the issue for them by the looks of things. And time again, some over-aggression from that Buzz over there, taking, 1v2 matchups, taking crows with jumps, and yes, he got the trade there, but a lot of the time it just didn't seem like he had that Carl matchup, which should be quite heavily in his favor on lockdown. So a little bit worrying from him, and then when he did, they managed to win games, as you can see in this replay.
Yeah, maybe he had a pretty good series all around, but so far, yeah, I'm just expecting a little bit more from some of those high impact picks. All right, you have the Meg, you have the Buzz, those sort of brawlers. They should be completely game changing, and they had some opportunities here and there. But as you mentioned, there were some moments where maybe he went for a gadget when he should have just waited out, or maybe even given up on that fight and have kept his super for a better opportunity with more HP. I don't know. It felt like a good improvement on the side of OTP, but at the same time, I still feel like they have more they can show as well, and I really hope that we go all the way to a 5th so that we can see both teams being completely warmed up and show their highest gameplay, because we have to remember this is the upper bracket, surprisingly enough. And you mentioned it yourself, there are a lot of teams in the lower bracket that would be rated quite a bit higher than them. So it is a bit of a dangerous thing to keep into account here, because so far I didn't feel like either teams were playing like upper bracket teams.
Yeah, and this is what I mean as well. This might be the best chance they have, even with another life in the bottom. This is probably the best chance they have at moving towards this next stage against arguably the two weaker teams out the 4 we've got going on here. But at the end of the day, bans are in, and we're moving on to Pinhole, Punt, Surge, Spike, and M's going to be banned out from A&R. We've got the Janet, Poco, and Crow down on the bottom side. Seeing a quick pick of Max again, and the Cyclone effect, I feel, coming towards A&R.
Yeah, I do like the Max first pick. That can bring in a lot of value just by the sheer amount of movement speed and aggression that comes with it. While it's not necessarily like over-committing to any sort of ideas, it's really strong defensively as well, or for retakes. On the other hand, we're going to go with the slowest approach possible. That's the Bonnie, but that's until you get that super. You can get some really nice openings. We saw that quite a bit yesterday and even earlier from Lena in his match. And I did like some of the ideas of it and kind of the more niche situation that Bonnie is going to be useful in, whereas it was a little bit busted at release and in a very, very good place. It's not quite as good anymore, but it's still very much usable in the right conditions. It is also a staple of the current meta, so not really much of a surprise there. And we'll see the Ashe brought in by A&R, which, again, we've seen plenty of Ashes and Sams be picked straight into tank counters, and yet they still work quite fine, so I'm not that worried about the Ashe either.
Yeah, I mean, I feel especially on a map like this where those walls are going to be staying up in overtime and staying up regardless throughout the entire match, it can be very, very solid because there is a lot on a map like Pinhole Punt. Pretty much all those sides and the front walls are going to be remaining no matter what. We're going to see the Carl being picked as a bit of a retaliation. I like it being able to pierce through that Penny, Salty Barrel, the Mortar, and obviously all the brawlers as well. Can be quite good against Ashe if you pick the right timing with that protective pirouette star power and get the spin onto it. If you get a few hits in advance, Wiz, it can pretty much crumble down quite quickly as well. But I do like this Carl last pick. I like the Otis pick. I do question the Bonnie a little, especially with the Max and the speed and stuff like that being that first pick. But I guess we'll see how it goes because I'm not really the most fond of Bonnie here.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan either, but I do like the idea that you have so many bushes available around the mid area, which does mitigate just a little bit for the slow movement speed with this gear, and immediate gadget can be popped by Lars. Mebius is low, but Rama picks up a nice kill on the left-hand side. Filippo is there with the trade, and This is maybe a bit of a chance here. Cyclone is playing very defensively early on as he was stacked very early in that fight.
Yeah, maybe it's looking for the kill, does get the trade, and if he was left alive there with just a sliver of HP, he had his super, and the goal was looking pretty open. Cyclone's going to pick up Jaime over this kind of mid-right-hand side and just wait for this third teammate to come back up. We've got a couple of supers in the mix as well, that thrown over the left-hand side, and that's pretty much adding a fourth man. The robotic rat's going to be adding a few more, but he does get muted out through them. Jump in from Lars to no avail as he does go down, but makes it a 2v2 and relieves a little bit of that pressure.
Filippo taking quite a beating, but able to eliminate the mortar as max speed is going to be pumped by Mabius, going for the pinch down to Jaime, but the mute connects just before he goes down. That means a 1-for-1 trade, keeping us in a little bit of a stalemate down in that mid area, as ANR do seem to have a little bit more control, but are not able to expand further than that just yet, as we might have a bit of a counter push here from One Trick Ponies. They're pushing forwards. Filippo has a super as well. Cyclone goes down. Filippo going in there against Rama. Nice mortar to get him out of his super, but that's not going to be enough. And a team wipe follows as Lars walks it through. One Trick Ponies leading by 1 now as we head towards the final 50 seconds of this game.
Yeah, Bonnie definitely showed its worth now. I'm starting to eat my words, I think, but has this super as well and needs to get more use out of it than his previous one. Jaime getting pinched in though. Salty barrel placed down as well to tank that if it does come through. Cyclone looking for the opportunity to go for a goal here, but here's what I'm talking about. That protective pirouette has to retreat and go back though. Maybe he's looking for the walk-in. Maybe he could have got it if he waited just a little bit longer to release that ball, but didn't in the end. Cyclone now the only one remaining. 30 seconds on the clock and One Trick Pony sitting 1-0 up.
Yeah, that should have been a goal really, but the defense was there and ANR messed it up just a little bit. 15 seconds left and maybe still a chance to turn this one around as Rama is low, but so is Filippo. Rama goes down at 2-on-2. Now Bull caught by Cyclone, and surely that's going to be the equalizing goal as we head straight into overtime.
I mean, that is a little bit unfortunate for One Trick Ponies there. Started off so strong and got that early goal, but then a little bit of a bite back coming in. Now the spin from Filippo just opening up a world of gap right there on the right hand side. Nice shots coming through as well, getting everybody low. Maybe it's down to one shot, no phase shifters. Retreats just in time behind that more to stay alive. Lars looking for some shots. Jump comes in, the pass through, and the beautiful play from One Trick Ponies to get what they deserve after a long fought game. They win it in overtime with a great synergized play through.
Yeah, seeing that opening is already something that takes a tremendous amount of skill, but being able to communicate it and make your teammates understand exactly the play you want to go for is a whole other problem. And One Trick Ponies synergized beautifully in that situation to make it work and secure the first game of a Brawl. Let's see if ANR can strike back.
Cyclone getting the chill pill off as well. Shouldn't be too far away from getting his rage back with all these shots following up. Jaime, he's got there. He's got some good DPS, but it's just not enough to take down all 3 members of ANR. They're going to walk that ball in early on and a goal after 20 seconds.
Yeah, that was an aggressive start. Filippo is super very early on now too. A jump in from Lars. He does get melted down. Jaime, he finds the angle, slots it in, and just as quickly as the ANR scored, One Trick Ponies even things out.
Robotic Rat's going to be placed down now, and they're going to be heading towards these players, but Filippo's going to quickly slice through that with the pickaxe and get him down, but some aggression coming in. Now spin from Filippo, nice stuff, knockback though, but he doesn't actually find any of the kills. Lars looking for the finishes off as both of them were one shot, but can't quite find them. Still got this mute from Jaime as well here, looking for it around the left-hand side, but just going to have to back off and wait, try to live to fight another day as it's 1-1. They're not behind now, and they can just play this a little bit patient as overtime should be in their hands.
Minute, still over a minute until we get to that point, as One Trick Ponies are playing it defensively. They know how quickly the situation can escalate with an Ash on the enemy side. Filippo is going to go down, but Cyclone not in the best HP situation. Might have a gadget to heal himself back up. A jump there as Jaime is trying to get the ball away. Will give it to his invulnerable teammate. Filippo gets it further out, but still it's not looking good, and that team wipe should be the goal that they need this time around. No messing about as Mabius slots it in, even using a gadget to do so, and ANR, they tie things up 1-1 so far, every set going all the way, but this time this is looking good for ANR to try to take things over, but we have to remember One Trick Ponies in game 1, they looked phenomenal themselves.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, you know, as we said, it's pretty 50-50 this matchup coming into this. You know, we definitely favored one of the teams coming into it, but now it's definitely showing its worth, this matchup. Instant, pretty much team wipe there, and maybe it's going to force this one in. A little pass through from Cyclone there to get the goal finished off, and A&R coming out this one strong once again, and an even faster goal after 15 seconds this time.
That was an incredible way to start for A&R, and One Trick Ponies now, as their backs against the wall, need to be careful. They don't want to give away another set here to A&R. Cyclone trying to get Jaime out of position as Filippo is going aggressive, gets his super, but again, a mortar placed defensively straight onto his face to claim that kill. Lars, though, still standing, and he found one kill. Got Rama low HP, he's trying to sneak up on him, is able to, with the assistance of Jaime, get that elimination, but that's not going to be enough to push forwards because Cyclone is there, and with the amount of HP he has, he's a bit of an immovable object.
Yeah, they do have this control now, though. The max speed, a bit of a push out. Just pushing that ball forward, muted down now, though, and Lars, that's an opportunity to jump in, but needs to grab the ball as well. Mortar can be placed down in Filippo's face, but this time he'll spin after the fact. Lars just doesn't really want to use the super, can't really see an opening himself. Chill Pill coming out from Cyclone, but should still fall, and he does with Lars with this burst of damage.
Yeah, I don't know how A&R got out of this situation, and they're not out of trouble just yet. They did manage to relieve a decent amount of pressure, and the problem is every time they find Cyclone, whenever he respawns, that's 8k of HP they need to deal with once again. And even though he doesn't deal the most damage when he's not all raged out, he's still a constant threat, and he is going to be pushing forward now that Jaime used his mute onto Rama. This could be a chance for A&R to close it here, right now. A dash in from Filippo. He's going to go for the super. Gets one, gets the other now as well. A team wipe, actually, from Filippo, but is that enough to score? That seems unlikely as the Rats come in and Cyclone is able to dispatch off him.
Yeah, I mean, that's really disappointing for One Trick Ponies. Right play, wrong time there, and can't quite force it in. Jaime looking for Ash now as they know they need him down to be able to force this one in. Still got Filippo with the super, though. Rama's got none to himself, and Lars looking for this left-hand side. Wants to jump in, but Rama's going to grab that ball, and he's going to say no. Pass it straight past him. Robotic Rats down. Down goes Filippo as well, and A&R are actually going to be the ones walking away with the set. So close, but One Trick Ponies fall short yet again.
Crazy stuff from A&R, despite playing with a sub today too. They are performing out of their minds, and I still feel like we're seeing some moments of greatness from OTP, but too many mistakes, too many wasted opportunities, and A&R, they are making sure that they capitalize every time that OTP leaves some sort of opening, and it's been working out fantastically for A&R so far. Now up by a set, that's 2-1, one away from moving on to the upper bracket finals and knocking OTP down to the lower bracket.
I mean, they're looking really strong here. A&R are pretty much on top of the world, and this is the route they want to take. They don't want to go down and face any of those harder teams. They want to be straight through to this next phase of the competition. As we know, we've seen Foot and we're seeing Navi down in that bottom bracket. Whoever wins that one is going to be facing the loser of this for that position in next week's gameplay. And I mean, A&R are not the ones who want to be doing that, even with the substitution. You want to get through the easiest route possible. And Cyclone, you know, he's showing his worth. I doubted it. I doubted the synergy that they were going to have with this substitution, but A&R are just proving me wrong time and time again.
Yeah, same thing for me. Really, I did not expect them to shine as much. And don't get me wrong, I do think that part of it is OTP just not playing at the level I expect them to, because realistically, they shouldn't be struggling so much in this match. But A&R, props to them, they're capitalizing. They're making sure that whatever OTP throws at them and whichever mistakes they do, A&R, they will punish them for it and make sure that OTP remembers that. And that's why they are now set up and getting closer and closer to the finish line. So I still think that it is winnable for OTP, but A&R, I mean, they're looking like the better team so far.
They really are, and you know, it is scary for One Trick Ponies, who are, you know, a solidified roster and a team that a lot of people have been scared of coming into this year. You know, you've said a few times in scrims leading up to 2023 BSC and this season of ESL, teams were worried about them. They were ranking them amongst SK Gaming, Reply Totem, and stuff like that. And we just didn't see it coming into this year, but now they've started to show their worth, and A&R, clearly their worth is just that little bit higher, as they're the ones coming in now and shutting down these big teams like One Trick Ponies, like Navi, and they're the team who's going to be pretty much if they win this, going on to face off against the SKs and the Reply Totems to see if they can win themselves an all-expenses paid trip to Tokyo.
Yeah, I want to give a particular shout out to Rama as well, to be honest, because he seems to be the common, win condition for so far. Now the match is not over, so don't want to jinx it or call it too early, or maybe already did. But in a way, wherever he is, it seems to be working out quite nicely, and I'm happy for him because leaving his team members that joined Zeta Division may not have been an easy thing to have happened to him. But so far, I have to say, he's been able to find his own path, and I'm really cheering for his success as we head towards our third draft here, and that's going to be pinhole punt for this set. Some Brawl action that actually we just had, didn't we? So it is bridge too far. The one right after, but it doesn't matter too much here as our draft is lining up, and OTP will be banning out the Bunny as well as the 8-bit and the Max. ANR banning the Brock, Bunny as well, and the Grom. And then we had a first pick on the side of ANR, and they went for Otis, Lola, and Belle. OTP going Colette and Eve, and now they have their final pick. It is going to be the Meg, and we've seen how good it can be in games like Hunt Zone. Heist, I'm not as certain.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I like ANR's combat just a little bit more. I feel like it's just a little bit more rounded. It's got the DPS in comparison to One Trick Ponies, or at least the main time DPS. When Meg's got a super, obviously the DPS is going to rain down, but Otis, Lola, the bounces from Belle across these parasites that Eve's going to be spawning in is going to be really nice, and Colette really just can't match the range of any of them. And yes, Eve's going to have this ability to kind of glide over the water, which nobody else has, and it becomes amplified with these unbreakable walls as well, because on one of the sides it's always going to be there, and it's always going to be stopping people from rotating across. But still, I think ANR have just maybe a little bit more rounded.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a little bit less risky too, because I feel like the Meg, unless they are absolutely popping off with it, is kind of just going to be on the sideline and struggling. So it is going to be heavily reliant on how many shots they're able to connect. And I mean, so far, not the worst start, as they are leading by 15%, and Cyclone is incredibly low HP. Filippo is still on the right side, and he's not even in a Meg yet.
Lars gets that down. Cyclone looking for the shots through on Jaime, and it's a great start from them from One Trick Ponies. Nice stuff with the follow-up shots in the mark, though, getting the kill taken down, and they're just going to leave him. They don't really mind if Lars is on that safe without a super, but Filippo, they should mind about that. The damage coming down up top, though, and Cyclone getting some shots on, Rama getting some shots on. Pretty much even Stevens at the moment, but Jaime got those parasites in the back. They've got the defense locked down now, and Meg's still up top. They have the lead, but not for long as it's flipped round.
I like how Rama knew that he was going to go down to the hatchling, so he just decided to tank them all so there wouldn't be a problem for the rest of his team. However, the advantage is in favor of One Trick Ponies, and that Colette super is going to extend it furthermore. Only 11% left, 7 as Jaime gets more shots off and connects them onto the safe. A couple more needed, and Lars should be able to just walk through and get the connections required to get that win. One Trick Ponies now a game away from evening things out, and I mean, to be honest, I didn't really see it coming with that comp, especially considering how dominant they were before they even had a mech unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect it either. We kind of came into the game with 22% down.
a two-piece there for Rama, but Filippo is still standing for now. He gets the ego, and he's a gadget to tank. Not quite going to be enough as Rama still finds the kill. 24% advantage now in favor of one-trick ponies, and there is a chance of a comeback here, but no room for mistakes either.
Yeah, a little cleanup from Mebius though, and he's going to have the DPS there. Rama going to get the kill on the right-hand side, and this is the flip they need. Cyclone looking for the damage, but Jaime's still on the defense. Rama just getting some shots in. Gets the kill on the right-hand side, and that might be enough to clean it up. The mark down the mid. Mebius has his mute, but can't feed Mech at this point. 1% in it. Jaime doesn't want to overextend, but the Cyclone's going to get pinched in. It's pretty much all down to Mebius now. The mute's not there in the mid. The slowdown will be, though. He needs to push, but he's not going. Rama's going to get taken down on the defensive side. Cyclone needs to tank it all, and can he do it? The shot's coming through. The bounce onto Jaime, and they don't get it. But Jaime, over the right-hand side, didn't get the finish off on the 1% either. One-trick ponies are going to take the set. And it was close, but they just didn't push on the opposing side. They were too scared of feeding the Meg once again, and it's just really difficult.
Yeah, it kind of felt like they got in the zone and started to really like make it work, and then they lost one player and everything fell apart. They were not able to push up to that red save once again, and at the end of the day, one-trick ponies just ever so barely managed to secure that victory. But that was a close one, and this means we're going all the way to a 5th for this series as well. And stats-wise, it's close. It's very close. More kills inside of one-trick ponies. ANR, they have more damage, and the healing is pretty much equal as well. So that was a very even fight, one that ANR, it looked like they were going to bring to match point, but one-trick ponies, they avoided that disaster for the time being, and we'll see in the 5th set who takes it home.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be disappointing for A&R when they got so close, but yet so far. And it's just really, really difficult for them to be able to come back from that one. They started the comeback. It looked really, really nice. We saw Cyclone making some great plays, some great clips, but as soon as this kind of right side fell down in that last game and we saw the Jaime pinch in, that's when it all fell apart, and Mebius just really wasn't choosing to push at all. Didn't want to risk his life for the sake of trying to get the damage, and then time just ran out. And I mean, it's a difficult decision to try and push up on a Meg and get some damage, but there's just got to come a point where you just have to just go for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think there were some decisions that just kind of went wrong. And to be fair, that base race in the beginning was absolutely ridiculous as well. The fact that they were struggling so much against the Meg that didn't have a super yet, that should just not really be even a possibility in the first place. But A&R, for Surge, which has a terrific matchup against the Sam, doesn't do quite as well, I would say, against it being paired with a Poco, because the heals, you know, if they're up close, can be also a decent cause of damage towards that Surge, and that sort of value is something that he will struggle to keep up with. but I don't mind it either. So I think both teams here really have their shot with those comps. A little bit more range down in the mid for the Lola versus the Poco, but at the same time, I mean, the Poco is going to be able to assist his teammates a little bit more with those heals, so that will hopefully compensate for it.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of like this A&R comp maybe a little bit more. Lola down the mid's been very, very solid at the moment, and you know, if Meb can get on this Sam lane, and we can see Cyclone going over to the left-hand side, which he is now, once those 3 gadgets are used up by Filippo, he's going to just be ran down and not have the damage to deal with it, and if he can get control, then it's going to be even harder to take down. Jaime now through the mid, picking up some gems, but taking a lot of damage, and Lars going for the flank, and maybe it's far, far, far out of position, triple slow, and this could be an issue.
Yeah, so far gem-wise, though, it is a very slight lead in favor of A&R as OTP managed to even things out. Jaime very low HP, but 2 lanes are going to be won by OTP, and that knocks A&R out of the mid completely. Lars coming in, able to find the first, finds the second, and the third goes down as well, as Lars single-handedly locks in a team wipe for One Trick Ponies and steams every single of A&R's gems.
I mean, difficult stuff, but you can't let that side go. They just let Sam get in their bush, and that's always going to result in a loss pretty much. But Lars just looking for this last gem, throws out his super and gets the heals off it as well. Cyclone going to get Screech and soloed. Rama may have felt the effect of that as well. Reset his healing, but his shooting's going to do that himself. Jump comes in for Filippo. Pitch perfect as he lands directly onto it, but maybe it's up to level 3 now, trying to get some shots in. Misses 2 of the 3 that he shot out, but still managed to get the reset. Filippo cleans up the rest, though. Just a reset, no gems flipped over.
And Cyclone looking to push Lars on that left side, but there's just no shot of him winning that one, as Lars was just eagerly waiting for him. Mebius maybe was a chance there, but he's just gonna miss a shot or 2, and then he will get the kill of the Crow, but doesn't really contest that countdown, and One Trick Ponies out of nowhere kind of get to match point.
Well, I mean, it's tough for A&R, but it's just that one play. Sam got in, Sam got the kills, Sam got the gems, and he got out. And that's the one thing that kind of haunted them for pretty much the entirety of it. Mebius left his lane, and Sam just walked directly into their bush, and Cyclone just couldn't find the same energy going into the opposite side. Just trying to hold his lane this time now, and Rama's pretty much guaranteed to be winning this mid off the start, so it's the smart thing to do.
Well, so far, this is a better start for A&R. A good bit of control. Jaime forced to pop a gadget early on. Cyclone on the left side against Filippo is so low, and the poison, actually even a final shot from Filippo, will be taking him out. The chance for One Trick Ponies to just build up a little bit better positioning across the board. As Rama finds a 5th gem already for A&R. 6th one is there, but should be a world where he decides to take that risk, and Jaime knows it as well. He goes to safely pick it up, hit for himself. A 3 gem gap is a bit awkward, because if it is going to be 1 each, that will eventually be a problem for One Trick Ponies, as they won't be able to cancel a countdown. Rama springing down the Poco in the mid, not quite enough to get the kill once again, and the Poco just doesn't want to go down. In the meantime, though, A&R just keep getting closer and closer to countdown. There is a heal available now as well, as Mebius pushes up, finds Jaime. That's huge, actually, as Rama doesn't quite get pulled there by Lars, and Lars gets jumped on by Mebius. That's going to be a countdown locked in for A&R, and was that team wipe, more likely than not, they'll be taking the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, that is disappointing stuff now from One Trick Ponies. A&R are going to even things out. They're going to take it double match point, and this is the issue that One Trick Ponies were not looking for. This is domination from A&R in this one, really. We had some moments from Lars where he got some kills, but he was pretty much on lockdown from the Surge, and that's what I said. If he didn't leave that lane in the first one, that'd have been fine. He didn't leave it in this one, and they were fine.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Just no real flanks like that available until Mebius. He was kind of slacking in game number 1 for this set, and then the second game he brought it back together for A&R by taking down Jaime, the gem carrier for One Trick Ponies. That was an absolute disaster for OTP, and they can't afford those sort of mistakes at this level, not if they want to be going to Tokyo in May, as Cyclone is low, and again a really good jump in from Filippo will still feed a shot off, but it's still really good value as he pretty much single-handedly locks down the entirety of the left lane now.
Yeah, maybe it's going to have that super as well to get to level 3. And Lars, he's pushing aggressive, but should be shut down. He actually stood still there and didn't go for this kill on Lars, which is quite surprising now. Shot by that crow and pretty much sought out in that bush, but jump forward now and really not a lot out of it. He's just going to get punished straight away, but Sam back in and he's going to assist Jaime on getting a few more gems here. Just going aggressive and buying time for his team, and smart thing to do. He's getting the heals off it as well, going for Rama now, finding the shot, finding the kill and finding the heal as well. Maybe it needs to take this down before it's too late, and I mean, it just doesn't look likely. Lars is in a position of dreams.
Yeah, he's able to just flank left and right and consistently harass their back lane, quickly reset as well, and make sure that he is a constant pain for ANR to deal with. 2 gems away from a countdown, but Mebius has a super and it's already on stage 3 as well, which means he has a lot of range to work with. ANR, they are catching up as Lars and Cyclone duel it out. Cyclone wins it, but at the cost of a lot of HP. ANR are still catching up. A gem away now from evening things out as Filippo jumps in the back line. Really able to find much, but Rama finds Jaime. Lars trying to get away with the gems, but it gets shut down, and ANR locking a countdown. Filippo still in the back line, but that countdown is going to be a problem. They need to take down Rama.
I mean, it's just not looking likely. Down goes Jaime as well. Lars is left with no heals. He's knocked back. He's taken down, and they're spinning. They're spinning, and they've deserved it. 3-2 to ANR as they take down One Trick Ponies on the double match point. Incredible stuff from them, and in my opinion, thoroughly deserved.
Incredible stuff from ANR, really unexpected as well. I mean, this was on paper, again, a very one-sided match. ANR, they're really not bad, but they are playing with a sub and OTP. On paper, they've just looked a little bit better here and there. In this matchup, they certainly did not. ANR was brilliant across the board, and even though it was a close match and OTP were close enough from the comeback, I feel like both teams made a lot of mistakes, and the plus side of that means that if they are able to improve on those things and iron some of that out, they'll have a lot of potential because they're still able to get some impressive performances and accomplishments despite those mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for One Trick Ponies. They're going to have to bounce back in this lower bracket. They've got some really, really fierce competition down in that lower bracket. As I already mentioned a few times, Foot and Navi are very, very difficult.
Decent amount of them, but sometimes that happens. You can have those messier fights. Both teams seem happy to fight in those sort of conditions, but ANR were just able to thrive a little bit more in the chaos and seize those opportunities to bring themselves that victory.
Really solid stuff, wasn't it? I mean, I didn't expect it to be nearly as close as that. I mean, that was wow. We have quite a stacked lower bracket for today. That's for sure. But congrats to ANR. I mean, we were saying going into the matchup that with the last-minute substitution, it can kind of go for or against you. Yesterday, it really went, in favor actually, for Lenan and the squad. But today, Alex, Cyclone did some work. I mean, he wasn't going down in that bottom corner for the majority of Hard Rock Mine. So I've got to give him a little shout. I know there's a lot of love for him in the chat. And also, we're coming up with technical issues, guys. Just bear with us. We're doing our best to iron some of those out in the background for you guys. You probably noticed a little bit of a lack of audio, and I'm sure we'd all love to hear both Trev and Teddy, unless you're me, in which case I'd love to try to muffle them out as much as possible. But yeah, what a solid game. Trev, going back to our predictions coming in, was it kind of what you expected it to be, or was it kind of a bit closer actually?
Well, I mean, definitely not. We said, I think it was 70-30 to One Trick Ponies, and I mean, it was definitely a 50-50 double match point and pretty much a third game in the majority of sets as well. It's not what I saw coming into this one. And the substitution, they're clearly working out. Cyclone came in, and as you said, he played really well, deserves to be commended for his performance there. And, if you're not familiar with the team, if you haven't scrimmed with them, it can be quite uncomfortable. And it seemed like he just became comfortable by the end of it. And I feel like, that position in the next stage of the competition is thoroughly deserved by them.
Yeah, ANR now into the stage 3 period, and we're going to have to find out now in the lower bracket who is going to be potentially joining them in that series, because again, some huge contenders. Navi, but as well, now One Trick Ponies down there as well. We'll be taking a very short break, guys, so do not go anywhere. Be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
La 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 la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermiss dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series here, powered by Samsung Galaxy, of course. We are approaching now the fourth match of the day, and it has been a long one, Trav. Some massively exciting moments all round, but any team that stood out specifically for you, and kind of what do you kind of expect from our next matchup?
I mean, you know, can we really say anybody but A&R in terms of standing out at this point? I don't think we can. They've just been really, really strong. You know, they came yesterday, they took down Navi. Today, they've come and done pretty much very, very similar stuff. One Trick Pony's been taken down by them with a substitute. So, I mean, it's really incredible.
It really has been an awesome day, isn't it? And I was not expecting, honestly, A&R to do nearly as well as they did, but huge congratulations to them. We'll see more from them next week still to come. But before we get into our next match, I've got to give a massive, massive shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, of course. We would not be sitting here where we are watching the fantastic games that we have been without them as our proud sponsor for the streams. And of course, Terry, you know, it has been a phenomenal season. We're now in season 2.5, and Snapdragon Elite Gaming have been there all the way.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's been more than one phenomenal season. It's been 2.5. and that is across multiple regions and titles as well, just showing the the lengths that Snapdragon Elite Gaming are willing to go through to help better mobile esports, and they've done a fantastic job with that, so we could not be prouder to have them as a sponsor.
Exactly that, and it has been, of course, a long day, but hopefully you guys are still energized. I know that you got your cans of Monsters to hand, but I've got to give a massive shout out to Monster Energy as well, because, it keeps us in check. It keeps the players in check also. And when it comes to esports, you've got to be on your game, and Monster Energy helps us do all those things. So again, a massive thank you to them for all the support that they give us here on the streams. And let's move things on a little bit to discuss our next matchup then, Trav. I feel like this is going to be one of the most explosive matches actually of the day. Foot Esports versus Navi. I mean, talk us through, for those that may be joining the stream fresh, what have we seen so far from both of those two teams today?
I mean, we've seen some good performances from them today, I will say. Foot just seemed that a little bit more convincing, I will say, and off the back of that, I just still feel like they haven't really been tested. So I'm still waiting for them to be tested, and I think Navi is the perfect test for that. They're a top team, they're a well-known team, their fan base is massive, and I think they've got a long way to go to be able to beat them.
I think it summed it up perfectly. Navi could well be that team. Let's take a look at their roster as well, just to kind of revitalize ourselves of, what is this team made of? MMA, Cube, and Angel Boy. And this is a very, very aggressive team. Of course, we know that Alex left the roster at the end of last year. So this has been the three that have really been making up the entirety of Navi now. And, I've got to say first off the bat, Angel Boy's really, really impressed me with a lot of the aggressive plays that he's had. And I'm hoping that Foot have been watching from the sidelines to kind of analyze him in particular. But nonetheless, Cube as well, very, very on point today. A lot of jukes and evading a lot of shots. And MMA, of course, bringing everyone together in a wonderful way. This is honestly a scary team, Teddy.
Yeah, I agree, and I like that you're pointing out both Cube and Angel Boy, because Cube, to me, was the best player of the team last year, and it feels like Angel Boy is trying to take over that title next year, and maybe for the better.
Foot have been equally as impressive, in my opinion. Let's take a look at their roster as well, because there's been a lot of roster movements coming out of last year. Semantic, OPE, and Drage for Foot Esports, and a squad that we haven't necessarily seen play too much in the BSC yet. They didn't make the monthly finals, but they have been redeeming themselves here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Yes, they are in the lower bracket, but as are teams like Navi. I mean, ultimately, Zeta Division didn't make it through the lower bracket, and that was the #1 seed. So they've done really, really well to get this far, but they've got to continue to keep up the pace. I've got to give a huge shout out as well to Semantic, because for me, he has been the star player so far, really, really coming into his own with fantastic, skillful plays. But I've got to say, though, in that same respect, OP and Drage also sort of upped their game for me today, Trav. And kind of what were your thoughts on what we saw earlier today?
I mean, we saw some great plays, wonderful drafts, and they just pretty much tied it up really quickly. They all looked very good, and as you said, Semantic really is the star man, but OP and Drage really came into their own today, and I think Drage made some good plays yesterday as well. But OP is kind of just that. He's kind of just the middleman, he's the one who needs to glue the team together. Without him, then they're not going to be a team. But it's definitely, I think, Semantic making the majority of the flash plays. We've seen some from Drage, but I'd like to see some more from OP as well.
Yeah, OP and Semantic, very similar play styles, actually, in fact, and very similar brawler kind of skill sets. Very much the aggressors in that respect, and Drage just bringing everyone together and acting as the support role primarily. But, it's kind of interesting because, we're seeing now Semantic and OP kind of like almost swap brawlers effectively between rounds and games. But the draft will be getting in shortly as well. Can't wait to see what both sides choose to go in as their strategy. But, Teddy, from watching from our perspective today, if you're kind of there with the teams and discussing strategy, what is kind of going through your mind when it comes to who is going to have the edge here? How do you approach going into a matchup against a team like Foot Esports or a team like Navi?
It's very challenging for sure, because both teams are quite inconsistent.
Team, because you've got to be at this level of competitive. When you're as big names as they are, you've got to be able to put everything else set from just the game in front of you beside to be able to play it to the best of your ability, and therefore go ahead and win it. And I think they are a team who are going to be able to do that. And I don't think they're a team who really needs fans to be able to get going and get the games on the table and won. But the thing is with Navi, they were required to reverse sweep. They've definitely been looking like the more worrying team today, and don't get me wrong, Foot aren't looking absolutely incredible over the past couple of days either, but they've been more convincing than Navi have, and I feel like Navi requiring to reverse sweep, it's either gonna have given them that momentum boost needed or put a bit of worry in their minds.
Well, you raised a valid point, let's be honest, because Navi have just come out the back of a full reverse sweep, haven't they? So they're going to be feeling very good about the situation. The bans and the picks already underway now. We've got the ban of Fang, Tick, and Sprout for Navi. For Foot, Esports banning out the Gene, the Bonnie, and the Tick. Gold Arm Gulch, knockout, and then followed by Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. For Brawl, Pinhole Punt, and gets the 4th and 5th set, Bridge Too Far for Heist. For Hard Rock Mine, for Gem Grabber also. Foot going to be going in with the Otis and the Max, and they are two very aggressive brawlers. The Lou, though, Teddy, not necessarily one of the more frequent brawlers that we tend to see on Gold Arm Gulch. Where's your head at for that one?
I'm not too sure. I mean, sometimes you'll use the Lou as, you know, a bit of a tank counter if you really don't have that many options or a specific plan. The thing is, I do remember, I believe it was at the Brawl Stars World Finals, in Na'Vi picking up the Lou on Shooting Star. So if you bring Lou on Shooting Star, why not on Gold Arm Gulch? What worries me is that it went terribly wrong for them. So I don't know what to think of it. I don't personally like it, but I'm hoping to be surprised positively.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of in the same boat as you here. It's a little bit worrying. I feel like also at the same time, B and Otis going to be able to shut down Sam just ridiculously well. But at the same time, Eve bringing in some of these babies and stuff like that should be able to tank quite a lot. And if they can time these aggressive pushes well, then it's going to be pretty good. Lou, on the other hand, I think solid, but won't say solid here. I think that's the main point that I'd get down to. I'm not sure if it's going to have the same viability, because, you know, it's not like it's massively outranging anything. They're not against any tanks. They're against brawlers who are going to be able to just avoid feeding this super, and I think that can be a major issue for Navi here.
I agree. That is looking like a bit of a tricky brawler to play out here, but as I said, I'm absolutely ready to be positively surprised. It's going to be up to MMA and his squad to prove me wrong. Prove us wrong, as OP does take quite a bit of heavy early damage. We'll be able to just fall back and heal back up, and as he constantly keeps moving, he constantly keeps unlocking his super as well, so he should have it by the time of the late game for this first round.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, you can't really complain at what he's doing right now. Some would say he's spinning, but obviously just getting this super cube. Unable to find him yet either, and he finally pokes his head out that bush, but not really going to do too much for him or the opponents. Fat Splatter placed down, and now they've scouted out where MMA is as well, and Drage looking for the follow-up shots, finds one, finds two, gets the sloth as well, takes one down, and he's slowed. Lovely stuff from Drage. You were saying Semantic's the one with all the flashy plays. OP picks up the right-hand side, but that round was all Drage.
Yeah, it really was. What a pop-off there from his hand. And honestly, everyone doing quite well, all things considered, on Foot, as OP did end up winning his 1v1 against Q as well. And now Na'Vi, they gotta be a bit more convincing than that if they want to still stand a chance in this opening game. Angel Boy is just going to be chilling on the right-hand side. He does get muted, but we'll just be able to fall back from that situation as Eve is forced to jump away, leaving two players somewhat alone on the left-hand side, but no opportunity to capitalize just yet, although MMA is low, so is Angel Boy, and the situation is getting out of hand as Angel Boy foils, Semantic connecting some shots very nicely, and suddenly man advantage in favor of Foot.
I mean, this is what I mean. Like, OP's the glue. He's just holding everything together. Now making this aggressive play towards Cube. Gets the phase shifter away. Almost goes down, but Drage actually falls as well. So it's a 2v2. Both Cube and OP realize it's a need to kind of be a little bit more passive. Lou Super finally comes down. Covers quite a lot of this map as well. And by the time that's gone down, gas should be taken away at Semantic. Just looking for another kill here. OP trying to find the shots around the side. Semantic's not going to pinch it either. And they're actually going to manage to get this round down. Great stuff from Navi. And what was a massive turnaround, because I was expecting Foot to be able to close this one out.
Yeah, they overextended. They got a bit greedy and got punished for it at the end as well. OP tried his best to get the hatchlings out before they even spawned, but that meant extending to deal damage. But he also took a lot of damage, and he wasn't able to break it in time either. So a bit of a disaster there, where he couldn't quite fully commit, and he kind of got the negative side from both plays. Either way, max speed gonna be popped now by OP as Rage goes for a slow, connects onto MMA. That is gonna be a secured kill, and now it's all about pulling out and staying safe, not giving away any freebies like they did in the previous game. And OP is gonna try to take those hatchlings out, but again, they will be spawning in with 161 HP left.
Yeah, really not much you can do about that. Almost got it down, but couldn't quite find the finishing blows on that. And honestly, it didn't make a difference anyway. Speed available from OP now. Super's widely available from Foot, and not so much really for the side of Navi, other than the person who should have it all the time. Mute's there. Angel Boy's gone. Cube shortly going to be following after him. Foot going to be absolutely destroying them down in this third set. And the first one. Second one, a little bit sketchy, but the first game goes the way of Foot Esports.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though the second round did feel, using your word sketchy, Foot were in the driver's seat until they kind of just gave away a freebie. And besides that, they are looking much more dominant. I like their draft a lot more. And honestly, I mean, as much as I do want to see Lou succeed here, I haven't really seen why it's there in the first place just yet.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not the draft that anybody would really pick. I think coming into this one, nobody would say, oh, this is a Golem Gulch draft from Navi. Where on the other side of things, you can kind of see where Foot are coming from. It's more than saying they're playing it so passively. Angel Boy just throwing this super away and retrieving it time and time again. And Foot are just happy to wait. They're happy to wait for this opportunity to be able to get the pinch in. And that's what they've been doing in the previous games. OP sees an opportunity and he takes it and gets a lot of super off it. Has to use that phase shifter. Doesn't find the finishing blow and actually gets finished off himself. Over aggression. And that's going to be a big pain for Foot now, as surely Navi will just take this one.
Yep, that is a commanding lead into this first round, and chance maybe still for the B to get that super. Will do just that. She's still connecting some nice shots, but not really much of a chance, as Navi will be taking the first round. Let's see if they can try to replicate that success coming into round 2.
Disappointing stuff from Foot so far, really. It works out when they just don't over-aggress, and it seems to be OP over-aggressing pretty much every single time, the one making these kind of blunders and mistakes, but playing this one a little bit more passively. Drage looking for the pinch, gets the slow off onto him. That time he can make a little bit more of it, gets the finishing shot as well, and doesn't find the 3K. Would have been nice to see him do that, but you got to commend it anyway. OP looking for the shots, and Angel Boy wants the super and actually manages to get it. Now Angel Boy rotating and trying to find the aggression up on this right-hand side, but 3v2. If Foot play this slow, if they play it smart, then they should win it now.
Yeah, this should not be winnable here for Angel Boy, and he will be admitting defeat probably at some point if he actually ends up dying. And he realizes now that the longer he lives, the more supers he is feeding, so decided to stop healing and actually go down, as we are all even in this game. But Foot Esports have the potential set on the line here if they manage to grab this one.
Yeah, Cube just levitating over this wall at the bottom, and it's the same interactions all over. They go to the same position every single time, never even try to swap things up, and both teams clearly feeling pretty happy about the position they're in. Only one round away from even things out for Navi, and Foot win this one, then they're going to be going on to the first set in the bag. Cube getting hit, and it's when Drake starts to get these pinches off that Foot really do start to look threatening.
Angel Boy getting muted, but not the most follow-up value for Foot, as they're unable to really capitalize. Ope ready to pop speed as well as soon as he gets closer to his teammates. Only going to pop it with Semantic. Not really able to find any value of this speed now either. And they need to be careful because you need that utility, but they are able to find MMA at last. Angel Boy still trying to heal up as Cube jumps in, but never really gets the chance to land. And Foot Esports are able to cleanly dispatch of them at the end. I was a bit worried after a lot of utility was popped by Foot, and they didn't really get much from it, but it seems like Navi just decided to jump in one by one afterwards, and Foot Esports were able to easily take care of that situation, taking that first set home.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm quite glad Foot took that one down. I do feel like they had the better draft. They played it better. A few blunders here and there, which they're going to have to iron out going forward. Always, Navi, I'm sure, will take advantage of them, but damage-wise, all on their side. I mean, heal-wise, not really, but they didn't need to heal as much. But 123 supers used is... that's a Sam stat if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that is screenshot worthy, I would say. But obviously, yeah, that is all Sam, right? Pretty much, even when you are full HP, you're still shooting it wherever to get that extra movement speed, just in case someone does push you or you have a chance to go for a play. But it's definitely an interesting one that usually doesn't need to be pointed out just as much. But that is a ridiculous amount of supers. But yeah, as we just said, it does make sense. Checking out, some of the best plays of this set as well. You mentioned Rage. He had quite a strong showing in this one. It was still a bit messy on the side of Foot Esports, to be honest. I feel like they made it closer than it had to be. But Na'Vi, I don't know, man. Their draft was just a really, really odd one. And they were able to make it work better than I would have anticipated. But it still didn't quite manage to hold up at the end of the day.
I mean, the Eve is totally fine by me, and a lot of the time it was the Eve going down first just because the other two were doing nothing. I think we saw 2 Lu supers in the entirety of it, and obviously we saw about 120 Sam supers, but at the end of the day, they weren't doing anything, so it didn't matter. You see the first signs of a Lu super there, and it does absolutely nothing as they kind of just stay out the way of it, and it's just Angel Boy remaining, gets muted out, and then 3v1'd by the side of Foot Esports, and if they can bring similar mentality and similar team play, then I don't doubt they'll be able to take this one down quite quickly, but Ring of Fire is going to be up next. A bit of a different feel to it, so you're going to have to take a little bit of a different approach. We should see these bans coming in shortly, but you've got to be looking towards those Megs, those Lus. If that's what Navi are reaching for on Goldhelm Gulch, I'm sure they'll be reaching for it on Ring of Fire as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Meg is a very dangerous brawler here. Poco as well. Mag's still also a dangerous idea. But across the board, you can try to go more aggressive too. You could go for Buzz, as we've seen earlier today. You could still go for an Ashe too, in my opinion. It's a bit more difficult to play out, but if you're able to go in the backline of your opponents, you can still be an absolute threat. I don't think Sam is really a viable option here, but our bans are lining up. We'll see the double Penny ban, actually, and then Na'Vi will be banning the Meg themselves, as well as a B. Footballists will be banning Bell and Squeak, and they have the first pick. That's going to be Lola, which I don't mind. I mean, with Penny and Bell banned, those are some of the most problematic brawlers for Lola to deal with, so I do kind of like this first pick idea, because I wouldn't necessarily have thought of Lola as a first pick, because usually you do kind of leave it for, you know, the middle of the draft, but this early on, it just makes sense looking at the bans we got.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like the Lu pick, right? You know, as you said, those bans that Foot have kind of brought to the table, and also Navi as well with that Penny, it lines up pretty perfectly, and they have gone for the Lu. They went for it in Goldhelm Gulch. They didn't really work out with it, but Ring of Fire, it's a completely different story. It pretty much is the brawler on this map, along with Meg, to be able to take the game down. But if we can see that Lola playing through the mid, playing those egos responsibly, and tanking a lot of that damage out with the freeze frame, then it can still work. But I do fear a little bit for Foot, especially with that Lu, and now also with the Crow, 'cause it's pretty solid as well.
Yeah, I do like that a lot. Especially, you know, the problem with Lu is that sometimes you struggle a little bit to get enough supers to have that value, because as a brawler itself, he does not do the best in most 1v1 situations. But if someone down in the mid is slowed down, that's free shots, which means free super for the Lu pretty much. So I do like that synergy a decent amount, and that's a lot of control already in the bank for Na'Vi. But Foot are going to be going for an Otis and an Amber themselves, so not really as much utility per se, but still a decent amount of DPS and ways to kind of just harass specific areas of the map.
Yeah, you know, I like it. I do like it. I mean, these two brawlers, very, very solid. Otis, pretty much just in case they take that tank as a last. And anyway, it's good, regardless, against those mid-range brawlers. Amber, burn down that fire and make sure that you've got complete vision of everybody. And then Otis and Lola can have a bit of an easier time. They're going for the Sprout. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's going to be quite good against that Amber lane, I'd imagine, just keeping it back and not letting it get any supers other than the ones that it's going to get from its star power and gadget, obviously. But it should keep quite a lot at bay. And if they can manage to cycle these walls nicely, then I think Foot are going to have some issues.
Yeah, they shouldn't really be able to get it out of position, can they? Like, they have no destruction. They have, like, I mean, obviously you have the Otis splash, but that doesn't cover that much ground either. So if they play it right, the spark can be quite impactful. Not really a pick I would have thought of myself. But I'm excited to see how it actually works out here, as Na'Vi keep being innovative with their drafts. It didn't work in the previous set, but this one might just.
Definitely so, and May getting hit by a few shots off the start. A little flurry of shots come out from OP, and Samantha just trying to keep his range advantage. It's in the Sprout over the right-hand side, just pinching in, and OP can't really do a lot about it. That's the issue. Samantha can have a pretty easy time in mid if Angel Boy's not shooting at him, but a lot of the time he is going to be.
Yeah, it's kind of the awkward situation here, right? Because on the one hand, Angel Boy is pretty much unreachable, but he also can't really reach people too much himself unless they really overextend. It's a very safe approach, which I don't know how much I like it. just yet. But we'll see as we progress through this game. Angel Boy is pushed back, and Foot Esports will be taking over the lead momentarily as Ope, and that will be closing out that kill. A close call, but Angel Boy able to get that one with 150 HP left for him, and his first Sprout will now unlock, helping his teammates get a better grip down in the mid.
Yeah, another wall there as well, but that Ego and freeze frame going to come down. I almost said fat splatter then, but OP not showing any signs of using that. And May getting it pinched from the side, and Oil coming down in the mid. Nice from Drage, going to connect it all the way to his side as well. Wall from Angel Boy, but OP's aggressing. He's not really allowing them to shoot this mid and keep Semantic out of there, and they're just adding 5% to that zone. OP's going to go down again, and it's kind of just a thing of like, how many times can he go down without Angel Boy managing to progress up, and that's going to be the decider of who managed to win this one out. But Drage going to throw some Oil down in the mid, or Ice in this case, and May just being pushed off once more.
Yeah, it's a second super that Drage does miss, and that is a lot of lost value. But still definitely in contention for this game. But things are starting to slowly get more and more complicated. However, Angel Boy doesn't have any gadgets anymore either, so not gonna be able to recycle his supers quite as often anymore. As Foot are building up a bit of a lead now. Drage was a big pickup there onto Cube, and he does get to survive as well. MMA is next to full, and Foot Esports are getting closer and closer to the finish line as Na'Vi are struggling to keep up with the pace.
Yeah, I mean, OP's just going to feed him walls, but he doesn't really care at this point, as he's not throwing them on the mid, and that's helping out him a lot. No gadgets left either. They've got a mute, they've got some time to compose. Drage coming back up with some Oil. OP's got the mute as well. We just need the Ego to be able to tank a lot of this damage out. Looking for the burn down now, but Lou got first signs of another super. See another hedge being placed in mid, and it's actually OP who's feeding this quite a lot of time. Another one missed by Drage as well, but he's still playing this really, really well, I will say. And May getting hit, and no pathway onto the zone here. OP looking for the fight around the the right-hand side. Drage, Semantic trying to push through the mid, but he can't do it. The wall behind, so OP can't contest either. They need to get the kills now, or it's going to be never. The shots are coming through, but the percentage is not stopping. Navi managed to take this one down, and Foot Esports, regardless of a good fight, the time stops them short.
What a comeback there from Na'Vi, because it really felt like once they were starting to run out of gadgets, that Foot had the advantage and were able to kind of like find it in the long run. And I like the composure as well from Foot, making sure that they didn't rush it, right? They let Na'Vi take mid whenever they started losing some players, but they were just never able to retake it. And Na'Vi did such a splendid job at holding on to the mid and just having such strong control all around. It was a lovely game from them, and a very impressive comp as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really smart from Navi, but honestly, Foot did a great job of playing against it to be able to get the percent they did, because it just seems like it's not a massive outdraft, but the control that they're able to get from it is just really not that good from Foot. Wall going to be placed down by Angel Boy, and he's going to rotate over to that mid, as now he knows OP can't get the flank on him for now, and this is the place that he was making the last one, playing the walls down and then playing around them. Uses that gadget to bring it back and places another one where Emmy's going to be burning down, and he actually might go down because of that as well. Surviving on 300 HP, but that should be a Semantic finish. OP's finding some control as well, finds the grass, and that's going to be massive for Foot.
Yeah, OP trying to get in there before Angel Boy locks him out, but wasn't quite able to do so successfully. A bit of a lead again for Foot Esports. Is that going to be enough? We saw earlier that the good situation they managed to get themselves into wasn't enough in the long run, as Navi was able to just lock in that mid position. A jump in from Cube, that's going to be a big kill as he's able to find a follow-up, but the splash from Ope is there to get the trade. Angel Boy still very low himself, and eventually that Sprout wall will be going down, as Angel Boy probably is close enough to the next one that he decided to not waste a gadget for that.
Yeah, May getting some shots in. Angel Boy brought low, though. No fat splatters left to finish him off, and that can be an issue. See that Ego being placed down by Semantic behind him, though, so it's not going to be tanking a lot. Freeze frame should be able to switch this one out, but Angel Boy's brought low. Lou super thrown in the mid as well. First signs of that we've seen. Can they get the finish off shot? OP doesn't manage to find it, and Angel Boy is going to live on a little bit longer. Still fairly low, and Drake trying to push on this left-hand side. Cube with the jump, and he should find him pretty easily, but he actually gets the burn down and gets the kill along with it. Needs to find the control. Mute down in mid as well. MMA falls, and this is the start that Foot Esports need to break through.
This is looking amazing for Foot, as they have such a good foothold down in the mid. No pun intended, I swear that just came out like that. Angel Boy falls to Semantic. Foot looking like they might just take this one home, but to be fair, they did look like that in the previous game too. This one is a little bit more convincing, however, as they're able to just cycle the respawns here from Na'Vi, and they're just never able to get a synced up push with the 3 players of Na'Vi at the same time all together. Foot was some fantastic work in this one to bring it back and tie things up 1-1 here in Hot Zone.
I mean, Foot, they were looking good in that one. They were looking good in the first one as well. If they can play it the same and play really, really well, then they might be able to bring it back once again. Now, just need to bring a little bit more from Navi. We need more loose supers, more control of that mid, but it's just so hard to grasp when Semantic's playing this so well, so passively. And the same goes for all of Foot pretty much, because we know that Navi have got a very good, very controlling comp, and they still managed to get some control off it. So commendable performance by Foot so far.
Mate taking a lot of damage, but we're taking a while to really capitalize, and means he's had time to fall back and heal back up without Foot really getting too many percentages locked in either. The ego now is going to be popped by Semantic and can be very valuable. Just increase the damage output plus give him a little bit of shield, and the shield is actually going to be popped on that ego as OP does get locked out of that right side, and it's going to splash down the mid, keeping Semantic just a little bit safer in the zone.
Yeah, Angel Boy's going to use his gadget as well, blocking off this side, and now that's a great position for him to be in. OP needs to find this route through, but MMA's going to assist in keeping him off it. Oil down in the mid, and Drage might be able to find the burn, but nice stuff from him. Whenever they lose control, he has that there. Fat splatter in mid as well. MMA brought down to 1 shot. Freeze frame, surely going to be popped in a second, and does get the kill. Cube's low as well. Semantic finds the pinch, and that's 2. Angel Boy needs to try and keep this lane, but whilst he's doing that, Foot are dominating the rest.
Yeah, Angel Boy has been doing fantastic so far this match, but right now it's the other sides that are really struggling to keep up with the pace as Foot Esports nearly at the halfway mark, and a beautiful connection there was that super from Ope, able to pick up the kill now. And Foot Esports gaining more and more ground, more and more percentages. Na'Vi being more and more behind as MMA trying his best to hold on to the mid. Cube fell on the left-hand side, and Drage is struggling to heal back up. Some good dodges will end up going down. This could be the opportunity as Cube jumps in, but that jump in is not really going to get any connections immediately. Some lost value there. The positioning is good, however, and helpful. He'll get to survive himself as MMA is in the zone. It's a chance for Navi to start catching up. Angel Boy was a beautiful pickup onto Semantic on the left side, and now a chance really for Navi to start a strong comeback.
Yeah, I hope he's found the best position he's found all game, though, and the pinch is there. This Mew's going to be missed to the burn down. I mean, he's going to fall. Angel Boy, the only one remaining. The swap worked for a while, but now it's all falling apart. Jump in from Cube once more. All of Foot in the mid. Drage needs to try and avoid these shots, or even just eat them for Semantic so they can add some more percentage to the zone and make it impossible for the comeback. 20 seconds left, and honestly, we're nearing that point now. They need to stay on for the entirety of the game where it's over, and I think that might just about be it in terms of time to percentage value that Navi can get. And regardless, Foot take home the win. 2 sets along with it, and Navi, they're in a world of pain. 1 set needed for the game to be closed out and Navi to be knocked out of the competition.
I just want to point out the win condition here for Foot in that game, because it looked like Navi might just start an unbelievable comeback, but to me it was the fact that I believe it was Angel Boy on the spot moved on to the left lane for the first time in the entirety of this set. And immediately Ope capitalized by moving over to, well, the lane he was already at, but deep into that back line and abusing the fact that the Sprout had left that position where Ope had found no success so far in that set. And he got that flank in, which landed him a double kill, and eventually the rest of the game locked in for Foot. So that was a fantastic decision made by him and his team in that particular situation.
Yeah, definitely so. And, you know, those kind of decisions have to be made. And we saw some rotations from Navi. We saw some adjustments from Foot as well. But the ones from Foot definitely worked a little bit better and just scavenged those games at the end. 24 kills. Close amount of damage, to be fair. Only about 7,000 in it, which is not something we see so often. And more heals coming out of Foot as well, considering it was pretty much just... to be fair, it was probably OP just healing up over and over again after being hit by that Sprout, retreating and going back to get hit once more. Whereas the other lanes were definitely a bit more of a stalemate, and the kills were guaranteed if that initiation went in from one of them. So really nice stuff from Foot. But Navi, they're not out of it yet. They reverse swept once today already. What's stopping them from doing it again?
That's a absolutely valid point. It really is. Now, it is true that, you know, how replicable that is going to be is Maybe a little bit questionable. You can't rely on reverse sweeping every time, right? Because eventually you do a mistake and it's over. That is the importance of starting your series off well and not giving away so many sets early on in your matches. Is that you don't have room for mistakes anymore, and sometimes it does work out nicely for Na'Vi because they are a team that, you know, it doesn't get too emotional. We can see that on the stage or whenever we see them playing, they're able to stay focused up and go along with their ideas no matter the situation. But mistakes will happen even to the best players, and now being 2 sets behind, you do a mistake or two and your match is just over. You're just going home.
Yeah, well, picks and drafts. Picks and bans are going to be in for Pin Old Punt now. Now they're going to be banning out Poco, that Crow, and the Janet. So now that Foot banning out the B, the M's, and the Surge. Mac's going to be the first pick of Foot, and it's been pretty versatile. Been very good today. We've seen them play it already. It was OP who slotted on that brawler, but all of them more than capable of playing this brawler to a great level. Now they're going to come back with 2 picks now, and with Poco banned out, honestly, I thought that'd be more of their kind of pick, to pair it with the tank and just run it down at Foot, who are kind of running away with the game.
Yeah, the Max first pick, I don't mind myself. I mean, Max, it was quite interesting to me because I felt like it was still a really strong brawler, and then we didn't really see it too much in the first half of yesterday. Maybe a little bit more in the second half, but it's only until today that we're really starting to see more and more Max action again, and I'm really enjoying it as well. The draft is going pretty crazy. We'll have the Ashe and the Otis locked in by Na'Vi. Some welcoming picks going back more to their roots now, as we'll have the Primo to match that Ashe energy, as well as the Sandy, which has been making some waves back in the meta lately.
Yeah, I mean, Sandy really has been making moves recently. You pair that with the Max, it's kind of thrown us back to 2020 vibes, to be honest with you, but I do like it. But Otis and Ashe, it's a really good combination as well. Usually Otis kind of picked into the Ashe, but this time I'm sure it'll be played into that Primo, or maybe even the Sandy at this point, as Colette's picked as well. So another great tank counter. But also, we might see quite a lot of Sandy supers on the map here. It's going to have to be eradicated pretty quickly by Ashe, but also whilst he's doing that, he's going to be feeding. Should win that lane, and Colette should win the other one, but it's depending if they get those lanes right and actually manage to enforce them all the time.
Yeah, I think the max speed is going to be critical as well, and the timing at which they manage to get that, they really need to be able to capitalize from those max supers and build up a lot of pressure, gain some ground, and get those tricky situations into more of a winnable fight, because range is on the side of Na'Vi, and that is something that can be quite worrisome, especially in the early stages when you're fighting for the mid there. It can quite quickly be turned around, and that's why they're pretty much forced to play defensively. And so far, while it's not paying off, as Na'Vi are just cleaning them up and able to get a very early goal in.
Yeah, good stuff from them, but now comes the speed. Dre shouldn't be too far off that super as well, and there goes Semantic. He's going in, gets some shots on cue, but he's got the heals off. OP looking for the shots through. Angel Boy's low as well. Can OP find this pathway through? He can't. He doesn't choose to go for it. Waiting it out and trying to go for control, but Angel Boy says no to that and wipes him off the map as well.
Yeah, Angel Boy fully raged up is an absolute problem here for Foot, as he will be healing back up now. Drage very low HP, gets muted. That should be a free kill. 2 for 1 there, as OP is the last player remaining. Trying to do something, but not sure what he even can do, as Na'Vi slot in the second goal. A 56-second game here, as Na'Vi really just shrank back after it was looking more and more dominant for Foot. It does look like Na'Vi are getting back in a winnable situation, and I prefer their comp, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you've kind of got to, I think, at this point. The Sandy a little bit underwhelming, gets the stun off on Angel Boy, but instantly going to be pretty much unstunning him at the same time. Semantic looking for the shots through, and actually, did he use a super there? I think he made a connection with it and actually burnt down Cube as he was coming back. Drage looking for some jukes, he knows MMA's low, but doesn't know he's got the mute, I don't think, so needs to be a little bit careful and manages to avoid it out and survives a little bit longer. Looking for his super, finds it, but also finds a fat splatter to the face.
Yeah, a 3-on-1 here as Semantic is struggling, and that might very much be the goal, as Rage gets muted. Not much he can do from that position. Cube just gonna be walking this one in, and without a care in the world, lock in that first goal 45 seconds in. Foot, it's looking like this might be a very short set for them.
Well, double stun there, and Drake gets a lot of damage down, jumps for Semantic. Should be a free goal here, but the mute's there also. Even if he gets muted, though, he can surely still walk this, gets the jump over the top of him, gets the takedowns, and gets the goal in. FUT Esports fighting back, and Semantic doesn't want to give it up that easy.
A brilliant play from Semantic. It was feeling so far like the Primo and the Sandy both didn't get the most value, but again, a double stun from Ope and a chance here actually to score this one in. FUT Esports out of nowhere get to match point.
Where did they even come from? It just speed make the magic happen. Semantic playing that incredibly as well, but we can't forget Drake got 2 double stuns, and those Sandy Supers are really coming into their own, providing so much help for FUT, and it's not over yet. We might see yet another terrible start for them, but it looks like they've got some fights still left in the locker.
Let's see if it's going to be yet again a fantastic start from Na'Vi into this game. Very early max speed. Chance maybe to make something happen. They will manage to trade it out, but it's 2-for-1. Drage, he's in trouble. He's going to have to put Angel Boy to sleep, but is that going to be enough? Yes. And Semantic respawns, and more likely than not could just gadget the ball away from him. Angel Boy still able to pick up that kill anyways, though, and the max is out of the picture as well now. Cube simply able to walk it in and shoot it through. Na'Vi still was an early goal, took them 40 seconds this time, but now a chance was a Sandy Super to pass to Semantic. Angel Boy somehow gets a hold of the ball. Semantic was his chance maybe to score this one in, and he certainly will as Ope claims the final kill, and now whoever scores next will be taking the set.
I mean, these are some of the fastest retaliations I've seen. Drage needs those supers. Semantic does as well for anything to be able to happen, or is it pretty much all falls apart? Semantic gets the jump. Angel Boy's going to have to use that chill pill to stay alive. Going to lose all his rage and actually continue to be burned down, but Drage can't find these shots, and he's getting eaten up by Cube now. Takedown's there. OP looking for the opening. He might find it. The super, and he can't get the shot off. MA doesn't even have to mute him out there. Semantic trying to fly under the radar, but is caught out by Cube, and now this is an awful position, and we're going to need a Sandy Super to get out. The speed's there, but can they find the rest?
Semantic goes in for the super, gets muted up. Angel Boy should be able to easily dispatch of Ope. Their phase shifter is going to be used. Semantic, last player left alive, will slow things down, but I don't think that is going to be nearly enough as Cube awkwardly passes it backwards. Cube falls. And now with the Sandy Super, they can't heal up either in that area. So that was a throw if I've ever seen one, and a chance for FUT maybe to capitalize and close things out right here, right now.
I mean, they've got to hope that doesn't cost them the set, or else they're going to be crying about that when they're going home. There's no more lives after this game. It's match point. They're in the lower bracket. Drage looking for another super. He finds Cube. He takes him down. MMA's got the mute, though, but Semantic can get his super off just being hit. They missed the mute as well. The jump's there, and they're surely going to have costed this now. Cube can't get the damage. The walk in from OPE, and a devastating loss for Navi as FUT take it down off the back of a massive blunder from Navi.
I have no words. I have no words. That should not be happening. Navi, that was your shot at starting that comeback. And you've shown us before that you're able to get those comebacks. But dude, right after I do my whole monologue about, you know, a couple mistakes happening, and once you're already 2 sets down, there's no recovering from that. And right now, Navi, they demonstrated just that. You're playing with fire. Eventually, you get burnt, and FUT Esports, they're going to be moving on to the next round as Navi, sadly enough, especially considering, you know, the circumstances, they go down and they're out.
I mean, at the end of the day, who cares about damage? Who cares about heals? Because all he needs is a Primo Super, a max speed, and a Sandy Super, I think, and it's pretty much equals a goal, no matter what composition you're against for FUT Esports. Great stuff from them. But obviously, they did get less damage. They got less heals by quite a significant amount on both sides, but they managed to bring home the win. And yes, Navi choked it. It was absolutely terrible what they did. No communication there whatsoever. Could have walked it in, passed it backwards. I'm not sure what happened, but at the end of the day, FUT walk away with it, and now they're going 1 game away from going on to the next phase.
Crazy stuff here. I mean, honestly, FUT, dude, they looked quite fishy on day 1, and then suddenly they started playing better already towards the end of the day, and today they are really looking more and more solid. It feels like the team is finding their groove bit by bit, and I'm quite devastated for Navi because, I mean, first of all, we all always love Navi. You know, they're really fun guys, really nice guys. But the way they lost it as well, can't help but feel some empathy there, because I don't know what happened, if it was a misclick or, you know, the thumb just not really hitting the screen where it was meant to. but that should 100% have been a goal.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to have to watch this replay. I'm really hoping it does come up through these, because I'm going to need Ark's opinion on it in a minute when he comes back as well, because that was really something. I think it's just another couple of highlights away. Should be around about that minute mark where they made the big blunder. This is the foot comeback. They get the kills. They even it out. And then it's here. Like, what is this? He heals. No gadgets left. He's 3 shots away. He spawns in with 1. And he doesn't walk it. He doesn't do a successful pass. And there's no communication.
I don't know what to say to that. I mean, I want to say it's nerves, you know, because but Navi are not a team that should be getting nervous. I don't know. I genuinely can't really make sense of why that even happened, because it's just a walk-in. You don't even have to do anything more than that. It's just a left bar movement. So I'm sure Navi will be kicking themselves. That was their set. There was no doubt about it. That was their set. And they're going to be looking back at that moment and feeling really terrible about it. No way to put it. But congratulations to Foot. I mean, they were deserving winners, despite, in my opinion, not having comp in that last game. I think it was very apparent to me, at least in the early outset, they just looked like they didn't have that support. But regardless, you know, got to mention a massive sponsor that does have us fully in mind when it comes to support, and that is, of course, DHL. Huge thank you to them for all of what they do for us here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, because without them, we would not be able to put on this stellar performance that we do. And you know, Teddy, it has been a very long day, but nonetheless, support with DHL does go a long way.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you know, those shows takes tons of effort and resources to be put together. And I mean, there's tons of people that get their job from it. So we're very appreciative of that. And it's all because of our lovely sponsors, including especially DHL.
And of course, also Samsung Galaxy, Trav, because, you know, again, to have the players be supported on this kind of level, you know, they have then the best tablets and devices when it comes to those LAN experiences, which we are able to offer them as a result of the Snapdragon Pro Series, because, you know, ultimately that is what brings the best competition to the table.
Yeah, not only does Samsung allow us to have these big events, they also provide the devices which allow the players to play at the highest level and allow the viewers to watch the players play at the highest level and allow us to be here as well. So no complaints from me. A big thank you to Samsung, obviously.
We are now approaching our final match of the day, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back, though, after a very short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang,
on the plate. They've been slipping on me in the late. Gotta choose to communicate. Small in size, heavy in weight. I'm not a bitch, I'm a daughter of king. No compromise, cause I know what I bring. I stand for love like a sun on a ring. Shining bright when I rap, when I sing. Black gem, high refractive index, reflecting light. That's a princess business, my fate is strong. Standards are high, my crown so big, I'm a blessed alive. They don't know, no. What I do. They don't know. You a crew. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. You a 100%. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. I do 100%. Мы из Украины, братьям привет. Мы из Украины, сестрам привет. Более сила, це наш спірит. Ми без обмежень, sky is the limit. Були білі, мили, жовто-сині кольоро. Ми це рили, хвиля, сила, наше слово, то є flow. А над нами тільки Бог, лише з ним ми до перемог. Інші сіто є фрод, Богу слава, лише аплоз. Благословіння, мій word, наші люди, наш support, squad game.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We already had 4 matches today, a whole bunch yesterday as well, but there's one more left to go. Ark, sum up how today went so far, or, what has happened?
A lot of upsets, lots of chokes, that's for sure, and some very interesting drafts all round. But definitely a first time for me to see, was it Sam and Lou in Gold on Gulch, and 123 supers used in those in that set. But yeah, we never failed to deliver here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Oh, absolutely so, and it's been a bit of a crazy journey. It certainly has been. Trav, what was your favorite moment today?
Oh, I've got to say, that wonderful choke at the end of at the end of that Navi foot game, it really brought a massive smile to my face. Loved it. I wish I could watch it on repeat, and I'd probably just get up and leave.
That's a fair point. At least, it made us happy. It made the people at home that aren't cheering for Navi happy. Sure, Navi don't feel quite the same way about it, but, what will hurt some people will make others laugh. So that's good for us. It's been quite a wonderful journey so far, but to be honest, it would not quite have been possible if it weren't for the support of Snapdragon Elite Gaming that brought us all together to this position. So just an extra little shout out for them for making all of this happening. We have a final match, guys, for today, and it's going to be quite an interesting one. Let's talk for one more second about Snapdragon Elite Gaming because they make this series possible. We'll get to the match in just a little bit, but it's been a crazy amount of events. I feel like Brawl Stars truly has been blessed this year with the amount of tournaments it's had in the last couple of months, whether it's 2022 or already now in 2023. Snapdragon, so excited for more content. We have a season 2.5 and so much more coming, including Masters in Tokyo. A lot of good stuff to look forward to, and I can't wait to get to that point. Bringing us to another sponsor we do want to thank as well. That is going to be Samsung Galaxy, that have been powering our devices as well as the players, making sure that everyone is in the best conditions to compete and everyone is on a fair foot as well, which is very important in a competitive setting like this one. With that being said and that being out of the way, we have one match to go, and that's quite an exciting one. The finals of the lower bracket. Which team will be facing ANR in stage 3? That is going to be now Foot Esports that will be playing out their matchup. And how do you guys feel about this one, Ark? Do you feel like they've really proven themselves today?
Yeah, for me, Foot have really impressed, and I think also those that are watching as well. I've seen in the chat some very, very positive things about their performance today specifically. I think that One Trick Ponies were looking a little bit better yesterday, and that kind of worries me a little bit for them. I think that ANR, especially to come in with a substitution, not to take anything away from Cyclone, the guy played out of his mind today, but normally when you bring in, in a sub, it does tend to mean that you're probably going to lose the match, and they didn't in the upper bracket. They were the sole survivor of the upper bracket. So massive congratulations to them. But of course, we're now looking to find out who is going to be joining them. And it's either going to be Foot or it's going to be One Trick Ponies.
Exactly that. And One Trick Ponies, I feel like they started off the series quite poorly earlier. They were able to kind of catch up and look better and better, but at the end they still ended up choking a bit towards the end and not being able to close it out. Trav, do you feel like they got what it takes to turn, their luck around today and still manage to make it to stage 3?
I mean, yes, I do think they have what it takes, but I don't know if they will. Like they started up here and they quickly declined, whereas Foot started down here getting swept, and then they've swept 3 teams to get to where they are now. So it definitely seems like we've kind of seen the complete flip side from both of these teams. One Trick Pony started high and finished low, and Foot started low and finished high, and I think that's kind of enough of a complex explanation to get across the point of who I think is going to come out on top.
I think it's a very good point you're making, actually, because they were at the bottom of the elimination bracket and they managed to climb their way up. Whereas on the other hand, One Trick Ponies, they were doing quite well, and then now, well, they're just off a loss, a tough one to swallow as well, because their day could have ended a couple hours ago already. So it is a very different perspective. But I'm sure both teams will give it their all, as our map lineup is here as well. Pit stop in highs to kick things off. We'll have Hardrock Mine in Gem Grab right after, out in the open for knockout. Open zone in hot zone, and Super Beach in Brawl if we need the 4th and 5th set. Our bans are lined up as well. We'll see Ruffs, Stu, and Nita banned out by OTP as Foot ban Bonnie, Spike, and Otis, and a first pick Primo locked in, matched immediately by the reactionary bull by OTP. You love to see it.
For me, I've got to say, that Max is dangerous. Combined with the bull, I do like, and maybe even prefer what One Trick Ponies have here. The Primo is not a bad pick, don't get me wrong, and I imagine still going to be with Semantic. In my opinion, one of the best El Primo players in this region, so nothing to be grumbled over, to be completely honest. But ban-wise, I think it makes a lot of sense. There's definitely still some heavy hitters. Search going to come in for Foot, and it could also be combined with potentially an Ems or they're actually banning the Spike, so it could be something of a heavier counter here to be had, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, I do prefer just about what One Trick Ponies have got so far. The Max is always going to be able to give that burst of explosive speed to the bull, but at the same time, Surge is going to be able to get a lot of stacks off that bull, and there's nothing really getting too much off Primo just going in and feeding over the other side. So, Surge is going to be playing better towards the later game, and I think One Trick Ponies need a very, very strong start to be able to win this one so far. And Edgar, like, we've seen it happen. We saw it happen yesterday, but, like, come on.
Yeah, if my memory serves me right, it didn't quite work out either. So I'm curious to see how it does work out here as Foot bring it onto the table. I think it can have some potential, but it's on as well that, like, I would assume Edgar to be, like, pretty much only final pick potential. And yeah, that's going to be another tank in the mix. And I don't think Edgar necessarily does terribly against them. If he's able to somewhat play range wisely, he can still do decently with the self-heal, but it's a bit of a scary prospect because there's so much damage all around on the side of OTP and a lot of potential to just go for a base race or something along those lines, and the Surge, for instance, is just not going to be able to match that sort of damage.
It is a really strong final pick, isn't it, from One Trick Ponies? I mean, I can understand playing Edgar. You're going for your masteries. You want that CEO of Brawl Stars, don't we all? But I don't know whether you can get them in these kinds of lobbies. Regardless, I just feel like there's not really a solid counter, a solid opposition for Edgar to go with. But Drage will be, obviously, I imagine for that reason, going to be primarily trying to get the damage and cycling that onto the safe. It's taking them down pretty quick, but now Semantic coming in to realistically make that fire burn on the safe and try and get some punches in there as well. But Filippo bringing the speed, it's going to be a ton of pressure, Trav, just continuously going on to the Foot safe here.
I mean, OP, he's got level 2 quite early on, so nice to see from him, and he should be able to jump directly on top of the bull here. Strange going to go over the top. Samantha going to get rolled in by Jaime, but should have some assistance soon enough, and actually, he throws him into the line of OP up top there, gets level 3, jump comes in, and they're just going for it. They don't care. There's a bull there, there's a Daryl there, but there's some damage to be had, and they're going to take it.
Oh, I've got to say, Food do look quite menacing, actually, and not a way that I was expecting them to be. It just feels like the synergy is on point. Now the max stacks for OP is the roll in there as for Jaime, but it seems there's so many bodies in the way of it. Everything in the clear up is perfect. Absolutely perfect from Foot, and now Drake, the damage gear, getting a couple more taps, but it's allowed that timing for Semantic and OP to push down the map.
Yeah, I like what Drake did there. He just relieved the pressure, waited, and now Semantic going to go into Jaime instead of the safe. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but actually cycles it and gets another one, gets the kill, and Drake is going to come in on top as well. Bull up the other side, though, getting some serious damage, but OP defends that nicely. 2% and 0. Foot are going to take the first game. Closer than it looked in terms of percentage, but Foot seemed to be in control.
It just feels to me like having Edgar does just continuously apply pressure. It's not even necessarily around something to do with, having those takedowns that you might necessarily need, but the Let's Fly gadget just continuously keeps those supers rolling, and it keeps you on the defensive, and that's maybe where there's a small little gap to exploit in the One Trick Ponies comp. They have a tremendous amount of HP, but that's not necessarily what Foot are trying to be taking away from them. So let's see now, though, as a chance to maybe learn from some of these mistakes. Ultimately, I do love the fact that Foot have got that surge on defense.
Yeah, I do like it as well there. Gets the jump off and actually getting some ammo back off that as well. Nice stuff from him. Semantic trying to find the jump onto Filippo, but doesn't actually manage to get it. On the other side of things, though, Edgar's the one getting the damage. Filippo thrown into the corner, and Semantic should be able to pick it up, but actually might go down as well. Does get the takedown. Nice stuff from Filippo, and now they're back again. 50% on the safe. Pretty much even Stevens. 12% in it. Not the biggest amount, but a lot of control for One Trick Ponies.
Big defense is needed here, as a lot of HP could be going onto the safe. 9% is all that remains, and Lars is still there. 6% now, and Dre should be able to clear up this left-hand side lane, but it's actually Felipe in the top right-hand corner. 1%. Oh, OP could not body block long enough there, and it will mean that we're going to be going to set points.
I mean, One Trick Ponies have kind of figured out Foot's strategy right now. Just go for it. Just hope for the best and run at the safe. And it works for either team now. So we'll see who comes out on top of this next one. It is the decider. One Trick Ponies managed to take this one down. Only about, actually quite a big amount of percentage in it on that one. There's about 50% left on their safe. But now Foot know what kind of tactic they're going to go for, and they might play a little bit more passive off the start, or they might just do the same and go for it. Yeah, they're going to play a bit more passive. Lars thrown back as well, and we're seeing a bit of a sit-at-the-back OPE play.
And right now, because ultimately OP has got a lot to do, Semantic is spawning in, but it's going to take a bit of time. Gets Lars. Jaime's going to roll and get the shield off the back of that, throw over the shoulder from Semantic. Able to deny him a little bit of time on the save. 42% to 46 now. It's very, very close, but you can just see how Pit Stop now with the indestructible walls has really just changed up everything so much. It's just now a constant base race trap.
Yeah, in they go again. Jumps galore for OPE. Filippo needs to go down this time, and he does. Jaime thrown towards the safe, but actually going to get one shot. Not enough. 13% on the other side. Primo jump. Surge jump. That should be it. Edgar's going to come in as well, surely. 3 jumps in and say goodbye to the One Trick Pony safe. Foot come out on top. 1 set in the bag, and they are now quite substantially ahead.
What can you do on defense when you're looking at 3 brawlers that are all going to jump simultaneously to get the damage that they need to end out the set? I mean, that is a scary thing, but it just felt to me like Foot had got their strategy really down by the end of that series of the set. And yeah, I think deserving of the win, but it does beg the question, what are you going to do to defend these days on a map like Pit Stop? But nonetheless, I feel like Foot had a better grasp when it came down to that. I think that OP did really well, actually, on that surge pick, and it didn't feel to me as if One Trick Ponies were in any way trying to not, feed into those stacks, and you can see there with the kills as well, much more on the side of Foot. Damage dealt much more on the side of Foot, and Hills also. All of those stats realistically put together will more often than not lead to a victory in Heist, but definitely a frantic way to start. I'm pretty certain that moving into our next sets, we're going to see a very different style of gameplay start to develop.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. And I mean, not everything translates from Heist to the next one as well. So even though these teams are aggressive here, it might mean they go somewhat passive in a different game mode. But I mean, overall, OPE, brilliant defense. We saw in that second one, he kind of sat in the back a little bit more and waited out the game. And it did not really go too well for them. But in the end, they managed to get those levels. They managed to get out. And Dre's just got so much damage early on. He was pretty the damage that all 3 are up, and that's thanks to him doing amazing there. Also, OP and Semantic doing such a good defense, and Primo's not the brawler you'd usually expect to be back there.
I think also bringing it back around to the draft, it was quite a smart one from Foot to actually ban out the spike, which they know and love so well, and have still such a strong arm on defense, because there's not really much more else that you can leave to consider there realistically in M's. But then you've got a lot of pressure coming in, telling you to defend those sort of pushes, and it's not always an easy thing to go around. But what was your thoughts there from the sidelines? Well, actually, no, we're going to get back to Tay later on today, Trev. But it was very chaotic, to say the least. Something which I'm sure both sides, taking into the next sets, will have to kind of reconsider ever so slightly how they're going to approach things.
Yeah, I mean, you've definitely got to kind of adjust it. And although they had somewhat of a say in it, they played well. One Trick Ponies definitely had a foot in the door there in that set, and definitely could have won it with a different outcome, a few different plays, and maybe managing Drage a little bit better and not letting him go so far towards the safe. They could have come out on top, and they didn't look bad. They won a game. They altered their strategy, and they managed to win it. It was just the last one. They got altered and then altered on again by Foot, and it kind of flipped back in their faces. Gene, Max, and Janet bans coming in for One Trick Ponies on Hard Rock Mine. Foot going to be banning out that Crow, the Penny, and Rico. Good bans all round. 8-bit as a first pick, and we know how strong that is as a mid-brawler.
Yeah, it really is the mid to go for, but I don't necessarily mind the B, to be fair. Ruffs as well, great lane. Actually, like I said yesterday, kind of preferring Ruffs over the Rico, so I don't mind it, but I think it's still worth to ban it out, as Foot have done with the Penny and the Crow. Pretty decent bans, but I still think a big aggressor is yet to be seen here, and Ash or a Sam would go a long way. Normally these final picks tend to be more of that nature. I think now One Trick Ponies have got to consider quite carefully what they want to do here, because ultimately a counter would be a solid shout to prepare themselves in the eventuality. I'm sure Foot here are thinking something along those lines, so they're going to have to be definitely wary of it. Carl, don't know whether it's kind of, for me at the moment, I'm still a bit on the fence around it, simply because it was so strong. Last year, towards the end of the year, in fact, we saw it as such a high pick rate at the World Finals. Stu coming in for Foot, but that could be easily overrun with an Ash. So I'm a bit concerned here for this third and final pick here, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Penny's banned out, and honestly, that seems to be the main counter of Carl at the moment. So, kind of flip the script on that one when do you get that knockback with the turret. So with that banned out, Carl's definitely going to be a little bit more useful, and especially with sandbags and Ruffs as well. But Stu, 8-bit, great synergy between those two. Got the speed zone down, and obviously it's going to give them that speed early on. So I do like what they're bringing to the table, but they've always got to be worried about this B. And now about the Sam as well. If that can get some good control, you're not really going to get him out.
I do like this, Trav. I do. I mean, it was even going to be Sam or Ash, wasn't it? Let's be honest. And that is a really strong brawler to have in your arsenal when you're going into a map like Hard Rock Mine. Yes, there is a bit of unpredictability in those bushy areas, but if you're able to infiltrate it as a Sam, and with the speed as well to be able to maneuver into position, it can really encourage some big heavy pinches. And this is where I feel like One Trick Ponies might be at a bit of a disadvantage. It'll be a testament to those lane sizes, as to whether they can keep that control, which they need to have as we Drage on the Sam. So let's see. He likes those aggressive brawlers. He would normally take the role of the 8-bit in the mid, actually, but as One Trick Ponies were very swift to draft that particular brawler, he's going to be going aggressive.
Yeah, I like what he's going, though. He's going straight down this left-hand side, trying to get positioning, and Lars looking for the pinch around onto him now, but not sure if he'll be able to find it. Brought back with the gadget and taken down. Not able to do too much, and OP demolishing the other side as well. Walk over from Foot, and he's just going to grab the gems. He's not even going to wait and let his mid grab him. He's going to be taking over the role and picking up 5 gems for the count.
Very convincing stuff, but now High Mega's going to knuckle down with the damage booster with the help of Filippo. You will see him off. 6 gems in the pocket for Foot, and supply drop handed over to Semantic. The perfect person to have it, let's be honest. Knuckle Busters do connect with Lars. The magnetic force did not, however, but now in a position to really cause a ruckus. Not too much more than just a bit of HP knockoff, though. Jaime has got to be very careful here. He's low HP, but Filippo now going to be pushing forwards as Drage is on the other side of the field, thinking about doing so. The connections from Semantic, but going to hand it to One Trick Ponies. They have been starting to bring back a little bit of this deficit.
Yeah, another power-up in hand, and he goes for the breakthrough, and he's going to see a 4K, 3K shot straight into his face from Semantic there, powered up even further with that power-up from Ruffs. Placing it to tank, I'm not sure about that one there. Should maybe just TP back to a different one, but now Filippo trying to aggress down this right side. Drage going to press this left and just try and allow them to get this last gem. Filippo's going to go and steal off the side, but that's not going to stop Drage from demolishing up top. Lars picks a 1, got the spin away, but Drage says no to that. Leaves gems on the floor for OPE. Sadly, not all 10. Now it's a 9-1 split.
Yeah, great place from Drage there, though, just keeping everything afloat. And yes, he has the gem. He can be reset if he goes down, but the flying hook in, Lars trying to just see him off, actually, in fact, and he will be able to survive on just a little bit longer with the help of that hearty recovery, but it's not enough for One Trick Ponies. They're not able to do the reset, and that is a big, big W there for Foots, and one that, again, could have been a big reset inbound. There was plenty of time for it. The players were on point to be able to do so, but hold on just a little bit longer.
I mean, this is just all 3-lane dominance, really. We got that. We pretty much had the Ruffs against the Stu. We had the Sam against the Carl, and we got the B against the 8-bit in the mid. I'm not sure what they're going to be able to do here. Pushing from Drage early on, he gets one, gets high mid pretty low as well, but an early damage booster coming in. It's going to be pretty difficult. Might have to use some early TPs as he's been taken quite low, but OP taken down by Lars as he comes up now. But Drage straight back over that left-hand side.
That's your regular start for One Trick Ponies this time round. Maybe starting to learn a little bit from his mistakes. Great taps from Lars. Really great pressure on that left-hand side, but what avail is allowing Drage to get into a very, very strong hold position here. Breakthrough from Filippo will expose him just a little bit here, and the Flames will surely see his demise. No, 341 HP in the dream, it seems, as Drage is able to survive on. The fly drop going to be opening up things up nicely from there from OPE. I mean, look at how much time Drage bought there, but the scoreline doesn't reflect the same story. There's a couple of gems in the back spawn there, just the one to my count, but still, at the moment, One Trick Ponies are looking better, Trav.
Definitely are. 6 gems in the hands of Jaime alone, and Drage has his power up now by the looks of things, though, in this bush. Actually, maybe not. I'm not sure if that was his damage gear activated or not. Looks like it's not, and Filippo going to be going towards Drage here and not away. Lars going to pick up another 2, and that's going to be 10 for the count of One Trick Ponies now, and it's a difficult position for them to be in. Super available from Drage, and this could quite easily be turned around with 10 seconds on the clock. 3k shot coming in from Semantic as well, hits Filippo, and now they're starting to close in. The suck back towards him. Lars might fall down here. He uses the super away, though, and he doesn't focus the target. Lars isn't going down. They're split. They're not shooting the same person for no reason whatsoever. The communication in Foot falls apart, and One Trick Pony strike back.
A tough one. It's definitely far easier as a spectator to be able to look at those situations, but I agree there needed to be a firm decision there to really isolate which player was going to do the reset, because ultimately the reset will buy you time, and that was what was against Foot in that situation there. A tough call, but it might be something which turns out to give One Trick Ponies a big advantage now, as the crucial moment in time is it going to be Foot to take up another set and be 2 sets ahead of One Trick Ponies, you know, to get just one more game win here and bring things out to be even. 3 gems sitting there in the mid, and Jaime can't really contest them just yet now with a bit of help on the side lanes, but meanwhile Drage on the right hand side has pushed through, and that is going to be a big concern here for One Trick Ponies.
Yeah, Filippo wants to be over there on him, and Lars needs to be over the left, but with that, a lot of control is going to be lost, and Filippo just managed to get the rotation. Lars over the left-hand side now, not with that much of a loss either. OP's going to go down with 3 in his hand, but Drage trying to return on the backside, getting Jaime low, but doesn't manage to finish him off. 8 gems in hands, but a massive split between all members of One Trick Ponies, and they're looking to strike back.
Yeah, Foot are just a bit flustered, aren't they? They're not really working as a team to ensure this takedown, but the gems are so split, and that is the big problem that One Trick Ponies have here. And if just one of those players goes down and his gems are then handed back over, then it could be evened out very, very swiftly. At the moment, though, it's a bit of a horizontal affair, as both teams now in a very precarious position. There's a lot of pressure being applied by Foot here, as another supply drop will open things up by OPE. And look at this spying time, but watch out for Lars. He's got super, and we've seen how dangerous he's been so far today on this Carl.
Yeah, but Drage down this bottom side as well. Not really going to let him retreat if he does pick them up. Needs one of these 3 lane in mid. Filippo's going to go for them. He's not really. Oh, and he's being picked out by Semantic. Lars straight back through them, and he's going to go down. Gems provided straight to Foot's hands. Devastating for them. 11 for them now, and OP's low. Jaime's trying to aggress, and it would just all fall apart for One Trick Ponies. 1 falls. Lars brings all the gems directly into their hands. 8 seconds now. Jaime just trying to push forward, but can't quite find the gap just yet. Filippo supply drop on his face, but he dashes out the way. Not sure it's going to be enough. OP on 112. He stays up, and the second set goes their way as well.
I think the definition of that escalated quickly is that moment right there, and one that you don't tend to often see in Gem Grab. That's normally like a bounty moment for me, but my word, what an important game. What an incredible moment that really was for Foot to just secure themselves now with a substantial lead at a vital stage in the competition. And One Trick Ponies got to be kicking themselves a little bit there, because that was their set. And considering how the day has gone for them so far after, you know, reflection upon yesterday as to how well they were doing, that was, for me, potentially a make or break moment.
It really is. 2 sets up for Foot now. It's almost a nail in the coffin for One Trick Ponies there. 3 in a row needed. And by statistics, 36 picked up and 15 drops. Looks like Foot are just a lot more composed when those gems are in hand. And we saw it happen time and time again where One Trick Ponies, they were in the lead. They were 9-2, I believe it was, and it was turned around by Foot. Just amazing control. And then the drop of pretty much all of them, probably nearly all 22 to be fair. Just a little bit more damage for Foot there, and they do manage to come out on top. So it's just 1 set between them. And not only knocking One Trick Ponies out, but moving towards next week's phase of the competition to face off against who already is there now, A&R, Reply Totem, and SK Gaming to fight it out for that all expenses paid for trip to DreamHack Tokyo.
My goodness me, honestly, I mean, Foot at the moment to me just seem unstoppable at this moment in time. And I mean, as if they didn't already have enough momentum going into this next set. That is a moment which will carry forwards, and it really is One Trick Ponies that have got to iron out a lot of these mistakes, and they just seem to have it under such a great amount of control. Just that one gem was needed. This was the first moment in that earlier game, and it just feels like Foot at the moment have just been growing so much over the past 2 days to a point where they are potentially unstoppable. I don't want to speak too soon. I don't want to jinx things at all with the caster's curse, but it just feels like they're learning more about themselves as a team and maybe starting to gain a bit more synergy along the way. And I mean, that was a set, wasn't it? It really was. That was One Trick Ponies all the way.
Yeah, it really was. One Trick Ponies, they were a dangerous force to be reckoned with, and they should have had that last one. Got flipped on them towards the end, but now, moving on, out in the open up next, Pit Stop and Harder at Mine behind us, they're in Foot's hands. 3 in a row need to be taken down. Out in the open zone and Super Beach, all by One Trick Ponies. Bans of Max, Jean, and Brock. Picks of Gus and Janet from One Trick Ponies. Foot have got rid of the Max, the Mandy, and the Body. Gonna have first pick that Eve. I do like the first pick, gives a little bit of an advantage over that left-hand side, but overall, there are some alternatives which can still be incredibly good.
Feels like a while actually since we've seen Out in the Open, and of course, that is definitely a map that's going to change substantially now with the introduction of indestructible walls. The Eve, though, I do love, and it's always going to be good regardless on that left-hand side or right-hand side lane. The Bell as well is a safe idea, and the Gus was always a brawler which had a lot of high pick rates on this particular map, so I'm not too surprised to see it. The Janet can be a troublesome thing. I wonder kind of like what they're thinking in regards to getting down the drop of the bases. That is a really, really solid thing to have. And if you can get into that position to really apply the pressure, and the Otis coming with the fat splatter, I do love. As the Brock was being banned in that instance, that would have been a primary thing to have. So I understand the Otis. I'm just not sure about it in terms of how well it's going to be able to feed into shots that, I think One Trick Ponies would be very cautious to not feed in too much to that Otis. The Sprout coming as the final pick. I've got to be honest, Trev, I do prefer what Foot are running with here.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of do as well. I mean, the Eve is going to be a big help to get over this side. Yes, Janet has something that can do the same. Going to be able to use that gadget, but also drop the base is just going to be too valuable not to take, I feel. Bell and Otis as well, just so versatile. Otis very good in that late game in comparison to anything One Trick Ponies have brought to the table. But to be fair, it's very rare it gets to late game on a map like Out in the Open. So I do think the One Trick Ponies do have a bit of a chance of being able to take this one down. But we will see as we get into the game.
I'd like to have maybe seen a squeak actually here on this particular map instead of the Sprout, but nonetheless, let's see how Filippo handles it. Depends as to whether he's aggressed or not, but Samantha just trying to push forward on the left-hand side. Lars is pretty precarious here. The pinch is inbound between Semantic and Drage, and nice fat splatter as well, forcing everyone to the right-hand side, and already, look how quickly Foot there established themselves as well. Drage is continuing to pressurize Jaime in that mid, and it's not looking good already as Foot push forwards.
Yeah, I mean, they're already pinned back. This is the start that Foot want, and it's the start that maybe is the end of One Trick Ponies. Bounce is not going to be connected onto Jaime, but he's going to be shooting shots and resetting his own healing anyway. Mark not going to make the mark either. The Drage does miss that, but Filippo brought very, very low. Lars looking for an opening down this left-hand side, but can't quite find one just yet. And they're going to have to make a move eventually, and it's not going to be a healthy amount of HP by the looks of things.
One Trick Ponies are just in a world of hurt, and this is where it all comes crumbling, isn't it? Lars is going to be the second to follow. Filippo on his own. What can you realistically do here as a Sprout? And that is the concern that I have. That round goes the way of Foot, and I just feel like that is a strong statement in itself. The comp just seems to be the right one. It's the right fitting. It's able to apply the pressure that's needed. No results there from the reverse polarity of Drake. The mark will connect there onto Filippo. and that is going to apply a lot of pressure. Look at that wall just in the nick of time there, because that was very, very dangerous, Trav, and that could have been a very swift round.
It really was. Still got this mute up on Semantic now. Gonna have to heal and place a little bit of a shield onto Filippo. Gonna pretty much make up for the mark that he's got, but if he gets hit by a couple of shots, he's gonna be pretty much reversed, and the shield actually goes now as well. Parasite's coming in, drop the base, resetting Semantic's heals. Shot gonna be connected onto Lars. It doesn't bounce across. Filippo manages to drag it away. A wall available, and that should be sealing off quite a lot of this map. Still got this availability of moving over the right-hand side with Eve, though. Can levitate over this and jump up now. Needs to try and find the opening for his teammates. Managed to avoid a few shots, get some good damage in. Jaime's low, and this might be the opening they need. Damage coming through on Lars, but no, they take him down as well. Should be evening things out as Drage falls, and One Trick Ponies fighting back.
Yeah, I'd like to know as well that move from OP, whether that was orchestrated by the team, because we saw a bit earlier that he was always a bit more aggressive in knockouts, and it can be a bit of a disadvantage, but it did feel like that was a bit of a moment where they were in coordination better. Great takedown there from Semantic onto Filippo, and that is the problem now from the previous round that it's not going to be here now. The 3 versus 2 will start to take its toll. So Lars there just dropping the base, and will go down. That's a 3 versus 1. What realistically can One Trick Ponies do now? Surely it's going to be moving on now to match point.
Definitely is. Jaime going to be very, very low. One shot from Drage will finish him off. Foot Esports match point coming up next, and One Trick Ponies, they are not in a sound spot. They got one game back in that one, but it just wasn't enough. They need to play for this late game again and again and again, and they're just being caught out in these bad positions. For Esports, they're going to be very pleased about the position they're in right now, and only one game away from moving on to next week's competition.
It just feels like that has been, as you mentioned earlier, the way that today has gone for One Trick Ponies. They've just been kind of progressively getting smaller in the competition, whereas for Esports, they're now giants in this process. Great taps there onto Lars, and surely he will go down, but not quite. 660 HP, and that is it as the pinch closes in. Good taps as well there from OPE, and a couple of bell shots ricocheting between the squad, but this is exactly where Foot want them to be, and surely if they don't lose control or positioning power over, it's just a matter of time. Hatchlings now coming in to really pressurize the situation even more so. And Lars, as we know, just can only realistically use that bounce pad. He's not running backstage pass to be able to jump over this position, drop the base as his choice of gadgets. So it's not a great spot. This is exactly what Foot needs to be doing at this stage of time.
Yeah, Filippo getting hit hard now, trying to make the push out. Semantic's going to be jumped on Lars. Might even be able to get that one down. He actually gets the trade. Nice stuff from them to relieve that position. Oh, the bounce comes through. The reverse polarity from Drage isn't going to be able to connect, but it was close. Finds the connecting shot, not the finish up though. OP versus Jaime, 1v1. Parasites are there. The shield is as well though. He gets the shot through. He's all the way backwards. Oh, no! What has happened for Jaime? The Parasite doesn't get him. It misses, it dies, and his auto aim goes backwards. Nightmare scenario, but Foot just inches away from winning now.
Oh my word, what luck, what bad luck for One Trick Ponies, and you'll be wondering now what they have to do. If you haven't got luck on your side, you've got to bring it in terms of skill set, and not to say that they're not an incredibly skilled team, but at the moment Foot are just a bit taller. As Lars takes the sky, his low HP is gonna have to come down at some point. He's trying to get the kill to Drage, but in the meanwhile, as Semantic gets the pick up, Lars surely gonna fall here as the pinch is there. It's just Filippo, and what realistically can he do in a 3 versus 1?
He can't, he's throwing him out, he's using his gadgets, he's given up. We see a little bit of spin from OPE, not sure if he's purposely doing it in the bush to kind of avoid being called toxic, but we can see you on the stream, lad. 3v1, just back in the spawn now, surely going to be going down to the gas. Filippo accepts defeat, Foot accept the win, and they'll be going on to next week's phase.
What a day for Foot, and I think a prime example of a team that, you know, when things are not necessarily going your way on day 1, you come back fresh on day 2 and you give it your all, and that really is a fantastic way to go into next week for them, and definitely proved a lot here today. As we had a couple of questions, I think rightly so as well. You know, many of us expected to see them in the Brawl Stars Championship monthly finals a few weeks back. They didn't qualify for it, but I think today demonstrating beautifully so that they've still got the synergy to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, thoroughly deserved at the double the damage. A lot less heals, but I mean, at that point, you don't really need to heal too much if you're getting a lot more damage, do you really? 15 to 13 supers as well, so the stats not majorly set from damage in favor of Foot Esports, but what we saw on screen definitely was. And that one round that One Trick Ponies managed to get back, it was a little bit of an outlier in comparison to the rest, and Foot Esports just completely dominating One Trick Ponies all over in every set. We had some fight back, but it just wasn't enough regardless of the team that they are. They're just not strong enough to take down Foot, who have really showed us their worth now.
I feel like in Gem Grab, there was that moment really where One Trick Ponies could have made things so different for the outcome. It could have been one set apiece for me, but it really was a testament to how Foot really approached that situation and just kept their cool. You know, against that 9 gem deficit, it really was down to just the pure teamwork, pure synergy. And again, being in the team house, that does all come into play here. But in that final set, we saw it really was just Foot having that final nail in the coffin, realistically, of One Trick Ponies, who had a great day yesterday. But I do feel for them for sure. They do go home now, and they do not stand a chance of getting that all-expensive paid trip to Tokyo. But Foot, on the other hand, do, and it's between them now and A&R. And I've got to say that giants of a competition.
Oh, just that replay again, where you saw him shoot back, because it's so disappointing for him. But I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes you've got to learn the hard way that auto aim's not always the best way, and I think that's a perfect example of just that.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I love how Art kind of summed up the story here for Foot Esports. They had a really tough start, and it kind of felt like, you know, they might not quite recover. I had quite low hopes, to be honest, after watching them in the BSC and watching them now. I had very low hopes, but if we look back at the bracket, we'll see the journey that they had to partake to make it all the way to their current position, because they've definitely made up for it. We'll focus on A&R here first, that did manage to take down Na'Vi in the first round. Already super impressive. Then beating FA Mr. Doza, which looked incredible themselves. They took down Zeta Division, probably the favorites to take it all, and then finally took down FA One Trick Ponies in the upper bracket. FA One Trick Ponies that also did lose to Foot Esports on the lower bracket. Foot Esports that had a tremendous journey, taking down, well, after a first loss, actually, against Now or Never, a trio sweep where Foot Esports were kind of nowhere to be seen. They were able to get a sweep against both FA Kozaki and FA Mr. Doza, a sweep against Na'Vi, and now a sweep against FA One Trick Pony. So a slow start, but a brilliant finish. And at the end of the day, Ark, I feel like Foot Esports have really redeemed themselves.
Absolutely so. I mean, you said it perfectly. I've got to hand it to their performance here today. Not an easy thing when you're still at the very beginning of the year as a roster to really demonstrate your abilities, and the synergies, as well, as we know, can take some time to really establish. But, you know, there's some very strong score lines. I mean, they haven't dropped a single set today, and that really does speak volumes. I mean, in that lower bracket, in fact, looking through, they didn't drop a single set in every game that they played. I mean, that is incredible in their work.
Absolutely so. I mean, A&R and Foot Esports will be moving on to the third stage. Trav, what is your take on those two teams, and how do you feel like they could fare against teams like Reply Totem or SK Gaming?
I mean, I think those two teams are the teams who have thoroughly deserved to get through. Yes, we saw a lot of these big teams, big names dropping down to the lower bracket early on, but I think that only proves that Foot Esports just deserves it that little bit more, because they've managed to defeat them all after taking such a disappointing loss, and it painted a great picture seeing them come 3-0 down and then win 12-0 across all the games down the bottom, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. And A&R up the top. They've obviously defeated some great teams as well to make it this far, and even with the substitution, they still looked great, and I'm pleased that they've managed to make it all the way through. In terms of comparing up to Reply Totem and SK, I think both of the teams can do a great job against them.
Yeah, I feel the same way, and especially the way you phrase it, you know, 12 sets in a row is incredible to think about, especially when you're starting things off with a sweep of your, you know, getting swept yourself. Being able to pull through and come back just shows immense strength in their mental aptitudes and their ability to, get that clean reset and focus on the moment, try to forget about, you know, whatever happened. You can think about that later on, focus just on having the right mindset and the right conditions. And as Ark said, it seems like the gaming house also had a lot to bring to that, having everyone in the same room, being able to, you know, discuss properly about what went wrong and try to focus up, cheer each other up. And as much as we do see it often in arenas when a player shouts and hypes up his team, you can have a similar thing happen, you know, just in a gaming house and have those sort of conditions come in play as well. So a beautiful story here for Food Esports, just the same for ANR. Before we end the show here, guys, we'll have a final shout out for Monster Energy, one of our most trusted sponsors here and partners. They have powered this entire show, and especially, you know, us casters during the evening when it is a long show like this one. We need it if we want to stay energized throughout the entire process. So a massive shout out to them for making that possible. And our final shout out of the night when it comes to partners, that is going to be DHL, which have done an outstanding job at supporting us, doing what we do, and making sure that the players, you know, have such amazing events to play in, whether it is for Brawl Stars specifically, as you guys were watching just now, or in any other mobile titles that have been supported by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We wouldn't be able to do it without our partners, so big shout out to them. With that being said, this is going to be the end of the show. Coming up, I'll have your final thoughts first, Ark, as regard of how this week has gone and what you expect coming into next week.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, you know, EMEA and the EU and MENA region has always been one that you just have to kind of like treat it slow at the beginning of the year because everyone wants to prove themselves. It's very, very tough when it comes to just how competitive this region is. And there's been a lot of transition, a lot of movement, but now we're starting to see some patterns, some reoccurrences starting to take their toll. But the underdogs have done phenomenally well. And I think those that were not necessarily underdogs, but found themselves under pressure, like Foot, did tremendous when it came down to having to deliver those results when it mattered most. And I am so excited for next week. I cannot wait to see which of these two teams is going to be that which will be able to go on that expensive paid trip to Tokyo. Is it going to be ANR? Is it going to be First? I think that feel next week is really the time to tune in now.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, it's what it all comes down to at the end of the day, and also a way to get a bit of a warm-up for our teams that are going to be attending Masters as players, because the price here, as you just mentioned, is as visitors, right? But the whole trip paid for, so still quite an amazing price. There are two teams, SK Gaming and Reply Totem, that are qualified. Trav, are you looking forward to seeing them kind of warm up and get ready for Masters next week?
Yeah, I mean, especially SK, I'll say as well. We literally haven't seen anything from them this year. Like, absolutely anything in 2023. Didn't qualify to the monthly final. Hadn't been playing in this because obviously they're already qualified to the further stage. So I'm thrilled, especially to see them. But not only Reply Totem need some redemption. They got second in the multi final, but also are going to want to beat a lot of these teams out.
Absolutely so, and some other storylines like Semantic being able to face SK Gaming and still having a possibility of making it to Japan, again, not as a player, but as a viewer, is something that I'm sure is quite dear to his heart. He loves Japanese culture, and I also, know that it's quite hard, not being able to make it despite having a phenomenal year last year in the SPS with SK Gaming. Well, we'll see how that all goes down next week on Tuesday for our next show. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Again, a final shout out to everyone behind the scenes making those shows possible, whether it's the production teams, admins, our players, of course, for giving us quite a show over the span of the last 2 days. It was a phenomenal time, and our honor to be covering and broadcasting this for you guys. Thank you all very much for watching. We'll see you guys next week.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look.